Majority Report with Sam Cedar.
The destiny of America is always safer in the hands of the people than in the conference rooms of any elite.
Sam Cedar.
They are unanimous in their hate for me, and I welcome their hatred.
We must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial complex.
The Majority Report with Sam Cedar.
And I get the feeling you've been cheated.
It is Tuesday, November 8th, 2016. My name is Sam Cedar. This is the four-time award-winning Majority Report. We are broadcasting live steps from the industrially ravaged Gowanus Canal in the heartland of America, downtown Brooklyn, USA. It's election night, night. After what feels like 2 years, it's probably closer to just a year and 3/4. We will be theoretically finding out who the next president of the United States will be, whether or not the Democrats will control the Senate, whether or not the Democrats can pick up a couple of state houses, maybe some seats in the House, whether the left will be fighting with a centrist and really amongst policy, or whether it will be all mushed together in a center-left coalition to stop the worst of right-wing policies and arguably a fascist. Pretty good argument. We are 41 minutes away from the first polls closing on the East Coast. Starting to get some exit polling. 62% of those polled in exit polling claim they decided before September. On the program tonight, John from San Antonio will be here to give us some numbers. Amanda Turkle from the Huffington Post will be here. Michael Schur from TYT, the great Cliff Schechter, will do a thing with Pacman. David Pacman.
A thing with Pacman?
Well, we were going to do this whole...
That sounds like it could be a regular segment, Sam.
We were going to do a whole... What do you call it?
The whole thing?
Like a simulcast, but we couldn't. Nothing worked. Everything was a mess. Emily Peck from Huffington Post will be here. She's, I think she's like at the Clinton headquarters. I'm not sure. We will hear from poll watchers. We will hear from you who've been out there, maybe voting. I suspect we'll probably hear from Ronald Reagan. I think he's already on the line. We'll take your IMs, and we'll be dipping into the coverage as warranted. We've got a couple of different feeds going here. We didn't get it all together in the way we wanted, but, you know, what are you going to do? That's not that important. You can get all the graphics and the bells and whistles. You can do that somewhere else. For here, you come for the levity and the poignancy.
Hopefully not maybe poignancy if she wins, not the pathos. Can I ask a question? How long did everybody wait in line to vote today?
Well, I voted absentee.
Right. You already voted. So. Right.
I went this afternoon. I got right in and right out. No line at all.
What time?
Like 1.
Oh, okay.
0 minutes. Yes,
okay.
Same.
All right.
And Michael's was apparently 8 hours.
It was about a 10-hour wait, and there were Trump people trying to intimidate us and machine guns. No, I had like a 15-minute wait. It was hopping.
No, I mean, I guess I probably...
A 15-minute wait?
That's the longest I've waited to vote ever.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, I mean, in Massachusetts, it was always like in and out in a second.
My favorite was watching Donald Trump go into his own hometown polling station and get booed. I mean, tell me if that has ever happened in the history of anything.
Woodrow Wilson in the town of Princeton, they were like, "Fuck you, get out of here. We hate you."
I mean, that's fantastic. I mean, honestly, the only thing that, I mean, what occurred to me at that moment was that really he should be booed wherever he goes for the next like 4 or 5 years.
Oh no!
I mean, after 4 or 5 years, people get a little tired and bored and move on to somebody else. But I really think at least for the next 3.5. Well, I almost feel like we should try and do like an Indiegogo campaign to pay somebody like, I don't know, I mean, a part-time job
to harass Trump,
just to go and boo him everywhere.
I don't think you're going to need to pay anyone.
Well,
Like
I
it-
feel
it's
like
gonna
people
happen.
should get paid for something like that. I think they're going to be dedicated and they're going to do it on a consistent basis.
well, we
Why
can
not
chip
pay
in
them?
for like a video recorder for them to send us.
It's been
the
more
clips.
than 6 years in the UK, and people still try to citizen arrest Tony Blair all the time. It's true.
Well, I mean, that's the beauty of Great Britain. They're a lot more civic-minded in many respects.
I had to actually wait maybe 4 minutes today because of they split it into last name categories, so that was hard. But
I don't know what that means.
well, it's half the alphabet, last name, and then half on the other side to get your ballot. Anyway, when I first lived in New York and voted in 2008, I had to wait for, I think, about 3 hours. It was a different polling location,
Wow.
which is a long time in my experience in New York.
Yeah, I mean, when
Not good.
when I voted in New York City, I never had to wait very long, as far as I can recall. And Rick Fain on the IM, when I went to your YouTube stream, they showed me an ad for the Urban Carry G2, the world's greatest holster for open carry. I thought Google knew how to target ads. What the hell are they doing? Well, we put in a special request for the world's greatest holster.
I signed off on that one.
Every single YouTube ad you see is personally chosen and curated by us.
Now, look, the Slate Votecaster. Have people heard about this? It is supposedly a great new way to track Elections Day results. And apparently they had problems. And a lot of people have an issue with this because they felt like it was inappropriately sort of breaking the embargo on this type of information. With that said, 67 of 67, well, I don't know. They project that so far in Florida, Clinton's turnout has superseded Obama's turnout, and that Trump's is about 100,000 under Romney's. So Clinton is actually about 70,000, 60,000 ahead in turnout. Now, that's just estimated votes. So who knows? Who knows? I mean, I don't know. I'm just looking at this stuff, and it really doesn't tell me anything. Iowa, it looks like Clinton is actually trailing Obama's turnout, but it's tough to say. It's not quite there. They're just estimating votes. Nevada, it looks like Clinton at this juncture is also trailing Obama's turnout. Now, you just don't know. I don't know how they're doing this stuff. I think it's a lot of hinky-dinky stuff. New Hampshire, she seems on track. Ohio seems maybe trailing Obama just a little bit relative to where same in Pennsylvania. I don't think this is telling me anything, actually, now that I look at all these things, so forget it. I'm glad.
Can I ask you a question?
What?
In 2004, it looked like the exit polls, it looked like Kerry was headed towards a blowout, right? Do I remember that correctly?
That he was going to get blown out?
No, he was going to win, right?
Oh, the exit
the
polls?
initial exit polls
Look,
make
let me
it-
tell you something about exit polls.
Yeah, this is
are
what I
just
want, a lesson
sort
on
of,
exit polls.
Yes, they are not reliable. They end up always having to be adjusted. Always. The only thing that they can actually, I think, help you with are more sort of like demographics. But even then, I just think that the nature of people, whether they're willing to talk or not, with pollsters is a little bit messed up. I mean, that's just my sense. Who appears to be leading so far, according to them, on this Slate Votecaster? Clinton seems to be leading in Florida, Iowa, New Hampshire, Nevada, Ohio, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. Now, that's possible, but I mean, it seems to be unlikely. But, you know, what we're going to do is, I think what we'll do is we'll call John from San Antonio and ask him what the deal is. Because this is the guy, I mean, I've talked to a lot of, in the course of what I do, I talk to a lot of people who are, you know, in a data-rich environment in terms of, here, turn up my computer, please. And John from San Antonio seems to know his stuff as well as anyone I've ever dealt with. We got to send him a...
Hello?
John, it's Sam Seder from the Majority Report. We're live right now. How are you?
Okay. I'm great.
You okay to talk right now?
Absolutely.
So, John, what's the deal? Do we really know anything right now? Is there anything that we can really tell? I mean, what do you think? What is your opinion of these exit polls, or just in general?
Oh, I think I have a little bit more of a favorable opinion, but I mean, I think Michael was right about 2004. And one thing about exit polls is that a lot of people lie about their education level, and so that'll be interesting. Actually, some people say that may help Trump because a lot of people say they have college degrees and then they actually don't. But you know, it's hard to say. I mean, this Slate thing is, you know, this is the first time it's happened. So, I mean, we'll see at the end of the night how well they perform. But you know, they said that basically she's ahead everywhere, right? With the swing state, including Iowa and Ohio, where all the aggregators say that she's losing. So, yeah, I mean, it sounds like a pretty good night for Clinton. And what we've been hearing for actual vote totals, like in Florida, I mean, just Democratic totals, they've also been really good. And so, you know, it's hard to say if it's just spin, but I mean, we've already talked about Nevada, and you know, I have Clinton winning North Carolina, and the consensus favorite is right at what I was talking about before, including Nate Silver saying 323 to 215. There's really not much variation on that, and there's very little variation on who's going to win each individual state. There is some variation on Maine 2nd District and Nebraska 2nd District. But overall, the consensus is pretty strong in Clinton's favor. But, I mean, you still have the three races, you know, which are North Carolina, Florida, and Nevada, that I think are going to be tight. But, I mean, who knows? I mean, we talked about this before. 2008 and 2012, the Democratic machine, you know, turned them out. It was great. And so, I mean, that's what a lot of people expect, you know, in presidential years, that the Democrats will turn out. And if they turn out, I mean, what I was hearing, of course, these are from Democratic strategists, so you take it with a grain of salt, that this is actually, the turnout is actually going to be closer to the 2008 numbers than the 2012 numbers, which will help Clinton immensely. And, you know, I mean, she could actually beat Obama's totals. I mean, I only have her down 1.6 in Arizona. And what Hayes was talking about last night on his show, you know, the big story may be Latino turnout. It was 48% in 2012. African American vote was 67%. I believe the white vote was 63%. I mean, and this could really be, you know, a complete game changer for upcoming elections. Also, if we get the Latino vote up higher, let's say, you know, 55%. I mean, it would just be an amazing thing for the Democrats, especially obviously in Arizona and in other states too. I mean, Georgia and all over Florida. Definitely, I was looking at, or I heard things saying that the Cuban vote isn't as large. You have a large influx of people coming from Puerto Rico where they're experiencing
Right.
kind of a mini depression there, and that's going to help a lot in Florida. So it looks really good. And also, as far as the Senate, the consensus is also every aggregator has the Democrats hitting at least 50. A couple of them, Huffington Post, have them hitting 52, winning the candor race in Missouri and also the Evan Bayh race. But all of them have 50. All of them have victories by Wes Feingold, Kelly Ayotte, McGinty, and Catherine Cortez Masto. So, things are looking pretty good, but everything's really tight. So, I mean, it could be a long night.
All right, let me ask you a couple of specific questions. I know that you were looking up in Congress that there's some specific races that you're looking at, particularly from the perspective, obviously, of the sort of the Bernie Sanders wing of the party, if you will. I have on my list people I'm looking out for. Pramila Jayapal, she's in Washington 7th Congressional District. Zephyr Teachout, of course, in New York's 19th. Jamie Raskin in Maryland's 8th. Angie Craig in Minnesota's 2nd. Monica Vernon in Iowa's 1st. Morgan Carroll in Colorado's 6th. And Carol Shea Porter in New Hampshire. There's a couple others, Sarah Lloyd in Wisconsin, and Nanette Barragan in California. Also, I'm hoping that Darrell Issa loses, but we'll see. What else are you looking at in terms of races?
Oh, you definitely hit on most of them. I'm looking at Rick Nolan's race, which is the northeastern part of Minnesota, the 8th district. He's a guy who ran when he was really young. He won 4 terms starting in 1972. He backed Ted Kennedy against Carter. Didn't really have a super progressive record. Right now he's 121 on Progressive Punch out of all the Democrats. But Bernie won his district by large numbers, and I think that's one of the things that people that haven't talked about enough. I've talked about it a couple of times. That how Bernie did really well in these rural states, and so once he got this overwhelming support for Bernie in his district, he endorsed Bernie, and so Bernie kind of did the favor back to him. He's running against a guy named Stuart Mills, who's a real rich guy. And there's a lot of money being thrown. I think it was $100 million was thrown into that race. Nolan is favored. Obviously the House races are the hardest races to predict. He's up, I think, out of the 5 major predictors, aggregators. 3 of them have him as a toss-up. 2 of them have him leaning towards Rick Nolan. So I'm hopeful that a victory is going to happen there. There's this guy, Thomas Nelson, which is in Wisconsin, 8th District. He's running against Reed Ribble, which is about the only race in Wisconsin that could be tied. Ribble is expected to win, but it's an R+2 district, and so we'll just have to see about that. Obviously, some names that people know, Raul Grijalva, who is fantastic. He's expected to win again. Tulsi Gabbard's expected to win again. This guy named Paul Clements, who's in Michigan's 6th district, he's probably not expected to win, but it is on the list as being a tight race. let's see, he's running against Fred Upton, probably more well known for his niece, who is a model.
Oh, well, that's nice. All right, well, so all right, John. So let me let me ask you one more question about Texas, and then we will check back in with you as the night goes on. But do you anticipate what the Latino turnout in Texas is going to be? I mean, do you have any sense? Because I mean, it seems to me from what I've been reading that, and part of this I think is in Nevada. Because of the culinary union, but part of it seems to be, and for obvious reason, just sort of broadly speaking, that Donald Trump has just been an amazing organizing force for particularly Mexicans and Latinos, specifically from Central America. In Texas, I imagine that's where you're going to see. I mean, if that's the case, I mean, obviously Nevada, California, maybe Arizona as well, and Texas. Do you have any sense? I mean, is there early voting there? Not much. Do you have any sense of? I mean, is there any way you can tell?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's there is early voting. There's been early voting for the 2 weeks before last Tuesday, today. And they set all kinds of records. Every day there was a front page headline, a new record broken for this day, and it's happening all over Texas, especially in Travis County, which is where Austin is, where there's actually 90% of all residents are registered to vote, which is amazing. And so yeah, I mean, I think that it's going to be a great turnout, and I expect, let's see, what's the guy's name? Gallego, will probably win the 23rd district, which is the district that runs from southwest San Antonio all the way through West Texas, like through Big Bend. It's a huge district, one of the biggest districts in the country, to right outside of El Paso. And that's been a toss-up race. It has been the most expensive race in Texas congressional history, and it's always a tight race. Pete Gallego won in 2012, and then on the off years, the Republicans win. And so I'm expecting a win there, and I'm expecting a closer race in Texas. I mean, unfortunately, in the past, a lot of Latinos also voted Republican, but I think Trump is going to change that, and so hopefully we'll see a narrowing of the margin that Trump wins by. But I mean, we'll see.
All right, John, we'll be in touch. We'll ping you, and maybe we'll check in with you in about I don't know, about let's see, let me look at my list here. About an hour or so, give or take, maybe hour and 20 minutes. All right, John. Thanks,
Sounds
buddy.
good.
Appreciate
Thank
it.
you. Okay.
John from San Antonio. Boop, boop.
So I'm tweeting out to Nate Silver that he doesn't know what he's doing right now.
That he doesn't know what he's doing. Or he doesn't know what John is doing.
Yeah. No, yeah. When you hear John, it makes Nate Silver look like an amateur.
It just makes, I mean, John is 646-257-3920 is the number. John is sitting there. I don't know if he's got some type of super X11 supercomputer or what he's
I thought you were about to say, if he was like an X-Men supervillain.
I don't think that's, I mean, I imagine he's not.
No, I mean, or an X-Men, like a good X-Men. This is a show that doesn't even like math, and we still have like a resident numbers expert.
We have another indicator, Sam. You know who Bill Mitchell the Seventh is? I think you retweeted him.
I do know. I last night I got on a little jag where I retweeted the fact that he would quit his show. In fact, I can't. I'm going to ask if we can maybe just take over his channel, just as a distribution mechanism.
What's his show?
He's this lunatic right winger who, when you look at him, actually. In his picture, it looks like it's completely airbrushed, and then when you see him live, you realize like he may have had like some type of work or something. I don't know. It's a very strange looking guy.
Well, he just tweeted out recently. It really matters where, in all caps, these exit polls are taken to. So we know how he's interpreting.
He's not.
Nice.
He's not
Good.
enjoying. He's not enjoying what he's seeing. In other words, this
It
guy.
is rigged.
This guy. I somehow, God forgive me. I watched like a couple of minutes with him and Stefan Molyneux, and it was. It's going to take me a while to recover from something like that. Let's go to the phones because he's been holding for a while, and you're calling from a 509 area code. Who's this?
Is this David Pakman?
No, this is the Majority Report.
Yeah, yeah, I know, but I heard you guys were doing a thing. I wanted to see if David Pakman is there or Lewis.
Well, first of all, I think Lewis left David Pakman's show, and Pakman's going to be with us at 7:15.
I don't do the show anymore.
It's Ronald Reagan.
This is Ronald Reagan.
Yes.
You've been talking about a lot of polls, but I haven't heard anything on the polls on California's Proposition 60.
60 or 61?
That's
Is it 61?
60 is the mandatory condoms in pornography.
Oh, I was not. To be honest, I'm not familiar with that. There's
Matt?
mandatory condoms in pornography.
Yeah.
Oh, mandatory condoms in pornography. I thought you said mandatory condoms and pornography, which I thought was like that could be pushing it.
That's carrot and stick, though.
Right. But I thought that was a law already in California.
It's cute. It's cute how you're pretending you don't know exactly what's going on with this.
Well, I mean, I always thought that was a law in California already.
Mm-hmm. Sure you did.
Okay.
Do you know if Matt watches his porno at 2.5 times regular speed? Or does he watch it? Because, he could watch way more porno.
Exactly. You can watch.
Who brought the pizza?
Yeah.
You can watch 3 clips in the time most people only watch 1.
I remember when my kid was about 6 or 7 months old. Believe me, all this will go away by the time you get to the second. You don't even remember what porn was. You just.
Yeah. One more thing.
Yeah.
I remember I asked you during the primary if you thought Trump was sort of accidentally being successful, or if he was really being like a savvy politician, like he was having serious conversations about strategy and things like that. And it seems clear now that he's been accidentally successful because he made some really dumb mistakes, I feel like. And it looks like, hopefully Hillary wins, but it seems to me a huge turning point was potentially the Alicia Machado thing.
Yeah.
And there's a way he could have handled that could have shut down that whole line of critique. I think if he'd come out and said, I've made so many mistakes, I'm embarrassed about who I used to be, but I've traveled the country and I've changed. I'm a better person. Americans love sort of a redemption story. And I think that would have taken a lot of the teeth out of those things. And he went the exact opposite way.
But let me push back on this because, okay, so Donald Trump says that I was a horrible person. I've learned. In fact, he did try that after the tape, right? He did say, like, I've gone across the country and I've met people. Look, here's the problem with him doing that after the first debate. Okay, fine. All right, Donald, now you're a different person. Now he has just set the bar. He has just actually rebuilt the bar that got thrown out the window during the primary. I'm actually a good person. Good. In the next debate, we're actually going to debate policy and you're going to act normal. Wait, what? No, I'm just a good person for these 3 days.
Actually, she's totally fat, and she's an eating machine. Yeah. And I would like a question on her being fat and an eating machine.
It's like saying, honestly, if I had wings, I would just fly to work every day.
That would be fascinating.
And it would send me, it would save me 25 minutes. So, all right. So instead of walking, I would fly to work every day. And I've just added up all the minutes I would have saved, and this studio would look amazing because I would have spent the extra time making. I would have engraved ceilings. I don't know. I would have pressed
with like a Stalinist portrait of yourself.
Maybe.
Maybe.
I would have taken that time to. The point is, like, it's not. There is no. Yes, he's bad, but the reason why he did well was all part of the reason why he's limited. The fact is I think that this number was more or less whatever Hillary Clinton wins by. Now, look, if Hillary Clinton loses, then, forget it. I mean, forget everything I ever said, and let's just roll this stuff up and check our eBay page because we'll sell a lot of this stuff that we got in the office. But I think that this number that we're going to see was more or less, locked in May. I mean, it may be a point or two. Clinton could have gotten more. I think it's possible the Democrats could have done better with the Senate if they had hung Donald Trump around Paul Ryan's neck, because one thing that the Clinton, and this just drives me crazy. I mean, you talk about missed opportunities with Donald Trump. If Hillary Clinton was not trying to maintain a special relationship with Paul Ryan and the, reasonable Republicans, and that's in air quotes, even though I'm not actually doing them, she could have basically opened up another front on Donald Trump. Like, in that first debate, she could have said, you vote for Donald Trump, you might as well be signing you might as well go in and just vote for Paul Ryan's budget, which will cut Medicaid, which will cut Medicare, which will cut Social Security, which will block grant Medicaid. I mean, on and on and on, and make Donald Trump say, yes, that's true, or no, that's not true. And if he says, no, it's not true, then Paul Ryan's got to address him. I mean, this is so basic that even those morons in the DNC realized what a missed opportunity this was.
Yeah. Do you think she's naive, or do you think that she has some reason to think she'll actually be able to do anything? Because I was trying to think of what is an olive branch type policy she could propose in her first, 6 months or whatever, that could get some portion of the other side on board.
That doesn't exist.
It just seems to me that there's nothing. There's
nothing.
That they,
and whenever a commentator says that on TV, like, the first thing she has to do is get out there and say, I am the president of all Americans. Fine. She can also draw a nice picture for them and say,
except for the deplorable ones.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No, but I mean, honestly,
but actually, in actuality,
that's rhetoric. But the fact is that any time spent, well, I mean, look, I think she and Chuck Schumer are going to get with Paul Ryan, and I think they're going to try and do this tax repatriation thing. And I'm not 100% sure it's all bad, frankly, but it depends on what we get. Now, my fear is that she's going to want to do it just to get it done, to put down some type of marker. It's quite possible that Paul Ryan may not even be speaker by come December. I mean, I think he's going to survive the first vote, but in January when they reconstitute, I don't know that he will. But all that said, it'll be interesting if Elizabeth Warren says, "Okay, I'll vote for this. I'll support this this tax holiday thing with the infrastructure bank, but I want Gary Gensler to be to have a top regulatory position." I mean,
right?
Who knows? And part of what we're going to do over the next week, at the very least, is just talk to some progressive organizers who are arguing these points. I mean, and what people will notice, because I'm still digging around for it, is that there's a lot of people who are organizing around these type of questions. But not so much around foreign policy, where I think we're going to need it more than even more so.
Yeah. Hey, I'm going to keep watching, but please ask John from San Antonio about Proposition 60 for me.
Okay, I will.
If there's any polling or whatever.
Okay. I appreciate it. That's
All
very
right, thanks, man.
it's very civic-minded of you, seeing as how you don't even live in California.
Yeah, but he's affected by the content that comes out of California. Do we want to revisit at some point the conversation about whether we're happy that Trump was the nominee still?
Oh, yeah. I personally, obviously it was fun.
It was a lot of fun. I was revisiting some of my favorite clips the other day, and they were pretty fun.
Watching him or watching yourself?
Watching both.
Okay.
No, but I was thinking specifically of the Bridgegate one, which we should play when Christie goes to jail, where he was just up on stage and he's just like, he knew about it. Come on,
yeah.
He knew about it.
I think my biggest hope, and I said this the night that he announced, was that mainstream media would come to realize who the Republican Party is. And I don't think that happened. What I think is also unfortunate is, and in some ways, I don't know, this cuts both ways. Look, we had a reverse of what we had in 2008. In 2008, the policy differences between the main candidates, the potential Democratic candidates, was literally it was just whether or not there should be a mandate in the Affordable Care Act. Everything else was exactly the same. And Obama didn't want a mandate, and Clinton did. And then I think the only other thing is that Obama was like, and I don't even know if he did this in the primary, frankly, the whole talk to our enemies thing. I think that was more the general.
No, that was first in the primary. She tried to capitalize on it.
Yeah, so, and I think maybe that was the only two differences that I can think of. In this primary, there was really very different visions. And I think Clinton moved to the left. I mean, I was on TYT earlier, and they're like, well, Clinton is tacked back to the center. What? If you take Hillary Clinton in November of 2015, she is to the right of where she is today in terms of stated policy.
Wouldn't you say actually significantly to the right? Like
in
far more
2014,
to the right.
In 2014, even more to the right. And so she is to the left of where she was. But during the general, she didn't have to talk about a single policy. So maybe that's why she didn't tack to the center in terms of policy. In terms of rhetoric and inviting, it was all like, apple pie and yada, yada,
I like how
yada.
you went into a Seinfeld or a Dennis Miller almost for that one. Apple pie.
But in some ways, had it been Ted Cruz, I feel like we would have had a more ideological general election, which I think is healthy for the country. Trump gave the Clinton campaign an opportunity to make it about just how this guy is a monster, as opposed to he wants to shut down abortion clinics, as opposed to making it more ideological. Which is not to say shutting down abortion clinics is really, maybe that's ideological, but I think that's a little bit, I don't know if that's really what I would consider ideological per se. But
I think it did expose, at least for some people, the nature of the Republican Party. But yeah, it obviously hasn't changed the narrative. What's funny is that inside the Republican Party, and they're going to use this as spin, but I've heard Republicans say like, "Oh, we really wanted to figure out whether to the extent there is even any difference." But people who supported Jeb wanted either Jeb to get the nomination or Ted Cruz, and then they could sort of test whether you would be overtly anti-immigrant or not. And so they're saying that Trump is just a big diversion from that debate versus a reflection of their party.
Well, I think that debate is not just a diversion from that debate. I think that has resolved that debate in that
yeah, exactly.
Does anybody really think that there's, I imagine there's going to be a couple of people, Mila is now...
how is she doing?
She's freaking out, literally right
She's
now.
Worrying. Did you have the "we're white, it's okay" conversation with her?
Yeah, I told her we're going to be fine no matter what happens with Donald Trump.
And that's my sort of segue to admit I did vote for Donald Trump. I went in there. I was, I'm white. Be good for numbers.
Hold on for 1 second. We're going to go to Amanda Turkle in a moment. Okay, let's see with that. All right.
I actually felt.
Oh my God! I can't believe.
What?
Mila, if you're watching the show, yes, okay, good. You're watching me. Will you please just chill for a moment? Just trust me, okay? Everything's going to be fine.
She's watching you.
She's texting me. It's.
I actually felt. I have to admit, I felt a bit better voting for Hillary than I expected I would.
Mila, I know how you feel, but I am a little calmed down, more so than I have been in the days leading up to today.
That's okay, sweetheart. Trump's going to win, but it's not a big deal.
Don't call her sweetheart, you weirdo.
All right.
That was very.
Now this is Mila. Now Mila is now saying she's seeing comments in YouTube, and she really appreciates it. And she says, "Tell them I love them all." Mila,
immediately close the commenting window. It's not.
Do not read the comments on YouTube. Please.
It's not healthy. It can make people upset about themselves.
Jesus.
Kelly says you're not
Christ.
allowed to watch the.
She's allowed to make her own decisions, but just don't. It's for grown-ups.
A lot of fragility here.
Yeah, YouTube comments are for grown-ups. All right, folks. Let's call Amanda Turkle. Hopefully, we're just keep my phone up, and we'll see.
Hello, this is Amanda.
Amanda, hi, it's Sam Cedar from the Majority Report. We're live right now. I hope that's okay.
Yeah, it's great talking to you.
All right, great. So you're in Washington, D.C. at HuffPo Central, I like to call it.
I am. We are all here getting ready for the big night. Lots of junk food and alcohol, and we're ready.
We don't have enough alcohol. We even have to send Michael out to get some beer or junk food.
Yeah.
All right. So wait, Amanda. So aside from just getting completely wasted and gorging yourselves on food, what are you guys looking for?
I mean, I think we're going to be looking for what everyone else is. How does Hillary and how does Trump do in those key swing states? We're obviously going to be watching Congress, especially those Senate races, things like Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Nevada, New Hampshire, Florida, all of those, to see how those do. And I feel like there's a big weight essentially on Democrats tonight. Hillary Clinton is the front runner. It's up to Democrats to take back the Senate. And so how, were they able to get enough people out and sort of sustain those strong early voting numbers that we saw?
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's the big question, right? And so let me ask you this. This is aside from the election. Like, how much sort of, I guess, organizing do you see going on right now in anticipation of this election? Because from my perspective, it feels like, relative to 2008, that the left, anyways, is fully mobilizing, at least in some sectors, relative to 2008. In 2008, it just seemed like this was like people were running a marathon and then ready to take a nap for, 18 months.
Yeah, I definitely don't think that's true this time. I mean, there's a few things playing into that. Not everyone on the left was thrilled with Hillary being the nominee. Obviously, there were a lot of progressives who wanted to see Bernie get the nomination, or at least wanted to make sure that Hillary's platform and what she was pursuing reflected these progressive values that Bernie was putting forward. And so I think that progressives are going to be watching Hillary to make sure that, the fact that she has stayed progressive through much of the campaign, that she actually does listen to more voices like Elizabeth Warren and Bernie Sanders and those more progressive voices, that it doesn't just evaporate after the campaign. So you have progressives watching out for that. There's going to be a big push by progressives to make sure that she nominates progressive captain appointments. I think if you see her put forward some more moderate people or more to people from her husband's administration who are less progressive, you're going to see a lot of mobilization and a lot of resistance from the left on that. You're also seeing the left, I think, mobilize quite a bit because, you know, the Republican Party, if Trump loses, it's going to be a mess. So you're going to see a lot of movement on the right trying to figure out, but I think the left is going to really try to take advantage of that and try to keep some of these Republicans who voted for Clinton away from the Republican Party in the future.
I've been struck by, you know, aside from the whole email brouhaha, and maybe that put everybody all hands on deck, but to a large extent, the Clinton campaign has been very no drama Obama, it seems to me. I mean, and maybe, I mean, I don't know, you know, like there hasn't been, there were moments, I guess, a couple of months ago, but not since the convention really, has there been like any questioning about whether or not Hillary Clinton should be the nominee or anything like that. I haven't heard anything from down ticket or, you know, any grumblings in the Senate because she very, it seems to me, the campaign was very specifically trying not to tie, for the most part, Donald Trump in with the rest of, you know, the Republicans, particularly Paul Ryan. And we didn't hear any public complaining about that. Did you hear any, like with anybody that you talked to on the Hill or in that in and about D.C.? I don't know if you guys like go to like happy hours and get. You know, I mean, I know Sam Stein likes to get people drunk and then get them to talk, but I mean, I know.
Yes, that is Sam's strategy. But I think that it is very different than 2008. You know, as you alluded to, the Clinton campaign was honestly a mess. You had people complaining all the time. You had morale was really low. People were leaving the campaign, which was a big difference from the Obama campaign, which was no drama. You know, you didn't have a lot of leaking. People were happy working together, and it showed. They ended up winning the primary and winning the presidency. You know, I think Robbie Mook, as campaign manager, has done a really good job. People really like him. He's been good for morale. He had a strategy early on. He stuck to it. And you haven't heard a lot of the grumblings. You know, I think that, you know, the people I've talked to who work on the Hillary campaign, you know, they may not agree with every decision all the time, but that's true in politics no matter whom you work for. But in general, I think people have been happier and have been energized. And I think there's been a real recognition by the Democratic Party that because the Republican side is such a mess, they need to be the opposite, you know, sort of buck the old stereotype that the Democratic Party is always a mess. And I think Bernie Sanders deserves a lot of credit for this because his supporters were really looking to him about what they should do after he lost the primary. Should they all go to Jill Stein? Should they continue to protest Hillary? But he, you know, more than anyone or just as much as anyone has been out there saying, I'm with Hillary. We need to elect her, you know, stop this stuff about voting for a third-party candidate. And so Bernie's done a really, really good job with that.
I mean, is there a sense there that he has more stature amongst his Senate colleagues? I mean, is Chuck Schumer just sort of in some way in the back of his head saying, God, I wish that that Bernie had gone a little bit more rogue in some ways because now I've got to give him that chairmanship and I have no excuses.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely owe Bernie, honestly. But he has, you know, I think has a significant amount of stature now with his colleagues, you know, and, you know, when Bernie wants to hold a press conference or something on the Hill, you know, you're going to get a lot of reporters going far more than before he ran. He was always a progressive senator, but he was competing with people like Sherrod Brown, Elizabeth Warren, and now Bernie has this national following on his own. And so when he wants to push for something, you know, you can bet that the Clinton administration, if she wins, is going to be listening.
Have you heard anything about who's going to be in the cabinet? I mean, are you hearing any talk at all?
I mean, you know, the Clinton people aren't addressing this a lot. You're hearing some speculation. You know, I think we're hearing a lot around the Treasury stuff.
Who are you hearing about at Treasury? Have you heard it?
You know, I think names out there that some progressives are more happy with, you know, maybe someone like Gary Gensler, for example. People are less happy with someone maybe like Sheryl Sandberg from Facebook, which is, yes, sort of an out-of-the-box pick. I don't think as many people. So, it's very.
Do they
early
put
for
out
that.
a name like Sheryl Sandberg just as a way of basically saying, like, hey, if we come up with somebody who's a little bit more benign and, under the radar, people are going to be psyched. I mean, don't they put out Sheryl Sandberg just as a way of saying, like, look how bad it could be?
That, or they're testing in, maybe they don't realize that there will be, such a negative reaction. And, you have to remember in D.C., a lot of times people float themselves. I've definitely, had names floated to me for cabinet positions or other, jobs. And the person who is floating this is the person themselves, and they want to get their name out there. So a lot of times you don't always know where these are coming from. Some are put out by the campaign, some are put out by allies of the person, some are put out by the person themselves. It's right now. It's very early. Just a lot of speculation.
What about me? Have you heard about anybody talking about me?
Like?
I mean, I do Treasury Secretary.
That would be an exciting job for you, right?
What about defense? What about Secretary of Defense?
Secretary of Defense would be a big one.
I mean, just spread it around. I mean, let's all decide on some.
But you'd have to give up your show.
Not necessarily. I mean.
Welcome to the Defense Report with Sam Seder. It's not that complicated.
No, it's this is a no-brainer. It seems to me. All right. Well, so have you heard? Here's the other question I have for you. I mean, it is very easy for me to name off, to tick off the names of organizations, of people, of senators who are going to be pushing Hillary Clinton to the left on a whole host of domestic and economic issues, right? Elizabeth Warren, Sherrod Brown, Bernie Sanders, groups like the PCCC, Our Revolution, folks like Becky Bond and is going to be out there developing some organization, I'm sure. Credo is going to be pushing. All these organizations which are already, it seems to me, primed to mobilize on not even day one, I think literally tomorrow, but on issues of foreign policy, who will be that senator that will constrain Hillary Clinton and Chuck Schumer for that matter, right? I mean, Chuck Schumer, who is going to be who could very well be the head of or I should say the Senate leader. Was against the Iran deal. So where's it going to come from the other side? Do you have any ideas?
Well, I think that, if progressives get their way tonight, they'll get Russ Feingold back in the Senate from Wisconsin. And he voted against the Iraq War. He voted against the Patriot Act. He is, one of the, sort of loudest progressive voices when it comes to foreign policy, and I think he will be an important voice to have back in the Senate. Again, if he wins tonight, as he's been leading in the polls, so Feingold will be there as sort of the progressive conscience if he wins.
All right. Well, and what about organizations?
Organizations, I'm not as familiar with those, but I think you have J Street pushing back quite a bit on the left. And, my old employer, the Center for American Progress, has tried to sort of stake out a progressive foreign policy positions. And I know that sometimes they're not as far to the left as some people would like. But, I think the left for a long time has, sort of gone back and forth when it comes to foreign policy. For a while, Democrats wanted to show that they were tough, that Republicans didn't own foreign policy. You could be a progressive and, sort of support strength. And I think the Iraq War really flipped that and, turned a lot of people, that's not necessarily what we want to do. So Clinton is, I think a lot of progressives have long been skeptical of her and her foreign policy. And so people will be watching that pretty closely. Tim Kaine will be her vice president. He has long been a voice for making sure that wars get authorization from Congress, and he said that he is going to push for that even when he's in the administration.
That's good to hear. All right, last question. How drunk is Ryan Grim right now? I mean, is he even able to stand?
Is he on shrooms?
Well, he is excited for these pot legalization measures tonight, and I don't know.
Is that all he's doing? Is he just sitting on the pot legalization desk right now and just?
probably. I don't see him right now. So that it's a good question about where he is.
It's probably in the stairwell. With his like 6-foot bong. That's probably my guess.
I gotta take this hydrogen bong for a second, man, before I process the Nate Silver tweets. Hold on 1 second.
Yes, that's right. He's getting high, and he's tweeting Nate Silver. All right. Well,
bad regression, man.
Amanda Turkle, thank you so much. I really appreciate your time tonight.
Great, thank you.
Bye-bye. All right, so there's the view from Washington, D.C. In about 20 minutes or so, we're going to talk to Michael Scher. We're starting to see some numbers come in, folks. It looks like Hillary Clinton is really trailing badly with 1% of votes in Kentucky. All right.
Big league.
Hold on for 1 second.
Kentucky's a great place.
Might as well deal with this right now.
Why? Is this more family stuff?
Yeah. Well, I'm going to...
Roger Stone's Stone Cold Politics has every state going for Trump, at least early so far.
Stone Cold...
Didn't he just say that... didn't he just say that he felt that Trump did a bad job in on his campaign? Didn't he just say that? I thought I just read that. Maybe I'm wrong.
I haven't seen that. I'll look. You did a terrible job, and my NDA doesn't stand.
Polls close.
I love Roger
in
Stone.
6 states at 7 p.m. I mean, the first one's going to be New Hampshire. If she wins New Hampshire, then people have to feel fairly confident.
I mean, I just cannot picture her losing New Hampshire.
But then the real issue is going to be North Carolina. And if she wins New Hampshire and North Carolina, and then Florida.
We're just talking margin, right?
It's
How
margin.
big a blowout is this?
Right. If those three states go, I mean, Florida, New Hampshire and North Carolina, it seems to me highly unlikely that we're going to see anything but a blowout. And it's just a question.
There might even be some Drake music and a lot of gloating.
All right, I just told Mila to call in. But Kelly's going to throw up if Mila calls in. So,
can you go to the bathroom to do that, please? No.
Can we switch the camera around? Yes, I do. Pizza and beer would be good. You know the place we get it from, right?
I am it to me, but you also got to give me the card.
All right, hold on for a second. Let's get this going. Hi, you're on the Majority Report. Who am I speaking to?
Hi, I'm Mila Cedar.
Okay, hello, Mila. Now I want you to just I want you to just. We're going to make this quick, sweetie, because we're doing a radio show here. Okay.
What? Frank?
All right. Don't put on your what's the name of that YouTube star that you listen to? Miranda Sings. Okay.
Miranda Sings.
Yes. All right. So Mila, what's going on? You're feeling a little anxious?
Yes, very anxious. Feel like I'm gonna throw up.
All right. Well, you and Kelly can throw up together. Did you just hear her say that? Is that why you're saying that?
Okay. So I just saw the first polls, and I'm like freaking out, y'all.
What polls are you talking about?
I don't know, the ones that are on one of the news things for you.
Well, Mila, these are just results that have come in shortly, so you don't have to wait. Let's wait and hear what New Hampshire is, all right?
Oh, my gosh, wait. Mila, you love Miranda Sings?
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, I do Miranda Sings.
Well, because I just found out about her because she just got that new show. And I watched.
Yeah, it's super good.
I watched only the first episode, and for the first half of it, I was a little bit I don't know. But then when they were in the fish store, then I was sold on the
so
whole
I think
thing.
that Kelly, I think you have the info on the card, and you order the pizza, and I'll take the physical card and get the beer.
We'll set up.
Okay.
We'll set up a play date.
Why
all right, Mila.
Can't we talk about?
No, we're not going to talk about
because the fate of the Republic is in front of us, and we're talking.
Look, right now, 0-0 is the score, and so
all's going to be well. Mila, just hang on and don't spend too much time on your phone, please.
I'm doing homework.
Okay, good. Keep doing your homework.
The homework's not going to matter after I win.
Shut up! Oh my God, no.
He's going to lose. He's going to lose. He's going to lose,
right.
Mila. It's okay. He's going to lose.
All
I
right,
promise.
sweetie. I'll talk to you later. Call in later after.
Love you.
Love you too.
Bye.
All right, bye-bye. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Let's go to the let's take another call. Maybe this will be Saul.
Dad, I got my pacifier out of my mouth here. I'm a little freaked. The exit polls in Iowa, I'm a little unsettled about. How's it looking?
Are you calling from a what? What number is this? 266? What is this?
Oh, sorry. Calling on Skype, so it's a thing that I don't recognize.
All right. Who's this?
This is Triggered Trump, and I'm a bit behind, so I got some comments from episodes last week. So, Sam, you did a great impression of Alex Jones doing an impression of Hillary Clinton doing an impression of Cthulhu.
Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate it.
But you did undermine your core brand proposition, so I was a little disappointed.
How did I do that?
You remember
best
the
call
phrase,
ever.
core brand proposition.
How did I undermine it?
By remembering the phrase core brand proposition.
Oh, right.
I count
Okay.
on you
All
to
right, fair enough.
And you know what that is? That's a brand F-up.
Oh, I've integrated that into my core brand proposition.
Oh, you're trying to pivot your brand for a core brand proposition.
I've pivoted my core brand proposition into knowing the term core brand proposition. Just layered that on.
Nice general election pivot. A little late, though.
My co-centric brand. Yes.
But so last week I was also watching Bill Maher because I guess I hate myself.
Right, I understand.
And his final plea to millennials to go vote for Clinton was essentially, we boy cried wolfed in 2008 and 2012.
Are you fucking kidding me?
But
Yes, I saw
Trump
this.
Trump is really, really dangerous. So really trust us this time and go vote against him.
Well, I mean,
I just wanted to hear your thoughts on this.
You know, I saw that clip. I'm going to let you go, and I will address that. I saw that clip where Bill Maher said this. Like, you know, he said specifically, the words are, in fact, I tweeted about this. He said specifically, my life wouldn't have been that different, or our life wouldn't have been that different if Mitt Romney had been elected, which I think is really, you know, true. I don't think Bill Maher's life would have been measurably different other than perhaps a tax cut. So, yeah, I think, look, the problem with Donald Trump, he is a horrible, I really do think he's like a horrible person. Do I think Mitt Romney is a horrible person? No, I just think that he would be a horrible president and has a horrible perspective on the world that has been both sheltered and narrow, and he doesn't even have the awareness of that. I mean, I have no problem, frankly. I mean, I think, you know, FDR's, well, I don't think actually FDR's life was that sheltered as Mitt Romney, not even close. But I do think I've come across people who, you know, like Elliot Spitzer. I think he probably led a fairly sheltered life. But he was...
Until I didn't.
Well, but I think he was very aware of where he came from. And he was aware of the advantages he had. And he was aware of what wealth does for one's status in the world, and saw that not just in himself but in other people. And I don't think Mitt Romney had that, and that makes him, it seems to me, very dangerous if you are amongst the literally tens, if not in this country, hundreds of millions of people who are vulnerable to having a president like that. And so I don't think he's a bad person, but Mitt Romney. But yes, I think that, like, in a political campaign, that candidate represents, at least ideologically speaking, a worldview. And you should, you know, obviously you make your trade-off, right? Like, you know, I think to a certain extent, Hillary Clinton is immersed in a similar world. She has, I think, a clearer idea of that. I mean, like in one of those speeches she gave, she said, like, I don't live a middle-class life anymore. I've lost touch with that. And at least she
her
had
for that, which was the exact opposite wrong conclusion.
That was
she was just demonstrating self-awareness, like you're saying.
And I think I do think that she has a sort of like a pathology in terms of chasing money.
Well,
and I think that also is a pathology that leads her to believe that those who have it already may have some special prowess that they don't have.
But even Obama, several years, what did he say about the Goldman? So they're good businessmen, guys. They're clever. I mean, that's a pathology of that whole sort of neoliberal careerist class. But really quick, I just think it's interesting that you're making that point about Bill Maher. And actually, I mean, I know we trash him a lot, but I like Bill Maher in some ways and dislike him a lot in others. But it's a real shame that, I mean, he did the exact opposite of what you were saying you hoped the media would do as a satirist and a comedian, let alone, an objective, quote unquote, objective news source. It's kind of depressing that he would come out with that nonsense.
The point is, Donald Trump did not float down from the air. Donald Trump was not sent to the Republican Party by some type of mind meld machine that George Soros developed in the basement of the Center for American Progress.
I would be careful about how much detail of that sort of thing you let out into the public, Sam.
Everybody knows that's just a gym down there. There's a couple of yoga mats.
Mr. Soros.
And a Nautilus machine.
I'm sorry, Mr. Soros.
Do they still have Nautilus machines?
I don't know what a Nautilus machine is.
That's what it was when
Is that like an elliptical?
I don't know. To be honest with
No,
you, I just know
what
people
could you
would talk
explain
about.
what a not like is?
It's like a workout machine. I don't know.
Okay, but like, what does it do? Are you running on it? What are you doing? Okay.
I never went in and examined it.
Well,
I just knew
okay, Maya Lansky, fine.
It was just one of those things that people would
Let's
talk
ask
about.
Michael Shore. He's a nice boy. Maybe
that
he'll
guy's,
know.
That guy's got a Nautilus machine, or that guy's got a thing that allows them to have access to a Nautilus machine. And I was just aware that it was a workout thing. Not so much.
Not
Hold on for a second.
good.
Tell me which number you'll be calling from.
A Nautilus machine is one of those like multi-gym things
it's a workout.
where you have like the bars to pull down. You can do your leg
Yeah, that's
press.
what it was. That's what it was. And there was something else they had there too. Like, so one station was like this, and then one station was like this, and then that's it. I mean, I haven't done any exercise in I think in about 15 years.
I mean, that's true.
No, it is true.
It is very true.
It's not. I'm not bragging.
Matt,
I'm lamenting.
Did you feel better than you
Weights.
expected to feel voting for Hillary?
Weights, you lazy putz.
No, I like that New York allows the working families party
Yeah,
ticket.
I felt great.
I did vote
voted
green for Senate, though.
just because F Chuck Schumer.
Yeah.
I get it. I had that thought.
Let me tell you something. That may be going around.
I had that thought.
That may be going around.
That is, I have to say, I did vote for Chuck Schumer, and that is the most sort of personally awkward I ever felt voting for anybody.
Look,
I just figured
if I thought
I'm just
that
going
Chuck
straight
Schumer,
working
if I thought
family.
that Chuck Schumer could lose to a Republican in New York, I would have voted for him. But there are just some things, and this was one of them that I just I could not do.
Yeah, I should have voted green. I don't know why. I just figured. I just said I'm going full working families party, whatever. And I think honestly, I had that moment of considering green, and no lie, I actually had a split second where I thought of Jill Stein's response to you, and I was so
It was
just
upsetting.
sort of like
It was
"Ugh,
really upsetting.
Fuck this whole thing.
I was really, I mean, you know, I think like I was genuinely upset by that answer
because it was genuinely upsetting.
Well, because I was asking the question to get like, okay, this is going to make it tough for me. I'm going to have to decide between the WFP and the Green Party here, and then all of a sudden it made it very easy for me, and then I don't feel comfortable. If I'm not conflicted about something, then I just feel like I might as well just go home.
And what is conflicted?
You're calling from a 661 area code. Who's this?
Hey, this is Bernie Sandwiches in the red state of California. I'm calling because I want to call about Prop 60. Trying to I don't want to risk this becoming the condoms and porn show.
Well,
but I want
has.
to set the record straight on that.
Okay.
Which is that you were correct. It is illegal in California for adult actors or adult films actors to appear without condoms.
All right.
But at the moment, as the law stands now, it is the actor who is criminally liable if they appear without a condom, and it is up to the actors to buy the condoms themselves. This proposition would make it so that the producers are liable instead of the actors.
Well, I'm not
basically just like every
Well, I
other
totally
workplace
oppose that.
protection we have out there.
Yeah. All right. Then I think people should vote in favor for that. I mean, because obviously, the problem with making the actors liable for this is, I'm not so concerned about having to show up with your own condoms. It would probably be better if they didn't, but I don't know what the nature of if people are contractors or what in those situations, in entertainment or whatnot. But if you put the onus on the actors, the producers are just going to be like, I'm not going to hire you. You just got to, you've got to take the risk. The risk has to be with the producer. The violation
Which is
has
exactly
to be
which is exactly what we already see in California. There's been actually several different groups that have reported to OSHA about it, saying that they have these untenable work conditions and people who are being pressured by producers to not wear condoms because it sells the porn better, I guess. And that's a problem, and that's kind of the whole reason this prop was proposed. The problem is that, unfortunately, with the current polling and just the attitude around the state, the Yes campaign is a mess. They did a terrible job, as you may have noticed, by the fact that you didn't even know that that's what the prop was about.
Well, to be fair, I'm in New York.
But Sam, may I ask you a question?
People in California have the same problem.
Right.
But may I ask a question?
All right. Well, I appreciate the call. I feel like
Of course, thank you.
We have a level of depth.
If you are anything other than a cock, which I know is very generous to speak to you in this manner.
You're talking to me.
Don't condoms ruin the scene. Hashtag make America great again.
Fat checker. With Trump's Christian coalition praying for his win, does loss prove God doesn't care? Dr. Lee, why can't all states be like Oregon? Automatic registration, vote by mail, once registered, no ID required. A Square, hello, Majority Report. I went to a rally in Philly last night, spoke with campaign volunteers. Sounds like you're right, Sam. Ohio not looking good for Clinton. Yeah,
she is going to win Ohio.
Oh, there you go. We're going to probably hear from, well, let me put it this way. I spoke to I texted with someone who was doing some election watching in Philly, and they had incredible turnout in Philly. I mean, Pennsylvania, they always say it's going to go. It's like I think we already said this. Like
no,
the Jews.
You haven't said it on air. Sorry. Go ahead.
It's like the Jews. Like every year, every election, you hear like, are the Jews going to vote Republican? And the answer is no.
No, we are not.
And that's also the other thing is like, is Pennsylvania finally going to go? No, it's not. Even with the threat of the strike, the public transport. I'm out in the BK, 40 minutes, longest ever at PS 261 in Borum Hill. Is it just psychology, or everyone else think that Trump's hands look smaller than even before? Maybe he hasn't had time for collagen injections. I emailed Majority Reporters a suggestion to listen to Glenn Beck climbing onto his cross and nailing to it on NPR on the media. I wonder if Bob Garfield will speak to you about that surreal interview. I haven't heard it, but I heard it was amazing.
It's incredible. It is absolutely. We'll do it tomorrow. But I mean, everything that you've objected to in the Glenn Beck elite New York
Bob
media
Garfield
rehabilitation, Bob Garfield's just like, no, I'm completely not having it. It's incredible.
Puke, Chuck Todd article on MSNBC. As election day arrives, plenty of blame to go around. I don't even know what that means. Voted WFP all around except for Green for Senate. I know nothing about the candidate, but that's better than Chuck. Look, I don't
Probably
want to...
Probably right.
I do not remember the name.
Laverne Wilson, I think it was.
In this type of situation, okay, let me tell you why, hypothetically, I would have voted that way. because the idea that the WFP line or the Democratic line would get X amount of votes and Chuck Schumer would get Y, that to me, I think it's very healthy. I think, Chuck Schumer needs a course correction. And something like that.
It's going to take a lot more than that.
It's gonna. But, I mean, like I say, no danger that I don't even know who his Republican opponent was.
I don't know.
Europe is no better. In and out in a second, Michael. That's what she said. Ha, 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 ha. You just need to work on stamina bigly. It sounds like Sam needs a jetpack. You know who else was accidentally successful? Caesar.
Great guy. Actually, did you ever read? No. There's revision. I can't forget who it was, but there's revisionist histories of Caesar. That supposedly Caesar was actually a sort of progressive populist in Rome, and the reason he had such a bad rep is because the aristocrats hated him.
That's what's going to happen with Bernie Sanders.
The aristocrats will try to write me out of history.
All right, let's. I'm going to give a call to Michael Schur as the parade continues. Is he really? Oh no, I almost dialed the wrong number.
We know how we're going to begin this interview, right, Sam?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
All right, we'll get him.
Yep.
Hi, it's Michael.
Michael, it's Sam Cedar from the Majority Report. We're live.
Hey, Michael. This is Michael Brooks too.
Do you need me to call you back?
Hey, how are you, Michael? Yeah, in like 20 seconds. I didn't. Is that okay?
Sure, I'll call you back in 20 seconds.
I'm just moving phones. Okay, thanks.
Okay. This is why that guy got his, with all due respect, his rumpus handed to him by a couple of conservatives. I saw
on that Boston show, because it's sort of like that lack of. Have you said rumpus anytime? I think that's the first time I've ever heard you say
I think I
that.
just read Saul, Where the Wild Things Are, like too many times. And now the wild rumpus.
You should take him to the Where the Wild Things Are museum up in Amherst.
What?
There's one in Hampshire
I had
College.
no idea. What?
Yep. The guy who what's the name of do you know the name of the guy who illustrated it and wrote it?
Sendak? Maurice Sendak?
No, I don't think it's Maurice. Well, at any
Isn't
rate,
it?
I don't know. I don't remember the guy's name, but there's a museum that includes that art up at Hampshire College.
I had no idea.
Maybe Michael will be ready now.
Oh, let's see if these guys. These TYT guys.
Yeah, a little tits a little off.
Hey, guys.
Michael Schur.
Hey, Michael.
TYT. Welcome to the program. Hey, Michael, we got
to be on the program.
We got to start off by saying,
we
love you.
This is a little awkward,
but man, you got trounced by those right-wing guys from Boston.
And I never even heard of that show. And I just feel like you need to come in with a little more prep, man.
Yeah, it was embarrassing. But Brian Williams had his thing, and I don't know. To me, that's kind of what just happens when you're out there a lot. I'd rather not talk about it.
No, I understand. Of course not. It must have been difficult. But Michael, we still think you're great, even though. But let's not.
We're liberals, so we forgive.
Right.
Even though it was, frankly,
it
was a mess.
And
it
I
was
also
sad.
have to say, thank you for still having me on, because a lot of people, obviously, you can imagine, are.
You're radioactive
ready to
now.
have me
You're
on.
radioactive.
We had a very
Completely
long meeting about it.
Yeah. Well.
So, Michael, what is 49%? According to Fox News, 49% of exit goers, I guess, have a unfavorable view of the Democratic Party. 56% unfavorable view of the Republican Party. Let's start with this. Shouldn't that number have been closer to 75% with Donald Trump as their nominee?
Yes, except for the fact that so many of the people that are now involved in that party are involved in that party because of him having stood up to that party. So I think that muddles it a little bit. And I'm not I think I have a good time with these numbers and digesting them and going over them, but I think a lot of it has to do with, I'm surprised that there is a lot of positivity at all about the Republicans, even from diehard Republicans right now. But I do think that those numbers don't surprise me because of the fact that he is a reaction to dissatisfaction with the party from people within the party. So they're more apt to now say that they have a favorable view because they've made him the nominee. So I think it muddles the numbers. But listen, I mean, people don't like these candidates very much. The people that do like them a lot, but there's not a lot of broad appeal.
No, but I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about this massive missed opportunity to really. I mean, look, there's two issues here. One is there is no doubt in my mind if Paul Ryan and Mitch McConnell had the moral courage to have said, 6 months ago, Donald Trump is horrible, and it stayed that way, then Donald Trump, then the media would have very early on felt like they had license to really go after Donald Trump in the way that they ultimately finished. Okay. But put that aside. I mean, look, I don't ever think that politicians would have moral courage, regardless of what party they are. I just don't. I'm not. Some do, and I'm happy to let them surprise me. But it seems to me the Clinton campaign basically gave Paul Ryan, the greatest possible gift, which is we're not going to hang Donald Trump around you, and that would have been so easy, it seems to me, to do.
Yeah, I think it's too early to say that. Yes, it would have been easy to do. There were some attempts by surrogates to Hillary Clinton, notably Jennifer Granholm, notably also the escaping me right now, not Tammy Duckworth, but another elected official in Wisconsin who was trying to make sure that, in fact, they were going to make it difficult for Paul Ryan not to endorse. That was their way of doing it, right? So Paul Ryan danced around and said he supported the nominee, never really used his name. But here's the thing. I think that when this all begins again, Paul Ryan's going to stake out different ground, and Hillary Clinton will stake out different ground should she win tonight. So it gets redefined. There are missed opportunities. Every election is full of missed opportunities. Should have, would have, should have gone to this state, should have gone in the face of that person, should have jumped on this
should have
issue.
prepped for Ken, and Ken.
Exactly. So there are all these kind of regrets that come out of these things. But in the end, if she wins, she's going to have to deal with Mitch McConnell for a little bit. But and certainly he'll either be minority or majority leader in the Senate. And presumably, if Ryan escapes an election in the House for his speakership, then she'll have to deal with him, and then they can stake their ground out. He's not really; he's only incidental to her as she's running for president. I don't think it would. She wasn't looking to make the party unpopular. This campaign was run on Donald Trump. Both were, and so that's really what it came down to. It was an anomalous campaign in that way, in my opinion.
Well, let me just add, I don't want to get too caught up on this, but don't you think that had she made Donald Trump own Paul Ryan's agenda, she would have had both the benefit of slamming that agenda and making that agenda toxic, and or forcing Donald Trump to deal with another front, essentially, as Paul Ryan would have had to actively distance himself from Trump or risk his agenda being tainted by Donald Trump?
I mean, it's possible. Yeah, the short answer is yes, but the other answer is you run the campaign you're given. In other words, you run against the candidate that's opposing you, and this time it was Donald Trump, and Donald Trump made it so that issues and I guess power trading and agendas and things like that were never part of the dialogue in this campaign, unlike any other campaign that any of us have seen before. I mean, even if you look at Romney and Obama and you look at the substance of both their debates and their actual debates and the macro debate they were having, it was about those things. It was about agenda. It was about Congress. That's the way it's done. And Trump's supporters said that's not the way it's going to go this time. Trump himself said it. Hard to wrest that away from him. 16 other candidates tried to do it too. tried to say, hey, what are you going to do when you get to Washington and you're going to have to deal with our Congress, you're going to deal with our speaker. It didn't work. So Hillary Clinton learned, I think, a little bit, or the Democratic campaign, whoever's it was, would have learned, let's not tangle with him on this. Let's tangle with him. Let's let him get caught up in his own tangle. I think that's really the way they chose to go. But I'm not disagreeing with you. It would have been a way to go. It would have been a substantive way to go. But I don't think this campaign lent itself to that.
All right. So, Michael, give me a sense of what are you looking at right now as you sit there?
The states that I'm looking at early, I'm going to look at Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. Because if Hillary Clinton holds strong in those three states, it's indicative to me that's kind of the direction it's going to go tonight. After that, I'm going to obviously look at Florida and North Carolina. I'm not going to spend so much time on Iowa because if those other ones go toward Secretary Clinton, then it's going to be like, well, it doesn't really matter what happens in Ohio. I said I tweeted out sort of tongue-in-cheek earlier. If like early on you see Iowa goes to Hillary Clinton, then I'm going to watch the Ranger game. I mean, because that just to me indicates that nothing is going to be going right for Trump tonight. I don't think that's a state that operates in a quirky way.
If she wins Iowa, that would be. It seems to me. I don't know what state he could win that would even be remotely in play.
Then it's a game over, right? Then it's a game over situation. I mean, listen, obviously, we can always say, but there's not a lot of but ifs tonight for Donald Trump. Everything has to go right. It's happened for different candidates at different times, but there's nothing to indicate that everything is going to go right for him.
What's your sense of the Senate?
Well, the Senate race. I mean, I picked it at 52-48, and the limb that I went out on was Roy Blunt losing his race in Missouri, Russ Feingold hanging on, and Maggie Hassan in New Hampshire winning that race. And I had Evan Bayh losing in Indiana as well. So,
it's funny that you say that because with 2% in, he's down already 13,000 votes. But I mean, who knows?
Yeah, you never know.
But those are rural
that's
first, right?
Really,
right?
Isn't that?
You never know. State by state, they count them differently. That could have been early. That could have been mail. That could have been one county.
Right.
You don't know. But my sense is that he lost control of that campaign, and that Roy Blunt, in a sense, who has more to lose and had a lot more control, lost control of that race in Missouri. And so if that's the case, it's 52-48. If I'm wrong and it goes 51-49 or 50-50, it's still good for the Democrats if they win the White House. So I do see the Senate switching hands.
All right, game this out for us. The Democrats win the Senate. Maybe it's 50-50, and Tim Kaine spends a lot of time making votes. Maybe it's 51-49, whatever it comes out. What happens with, let's just start with the Supreme Court. I mean, do you anticipate them getting rid of the filibuster for SCOTUS? I would imagine if they do that, there's back channels knowing that Ginsburg is going to make some type of conditional retirement. I'm anticipating she's going to do this in early spring, maybe even like late winter. What is your sense on this?
Well, I think that my sense of Ginsburg is I don't think she wants to go anywhere, and I don't think she's going to tie her, deportment on this to any kind of a deal with the White House or with the Senate. I think she would want to keep it apolitical and just leave if she were going to leave. I don't see that happening. I think it would have happened under Obama. Where she's sort of leaning in that direction. Again, I may be wrong about that, and maybe had Scalia not died, she would have stepped down. I don't know. But I think that the Clinton will probably try not to, knowing what her history is, not to rock a boat right out of the gate. So going after the filibuster, playing hardball, I think the Democrats would be really smart if they win by a lot or a little, but I'm talking about if they win by a lot, that whatever the result is not a mandate for Hillary Clinton tonight. It would be a mandate against Donald Trump. So I think that there has to be, for a moment anyway, a kind of, exhaling and then seeing where the chips fall, and then maybe working on something like the filibuster. I wouldn't do it out of the gate if I were her. I wouldn't advise it. because I think they just have to see what the disposition of people like Mitch McConnell and the other Republicans are on issues like this. Already, you have some senators saying this is an embarrassment. We should have pushed Merrick Garland in already. And if she wins and it moves on, then we're going to go with that. So I think they're distancing themselves from the people who say, we don't have to ever confirm one.
Well, they'll have the lame duck to do that. But I mean, honestly, this mandate stuff. Honestly. What I mean, for whom does she need to establish a mandate? Look.
But I'm saying that she wouldn't have a mandate.
But I'm just saying, there's no such. I don't think there's such a thing as a mandate. I mean, Barack Obama.
Well, Democrats don't really know what to do with a mandate. I mean,
but that's
Democrats
the thing. Is
I bet they do know what to do with a mandate.
Well, but the Republicans don't know what to do when they lack a mandate, right? I mean. Barack Obama got elected in what was, in modern times, as close to a landslide as we may see. Although tonight, who knows? But
I think it might be bigger.
You took back the House, you took back the Senate. Within months, to be fair, 9 months, you got a filibuster-proof majority in the Senate. Compare that with George Bush, who got less popular votes than Al Gore. In the opinion of me, was selected to be president by 5 Republicans on the Supreme Court. And by within 7 months, he had already done a major tax cut.
Yeah. No. I think it's right because he had these Democrats going along with him. And they behaved as if he had a mandate. They were trying, and the Democrats, to their fault, have tried always to play the compromise game. Republicans, the moment Obama was elected, said we're not going to compromise. That was successful for them, and so when you had George Bush there, he behaved as if he had a mandate. He governed for a while as if he had a mandate. Then, in fact, he did have a mandate because of 9/11. But even before that, and I know you're talking about before that, Sam, that's the different way that they approached politics from the way Democrats did. Even when it came to Supreme Court, nominations, even when it came to Samuel Alito, there was just this feeling that they could ram down whatever they wanted to ram down, even with a Democratic Congress. So I do think, though, that that there's going to be there will be a period of time, and if history tells us anything, the Democrats will acquiesce more to the Republicans than the opposite. But I do think that this period of time where they do take a breather and they do exhale is going to allow Democrats to feel out how they need to go about it. Because I think that the Republicans themselves are going to, say we have to move past Trump in the same way Democrats are in some regards. It doesn't mean that, let's put a liberal court out there, but let's behave a little bit differently than our nominee did.
Michael, can I just ask a quick question, though? I hear what you're saying, but don't you think the other big challenge of that is that when you look just even at the fact that, so we know that tonight, no matter what happens, even if it's a major blowout for Clinton, Democrats take the Senate, Republicans will keep the House regardless just because of gerrymandering. And you have a situation where you just have this sort of situation where there's, even if you have this sort of, because this already happened in 2012, right? There was the intellectual recognition that at the very least we need to, appear not to be racist. Or I have a friend who's a Republican strategist, and he even just understands, and to his credit and to be fair to him, he does not want them. He's not supporting Trump. He doesn't want the party to be racist. But he also recognizes tactically, when you reach out to African Americans, even if you're not going to get African American votes, you are sending a message to Indian Americans that maybe you're not bigots, right? But when you're running in these House districts where the message that really resonates is the Trump message, it seems like you have a really conflicting incentive structure, which we already see with all these other things, which is that your immediate reward is doing Trump-style politics, even if it maybe damages some long-term national project. But your immediate needs, Republican primaries and predominantly Republican districts, are going to reward this stuff.
Well, they are, and that's why that's given rise to the power of the Freedom Caucus in the House, that group of members of Congress, Republicans, who have sort of taken hold of the Republicans and what we consider, or what are traditionally thought of as moderate Republicans, which I think was put in better terms by establishment Republicans, because they weren't moderate. They were only moderate against this Freedom Caucus. They weren't moderate otherwise, and people have allowed them to sort of appear moderate just because they're next to this, Goliath of a group in the Freedom Caucus. So I think you're right. But I think that has to be worked out among Republicans in Congress before it has to be worked out kind of electorally or even with the Democrats. The Republicans, that's going to be what they have to reckon with. They're going to have to reckon with is the Trump wing of our party that just got defeated soundly. I mean, we're ahead of the game, but I'm in this hypothesis that's defeated soundly. Our agenda got defeated soundly by them in 2012. How do we fix this? And it's not just by kowtowing to that part of their party. And listen, members are going to get reelected from those districts all the time, whether Donald Trump comes along or not. And it's gerrymandering. I happen to think gerrymandering is overrated. I think the power of incumbency is also distorts the way that the Congress behaves. And that, one thing that Donald Trump has tapped into that Republicans didn't like was term limits in Congress. But, that to a lot of people made a lot of sense, and that's why it didn't go anywhere with the Republicans, because they didn't want that. But yeah, I know what you're saying, Michael. I think that it's not going to. I think some of the same battles are still going to be fought, but there's going to be a post-Trump mood that's going to force Republicans to deal with things differently, and Democrats are going to be able to at least react to it rather than kind of sort of push through.
I think that's going to last about 15 minutes. And I don't mean that even. I don't even think. I'm not even. Right. I'm not even saying that like
literally in the course of a Fox News segment. We should stop being bigoted. You know what? Here's what we need to do. We need to ban Mexican lesbian kids from using our bathrooms.
Right. Like I think Brett Baer may say that at like 5:45 a.m. tomorrow, but then by 6, Fox and Friends will be on, and they'll just pretend like Donald Trump never existed. And they're just going to start.
I'm not talking about the media, though. I'm talking about the people in the House of Representatives. I'm talking about the minority.
But there's no incentive for them to do that. I mean, there's zero incentive for them to do that. If there was any incentive for them to really distance themselves from the Trump portion of their party, they would have done it. They would have done it already. All these people are up for a re-election right now.
Well.
And so
I know, but Sam, we're predicating this on a huge Clinton win, right? I mean, this whole conversation is that way, and so I think it's a hypothetical that we just don't know well enough. I agree with you. I think history dictates that you were 1,000% right. I think because of Trump and because of my own self-doubt on predicting anything when it comes to Trump and post-Trump and pre-Trump and Trump himself, I've been wrong so much, and so has the Republican Party, and so has the Democrats, and so has the voters. That I think I guess I'm a little gun shy to say, that it's going to go any other way. I really think that at some point they're going to reckon with this part of it. That doesn't mean 100% across the board, because you're still going to have people who are Trump people in Trump districts, and these people that you see at these rallies that I've been up close and personal with. These people are still going to, they're going to be active.
Michael,
and represent. They're going to want their votes.
I don't necessarily agree, but it's such a well put point, and it's just kind of amazing how much more you prepared for us than that show you were on.
Yeah, I know. Listen, lesson learned is all I can say. You just.
You don't got to be intimidated by those guys. Don't let them bully you.
It's going to be interesting. This is I personally think that we're just going to see obstruction part 2, essentially, and it's going to be in the same way that like sequels are really worse insofar as they go too hard at the stuff that did work and made it even like more grotesque. I feel like that's what we're going to see. Like I think that like literally.
Jaws, by the way, Jaws 2 was pretty good.
Jaws 2 was okay, but I mean that was a different era. I mean, Mike, I'm talking like as bad as Neighbors was. That my daughter made me watch that movie.
I don't know that
movie.
Like
I've seen the clips.
Matt likes it.
Kelly and I like
Neighbors too, and it just looks atrocious. But I think that literally by November 21st, they're already going to be talking about the special select committee that is going to form the impeachment committee.
Here are the 3 things we got to do. Hey, Mexicans, you're not all rapists. I mean, whatever. All right, now let's impeach that fucking
It
bitch.
is quite possible that Paul Ryan may make some type of grand bargain with the Democrats so that he brings across, like, I don't know, 150 Democrats and 75 Republicans, and they pass some type of like corporate tax repatriation, some type of like semi-grand bargain. But even that, as I like even say it, like, where's the upside for Paul Ryan? Because if Paul Ryan's going to run against Hillary Clinton, he can't give her anything. And so I think he'll do something that is totally meaningless and will try and get himself out of the leadership position, because otherwise he's just going to have to do stuff that he knows is going to put him in making it impossible for him to get elected in a general election.
Yeah, I don't think he wants a loss that early. I think you're right. I think he'll step down. And Sam, there's no reason. I cannot come up with any reason to disagree with you. Like, what you say makes all the sense because it's based on what we've become used to, and especially in light of the fact that we're coming out of an election where there's a weakened, powerful person if Clinton wins. And again, it's a big if. We have no idea. And Ryan maintains the speakership. In a strange way, his popularity will probably be higher than hers from the get-go. And a recently elected president usually doesn't have that. And so, absolutely, there's no reason not. I just have I guess I don't trust my instincts right now because of the way this election has gone, and watching Republicans figure out how to deal with Donald Trump. Maybe when he goes away and it's over, then it's back to the drawing board and it's back with a renewed vigor. I don't know, but
those Ken and Ken guys really got you, really knocked you off balance.
Yeah, dude, have more confidence in your analytic abilities. You're better than that. Michael, can I ask you one more question real quick? I know you got to jump.
Yeah.
Can you assure me that Ben Carson is not going to entirely disappear? He might, as an example, occasionally warrant like every 6 weeks an impression.
I would love to make that promise. He's the kind of guy that could just run again to run again. Right?
I could run again. Maybe I'll kill all of you.
Yeah, that would be great if he just shows up again in 4 years.
I'm here.
He says, I learned a lot. So,
he's got to parlay this into something.
Doesn't he have to? Because I know some people have told me, including like Mankiewicz, like, no, he's going nowhere, but he's not going to go. He's gone. But yeah, that would seem. I mean, I guess I just don't want him to go.
I feel like QVC. He'll do a little QVC work, and that'll be it. Michael Schur, always a pleasure. Thank you so much for your time tonight. I really appreciate it, buddy.
Guys, I love it. Talk to you later.
Bye-bye.
Have a good night.
Folks, let me just, I really got to just read this headline for you. In darkness and without fanfare, Governor Christie votes for Trump. He got up at he voted at now with daylight saving, he got up. He voted.
He knew about it.
6 a.m.
He knew about it. He knew about it.
The pictures of him voting for Trump were just fantastic. Fantastic. I love it. We got a CNN standby for a CNN projection just called Vermont for Hillary Clinton.
What?
We got Vermont.
Kentucky, where Fox News can project that Donald Trump will prevail.
Hey, dude, I hope you're starting a big board or something
Trump
like
will
that.
also win Indiana.
On a big board
his
where?
Running mate Mike Pence, of course, serves as governor based on the Fox exit polls and the early returns.
In Virginia, where Hillary Clinton's running mate, Tim Kaine,
I got to give you the card for the pizza.
Junior senator.
Pizza's already ordered. You want
lead
beer, I
right
thought.
now over
Oh, yeah.
Trump,
Do you want beer?
Although it is too early to project a winner there.
I was
It's
thinking
also
of
too early to
a
say
nice,
who will win Georgia.
Like a Merlot?
like a cab, like a full-bodied cab.
If he's to have a plausible path to the White House. And if you look at some of these
I don't
states,
like
the reason
Cabernet.
why we can call a lot of
I'll get. Would anybody like maybe a
Indiana
Malbec
for Donald Trump.
Maybe a Chianti. A
So
Malbec?
put that up on the big board. I'm sorry, folks. We don't have a camera for our big board. But we have a huge board. We have a huge board.
Multiple
up here.
LCDs on.
That states like South Carolina and Georgia are too close to
All right,
call right
let's
now.
call Cliff Schechter.
Georgia, we had a little bit of
What's
a
that?
suspicion.
You want me to do the ad? When are we going to put?
Can't.
I mean, what?
But this speaks, Megan, to a
I guess we could do like a separate segment. No, but this is not going to be too hard. Like it's too confusing to get locked into what's going to be a free show or not free show. We're going to end up spreading this out over the course of a week. People are going to be able to, members are going to be able to consume this election.
Live history again and again and again.
What?
Because it's fantastic.
Kelly, why are you crying? Are you crying?
What kind of beer does everybody want? Is there pitches? Okay.
Kelly's very concerned. Speaking of Ohio, let's get Cliff Schechter on the phone.
Maybe not this time.
Will you put up my phone, Matt?
Is the forerunner for the idea.
Trump is already ahead, 19-3. Mila, if you're watching, don't panic. These states we were anticipating. Cliff Schechter, we are live. It's Sam Cedar on the Majority Report.
Oh, so I shouldn't curse at you like I normally do right when you call.
Well, my daughter is watching, so...
okay. Okay. Hello there, young lady. I won't curse.
All right, I appreciate that. What's up? What do you think?
I'm depressed. I mean, we've lost Kentucky and Indiana. I think it's all going downhill now.
Mila, he's joking. All right, Mila's...
Mila, it's okay. Kentucky and Indiana are not places that we had much expectation of victory in. In fact, any. So we're okay. We won Vermont, huge. And they're saying it's too early to call right now in Georgia, which I would say is a good sign.
Really?
So, yeah, Georgia just closed, and it's too early to call. So Georgia's a close race.
All right. So just explain people that dynamic. If it's too early to call Georgia, and it means it's a close race in Georgia, which is not the place where you would anticipate that Hillary Clinton would win, A, and B, you don't anticipate that it would be close in a normal year, right?
No. So for context, look, it's a state that's been growing, particularly around the Atlanta area and the suburbs. Demographically, it's an increased Latina population, a large African-American population. But, big thing that's changed there, which is also in some other sort of those southeast states like Virginia and North Carolina, a lot of white college graduates have been moving there with a college education, and that's a group that's been breaking away from Donald Trump and heading towards Hillary. It's been sort of happening slowly over years, but it's sped up more recently. So when you add all that up, in 12, I remember the Obama campaign briefly looked at Georgia and kind of, did a couple head fakes in that direction, but it was still a little too far out of reach. But at this point, I think most of us thought it would be this election too. But I mean, most of the recent polling, if it's to be trusted, and I think there were enough polls out there that you could average to come up with a. It looked like that Hillary Clinton was down about 2 points there. I mean, it looked that close. So with the turnout that you've been about, with the amazing GOTV operation, Get Out the Vote, with they're calling it, I guess now, the Latino surge that's been going on in Nevada and in Florida and a number of states where they've broken all records. And we're talking about people showing up who are low propensity voters, meaning they would not have shown up in polling. And yet they're turning out to vote in the last Latino Decisions poll, which is probably the best firm that does these large polls. They had Hillary Clinton winning the Latino vote 76-14, which even blows away Obama's victory among that demographic.
All right,
so
let's slow down.
That can play a huge role.
Let's slow down for a minute, and let's just walk people through this. Okay, so a low propensity voter would not be recorded in the polls. Explain why.
So what happens is when a pollster calls you, they ask you if you voted in the last two elections. If you have not, they don't consider you likely to vote. And so when you see models of likely voters, what you're seeing is people that they expect to turn out based on past behavior. So the call it genius, call it whatever you'd like. The amazing thing that so far the Clinton Get Out the Vote operation has done, at least in 3 states we know about, and we'll learn more, but in North Carolina, in Florida, and in Nevada, has just gone and gotten Latina voters to turn out to the point where they were saying that we're talking about 50, 75, 100,000, these huge numbers of voters, all of whom were low propensity. Like the number in Florida was on that one of those days, 82% of those who came out were those who were considered not as likely to vote.
Wow.
So these guys don't. These are voters that don't show up in polls. That's the kind of thing that moves numbers, right? So if you're going to win by 2 points, suddenly maybe you win by 4 or 5. I mean, depending upon how big it is. And a couple of these counties in Florida, for example, and we're going to find out more about Florida in about a half hour. Broward County has just destroyed all records for early turnout. That's a very large Democratic county, and that's largely on the Latino vote. So I would just say, look, women are breaking disproportionately for Hillary Clinton. College-educated whites are. African Americans certainly by a huge margin. Asians are, and younger voters. But I think the story right now is that Latino voters had turned out below their percentage of the population for the most part, with a few exceptions in a few states, and right now they're blowing that away. And that could be the answer to Trump beginning his campaign with talking about Mexicans as rapists. Could be the response to that could be that the Latino vote could be what delivers this thing to Hillary Clinton.
And then the question is are these voters going to be reliable voters in the future for Democrats? I mean, there's data that shows that once you vote, your likelihood of voting again goes up significantly, but you just never know. I guess we're in sort of like in some ways uncharted territories because it's not like
it depends on people's economic situation. If they're in a more transient situation, or if they move around because of jobs, they may not vote. The Democratic Party needs to lock this in, and as we've often talked about, good policy is good politics. You take on economic issues and improve people's lives. You certainly stand right up at the beginning, assuming Hillary Clinton wins and has a Senate majority, which we hope. I think one of the first things, maybe either the first or the second thing you propose, is immigration reform. And you go to every one of those Republicans who voted for it in the Senate when it got 67 votes, and then you go to, there's a good dozen or so, some of them may lose tonight, we'll have to see who's left, but a dozen or so, maybe a few more than that, Hispanic members of the House who are Republican. And if you can bring that group in along with Democrats, you may have a shot, even if you don't have the House, at passing immigration reform. And certainly you stand up very strongly and try to show this group of voters that you're not just taking their votes for granted.
And then maybe you nominate a Supreme Court justice, another Latino.
Absolutely, and you've got cabinet positions. I think it's about time that someone
Tom Perez maybe as head of the FBI would be nice.
I think that would be a vast improvement. I'd want to look at somebody Latina for one of the major positions. Instead of, it's great. Look, I'm not criticizing. I mean, labor is terrific and whatever, but how about state? How about defense? You know what I mean? How about Treasury? I think we're at a point now where somebody Latino or even Latina should be in a position like that. So let's see what they do, But first we have to win, folks.
Yes.
So keep going out and voting, and if you're still doing that kind of thing, making phone calls out on the West Coast or whatever it is, keep doing it. But so far, I would say things, we're cautiously optimistic. Things are looking pretty much like you would expect so far. And there's Georgia not being able to call it's a pretty big deal.
There's nothing else. I mean, there's nothing else right now, right? I mean, that we should be looking at that is indicative of anything. I mean, except for what you just said, Georgia being close enough that they can't call it yet. But there's really nothing else right now. Now, there's some extended voting, according to CNN in North Carolina, due to some computer problems. The Trump campaign has filed suit in Nevada about that.
And they lost.
Oh, they did?
They
I didn't know that.
that.
Okay.
Yep. Oh, I mean, the judge kicked it out, and I mean, it was. I'm not just saying this because I like making fun of Trump, which I do. He kicked it out in about 15 minutes and laughed at it and said, "This is ridiculous." It was sort of thrown together in the same slapdash, ridiculous way that the Trump campaign does everything. They had no real argument, and the guy's like, "This is ridiculous." They basically wanted them to release names of people, so people then they can go harass Latinos who voted early. There was no argument there, so that was kicked out of court immediately. I don't think there's much more we can glean from it. The early numbers, people need to always remember, even if it's in states that are good, that you expect to win, the rural counties, which are smaller, easier to count, will always come in first. The larger urban counties will always come in last. So don't freak out if you see a state that you feel like you should, that you expect that Hillary Clinton should be winning, or your Senate candidate should be winning, or your House candidate should be winning if they're initially down because they're because of major urban areas. It's the way it goes. For example, here in Ohio, Cuyahoga County, which is the Cleveland area, almost always comes in last, and that's the biggest share of Democratic votes. So keep that in mind as you watch tonight.
All right, Mila, I hope you heard the words of wisdom from Cliff Schechter and you're not freaking out right now. All right, well, Cliff, we'll check back in with you sometime maybe after 8 or close to 9 p.m. Is that good?
Yeah, I've got one other radio thing I have to do at 9. So just if we can do it
Well-
like 9:15, 8:30, and then we can do it later after that. However you'd like to do it.
Okay, maybe 8:15. We'll see what's going
I'll
on.
have the phone here and be ready to go.
Fantastic. And
Thanks, Ben.
Patrick Leahy and Rand Paul have won. We're gonna hook up with David Pakman in just a moment. But would you mind grabbing me a piece of pizza? I mean, I hope people don't mind. I'm going to eat a little bit. What we'll do, we'll put some sound back up. Evans Will, you guys should update on active shooter. I don't know if this was active as of about half an hour ago. In Azusa, California, at least 4 injured, at least one shooter still at large, high-powered rifle, 2 polling locations currently impacted, Memorial Park and Dalton Elementary in Azusa. So be careful there, folks, if that is your polling place. Douche. Grumbling Book. I waited 2 hours and 17 minutes to early vote, and I got there an hour early in Indiana. What's everybody drinking this evening? Oregon Beer Snob asking. We just right now have a Brooklyn Defender IPA that our friend Ann brought us. She stopped by the studio, and she brought it to us a while back. Don't boo, laugh. Spencer, I was listening live yesterday on the app. It paused to go into a meeting. About 5 minutes into the meeting, the app started playing out loud to the greater movement of my conservative boss and clients. Intentional, Kyle? ? Why not? John Miller Jr. ran into my polling place this morning, which happened to be located in a low-income minority neighborhood here in Carrollton, Georgia. Surprising number of Pence Trump signs. Signs mean nothing. Very high turnout in Philadelphia. Attorney Andrew, on board at work, slightly Hegelian question. What is it about the Trump campaign is carried over into the Republican Party following this loss? And in this question, I'm not asking what was already present in the Republican Party. In other words, racism. Well, I mean, I think there's going to be a lot of things that people attempt. Do we not have those plates underneath the, there's no more? I think there's going to be an attempt to text Michael, see if he can pick some up at the store. There's going to be an attempt where people are going to do things that Trump did. Like some people, like I would be surprised if the Republican candidate next time didn't try and maybe withhold his tax returns for a while, and they're not going to be able to pull it off in the same way. With that said, I mean, I think what you're going to see in the Republican Party is even more like nakedly talking about anti-PC. I think it's hard to imagine that you're going to see more anti-Muslim bigotry. It's hard to imagine that we're going to, I don't know, they can try immigration reform, but I just don't see. There's just such a wide swath of the party. I don't think it's necessarily the majority of the Republican Party, but a hardcore plurality, 40-some-odd%, that is just a Trumpista. And I don't know what they do with that. I really don't. All right, waiting on Pakman. I have a feeling we'll hear from him in a second. Let's hear what old What's-His-Face is saying. John King.
Latino population here in the Orlando area. This is a big area. The Democrats 60-40. Watch. This is a place where Democrats say their early voting was significant among Latinos. But if we come back to look where we are right now, this doesn't tell us much, except these are conservative areas up here. You're up here, so you're looking here to see if Donald Trump can run up the numbers. Now, again, 0%. So these are just the first votes, 692 to 387. It's very
bring my
early and
computer
preliminary.
up.
But one of the things you're going to watch in a state like this, again, the closest state in 2012, is
David Pacman.
Can we see Sam, Pat?
We don't have video yet.
No.
Okay.
You're not going to get video.
Oh, my goodness.
I can't do video.
You're not doing video.
No, I told you I couldn't do video. You didn't see my email?
I'm sorry, Sam. I thought you said our video was of no use to you.
Your video would be very useful to us, but we can't do it. But we're live on the air. It's David Pacman from the David Pacman Show. You can hear his voice, ladies and gentlemen.
Sam, what's your prediction? I mean, let's just start there. Did you do a map today?
We actually did a map a couple of days ago, David. We were on top of this a long time ago. We, I off the top of my head, I can't remember what I said. I think it was 323. I thought that she would get essentially 2012 and lose Ohio and Iowa and pick up Arizona and North Carolina.
Right. Yeah, that's exactly Bill Press's map, and I'm only off by one. I'm giving
everything that Bill Press does.
Trump,
I copy.
Yeah, no, it's good to know that. I'm giving that one electoral vote in that outlier, that conservative district in Maine, to Trump because it seems to be like 52-48 in his favor. But we're basically right on the same thing. Now, are you concerned by what we're seeing so far, particularly in Florida?
No.
That's good, because we're pretty damn concerned over here.
I mean, I think it's early.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know what it is that you're seeing in Florida. But what are you seeing in Florida?
You're right. There was a point at which Florida, it was like 55 to something insane with Trump ahead. But now that we have a little bit more of the vote in, it's back in Hillary's favor, 48 to 47. I don't know. I'm not really scared. I like to play the sort of, I'm going to assume it goes bad, so when it's good, I'm happy, as opposed to the opposite, and I end up disappointed.
CNN just had it
Clinton
Jewish
50. Mother thing to do.
Just had it Clinton 50 and Trump 43% in Florida. But, it's too early. I mean, it really is too early. You can go to that, I don't know if you've been looking at that Votecaster thing that Slate's doing. And, from their perspective, it looks like... Well, both Trump and Clinton have surpassed significantly the 2012 turnout.
Are you of the mindset that just higher turnout is good for Hillary Clinton, period? I mean, do you even need to dig into the internals to figure out that just more people voting is good for Hillary?
I think in the main, and particularly in states like that, because I think in the main... Because I think in the main, that's the case, because we have, there is a trend. It appears that there are a lot of Latino, what Cliff Schecter just called low propensity voters that are showing up, voters who have not voted in the past. Now, there was some people, a guy named Sean Trend at Real Clear Politics, who had this theory for years that there was like a hidden, secret white person vote that Donald Trump was going to activate, presumably because voting against a black guy was not enough to activate these racists. But I don't think that vote is out there, frankly.
Yeah.
But maybe it's those people. I find that hard to believe. And in that case, you'd need to know sort of like how the polls are breaking down. But we will see.
Do you think we will know, or what time do you think we will know who the winner is going to be? And I say this sort of, even though I know Washington, Oregon, California, Hawaii will not actually be officially announced, they close at 11. I think we could just put those in the bank for Hillary Clinton. Bearing that in mind, when do you think we'll have a sense of who is going to prevail here?
I think when we hear, it depends. If New Hampshire and North Carolina come in for Clinton, and then Virginia, in Virginia, there's a big margin in Virginia. I think that's a pretty strong indication. I mean, I think at that point, like, you know, they're going to be at Clinton headquarters. I think they're going to be like, okay, here's where the band will be, and here's, you know, let's get all the drinks out and that type of thing. I mean, maybe they're doing that now already, but I think those are going to be the big ones. And then, of course, Florida. But if she wins with a with a margin, let's say in North Carolina and New Hampshire, I think that's a pretty good indication. Of course, if she wins Florida, I mean, it seems to me that the thing is basically over.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with you there. How did you end up? I'm guessing from your numbers, you ended up like I did with Nevada, going to Hillary Clinton, even though the polls have not been looking particularly great for her there. For me, that was just it was like an intangible. I mean, I just sort of thought if the rest of the map goes the way I think it's going to go, I think she'll end up on top. It wasn't really about any particular state poll. Well,
in Nevada, it seems to me that particularly over the last couple of cycles, they have really under anticipated the margin for the Democrat in Nevada, whether it was like Harry Reid or Obama. And again, if there is a big Latino surge, you're going to see it in a place like Nevada. And when you hear something like the major union out there, the culinary union, is half Latino, and they are literally striking against Trump's, hotel there. That to me is an indication that they're going to get the vote out. So that's my sense there.
Yeah. That's the same argument when I was looking at the early voting numbers in Florida, and particularly looking at, of the different Hispanic groups in the U.S., Cubans are known to be the most conservative, the Cuban vote most predominant in Florida. But a lot of those new Latino voters in Florida are not from Cuba. And that, to me, does say a lot, although I know we're going back and forth in the very early numbers in Florida right now. We don't know where it's going to go. That has to mean something when you have, Dominican voters, Puerto Rican voters, et cetera, registering in significant numbers in Florida. That's a very good thing for Hillary Clinton.
I think so. And, it's not like you need to be, I don't think you need to be a statistician to get a sense of why Latinos would be voting and registering in numbers that are, sort of surprising and inconsistent with past performance, right? I mean, it's conceivable they're like, God, I can't stand Hillary Clinton.
She's just so annoying, man.
And or it could be, hey, that guy who has basically called us rapists. Maybe we should vote against him.
Yeah, no, he called us rapists, but she's just so annoying, man. It's like a chalkboard.
That's our.
Hey, David, how's it going?
Latino Hispanic
How you doing, Michael?
analysis.
This is senior Latino issue correspondent. Good, man. How you doing?
Now, who are you there with?
I think you guys
David?
are all over this thing. What's your plan anyway? Like, what are you going to do for the next few hours? We're just feeling around in the dark here.
Drink, eat.
Yes.
We're going to be talking
more offensive impressions.
Emily Peck from the Huffington Post. I think she's at Clinton headquarters. Want to get a sense of what the mood is there.
She was very unfair to me.
Matt Taibbi is out, I think, like somewhere around Trump, in some type of Trump area.
They're called Trump areas now.
We're going to be talking to him a little bit later. Guy Lawson, who is arranging potential like an escape route for us to Canada in the event that Trump wins.
That's
nice. We're going to be talking to him a little bit later. And then I imagine I'll be just interviewing my daughter for about 45 minutes if she has her way.
That I like. Something we've talked about is there are
having a child to
countries. There are 5 or 6 countries where you can buy citizenship. It's actually hard to move to Canada, but there are 5 or 6 countries where you can just straight up buy citizenship.
Where?
And I would encourage you to look at that list. Of the list, I would probably choose Hungary would be the one I would go with. And I don't know, maybe we can check in on that later.
I didn't realize that Hungary was on that list. I feel like that couldn't be terribly expensive.
But they have like a neo-fascist, anti-Semitic government right now. Yeah,
no
joke.
Close to Paris and Rome, you're just an easy jet.
I like David just like, but you can still travel. I mean, glass half
for the
full.
time being. Where else, David?
Bulgaria, Dominica, St. Kitts, Cyprus.
That's
is
my
a
place,
real
St.
estate.
Kitts.
I get
Boom.
the sense that
You've
St.
got to
Kitts is
buy.
a little bit expensive.
You can buy citizenship in Cyprus, but you've got to own $2.1 million in real estate, which at the current valuations is like 50 houses, I think.
Wow. Where is Cyprus?
Whereas, like in Hungary, you could literally buy like a meal. In
I think
contrast,
it's $300K as a donation to get citizenship in Hungary.
Hmm.
to help cleanse
So
it
what
of
are you planning
Jewish
to do?
influence for
An
$300K.
Indiegogo campaign or what?
Sorry, you guys. Talked
If you're
at the
not
same time, I
married,
didn't
you can
hear
just find someone and then marry them, and then go there if you feel like it. That's what.
Well, that's much simpler. Sure.
That's what I would not ever do. A fake
You're just
marriage.
suggesting it to
just
David
suggesting
Beckman.
it to others.
And
I'd
so,
never-
David, are you
What's
there?
a
Is
real
Ben
marriage?
Dixon there with you?
I'm sorry. What was that, Sam?
Is Ben there with you too, or no?
Yeah, Ben stepped out. He's doing a radio interview in the hallway right now. Is that what's going on, Pat? Is that what Ben's doing?
He absconded, but I do not know for what reason why.
Okay, yeah.
He
He has a whole
absconded?
slate. He's
Wow.
triple booked himself basically tonight.
Wow.
Wow.
Ben Dixon, man.
Yep. All right. Well, maybe we'll check in again later, Sam.
Yeah, let's do this.
Okay.
If you get any, what's going on in Massachusetts? Does it look like?
We are totally going to destroy that friggin'
let
bitch
me ask
for
you this.
Mr. Trump.
Why is Kurt Schilling not in your studio giving you color commentary?
I don't know that there's a real answer to that question, but if
There is a
probably
there
be
is a
pretty
real
accurate.
answer. It is
But
called
listen, My
mistake.
neighborhood of Southie, South Boston,
Yeah.
that's Trump land in a lot of ways.
Oh yeah.
You know, David, I thought when Kurt Schilling said that thing to Jake Tapper, and Tapper sort of tapped out of giving him lessons on Judaism, I thought since you're in Mass that you could do a weekly Kurt Schilling Jew lesson. And you could have
I
him
was
in
gonna
for
toss
different segments. Like,
Molotov cocktails at the guy in the studio.
I like that. You're taking it more in my direction. But I was actually just thinking, like, Kurt, this is a menorah. Or like, this was the Shoah. And he'd be like, oh, wow, you people are amazing. Why do you keep voting for
Yeah.
Democrats and making so much money?
Well, the invitation is open to Kurt. There's no doubt about that.
It's a good idea, right?
I like it. Yeah,
I
we
think
could
you
even
would do
drive around Southie, and you could be like, "How do any Jews live in this neighborhood?"
David, well,
All
let's
right, guys.
touch base
Let's
a little
check
bit
in
later.
a little later.
Okay.
We are going to get to the 7:30 results. Sam, hold it down in Brooklyn, very close to my old apartment there. You know.
No, I didn't know that, but we will continue to hold it down.
Thank you. All right, we'll talk to you guys soon.
Bye.
Thanks to Sam, Michael, everybody who's there.
Bye.
Take care.
Okay.
Let's
on.
go. I
Hold
want to
it
hear
down,
these
the
guys.
vernac-
It's like the Fox. It's like the five is up there. I want to hear what these guys got to say.
Money against Steyerwalt. I could do this state for state with him. You're going to have a fairly clear idea from Florida, Ohio, North Carolina, Florida, right
Speaking
away.
of holding
First
it down,
polls that
bowling.
close. If Trump holds those three down, you have to look back at the map, and then you look at the next level. Then you go to, is there a Michigan? Pennsylvania, if he doesn't win Pennsylvania, then you go, is there a Michigan? If there's not a Michigan or Wisconsin, that's your next hour. Then you have to wait till the west, to the mountain states close, and see if he picks up.
If I don't call
Nevada,
somebody
and
a
then you have to look
retard
back
on
and see if
Twitter
you
in the
got
next
those-
hour, I
those
get to be
4 electoral votes in New
president and have a
Hampshire.
revengeance
If you
pack?
do, you can go hour by hour, and he just has to tick every single one of those off on the path. And if he doesn't, then there's basically the path closes.
The five don't sound optimistic.
He's got to sweep. If he doesn't sweep,
No, he doesn't have to sweep. There are other paths. It can be Michigan or Wisconsin.
He could dust.
Yeah. Right.
Sounds like
But he has to do very well.
It sounds like somebody trapped in a haunted house who can't get out. There's
They
gotta
don't
be a
sound
way out.
optimistic,
There's got to be a
Sam.
way out. I don't think there's a way out.
Stand by, Fivers. There is now. 7:30 p.m. on the East Coast, and polls have just closed in 3 more states, representing another 38
I think
electoral
North Carolina's
votes.
closing
Fox
now.
News can project that Donald Trump will win West Virginia by a wide margin.
What?
Based on Fox exit
That's
polls.
all right.
There's some
Lila,
cheering
don't freak
outside.
out.
Maybe some.
West
Is it-
Virginia
is
was
there-
already
is
lost
there-
a long time
I
ago.
don't know. Okay.
It's actually a
Fox
really
News can
depressing
also
statement.
report that Hillary Clinton has a lead in North Carolina.
There we go.
Although it is too early to declare a winner in this key swing state. It is also too early to declare a winner in the bellwether state of Ohio, where Trump had led Clinton in pre-election polls for the last 3 weeks.
So if I don't
Speaking
call
of the
someone a
Buckeye State, Fox
retard on
News
Twitter
can
for the
project
next
now
3
that
hours.
Ohio Senator Rob Portman, a Republican,
Wow.
will win
That
re-election
was
by
nothing,
defeating
huh?
former Ohio Governor
Yeah.
Ted Strickland.
Not even
the
close.
Democrat. It's too early
CNN
to
has a
project
projection
winner
as
in
well.
the North Carolina
Donald
Senate
Trump has
race
won West
where
Virginia. We've already
Richard
covered that.
Burr, the Republican, is trying to fend off a challenge
Big
from
league.
Democrat Deborah Ross. That race is very tight. Let me just talk for 1 second about Rob Portman, who ran in a race that Ohio was not the easiest race to run. He was running. He was not a big Trump supporter. He was pro-trade. This is a guy who ran a race in his own territory and managed to make it really stick. In fact, he was giving money to
That was a
other
lot of
campaigns
platitudes.
Yes, that was.
around
I've
the
never
country.
seen
He ran in his
so
own
many.
territory,
15 points
made
or
it
so
stick.
going into
So
the
Brett
Pundits are
Baer's
saying he
paid
might
for.
win
Have
for
you ever
number
seen
one
the
best
Lego
race
movie?
run. So congrats to him.
Brett Baer kind of looks
I
like
want to
a
go down to Karl
Lego
Rove
figure in
for some
that
analysis.
movie. It's
Carl,
very
interesting.
strange.
Too close to call in North Carolina and Ohio.
Oh my God,
this hour.
Karl
Your thoughts?
Rove is here again?
Yeah, look, I think these states are going to keep us up late tonight.
Did Karl Rove always
North
not have a
Carolina,
chin, Sam?
We have the same situation we had in Florida in the early
Oh,
vote.
yeah, chinless.
Republicans cut the margin of the Democrats. There are
He's got a big board.
22,000 more Republicans this year voting early. 22,000 fewer Democrats than voted 4 years ago.
Voter suppression
Remember,
worked
this is a state
significantly.
where Mitt Romney won, and the Republicans have gained an advantage of 144,000. But there are 273,000, nearly 274,000 more unaffiliated voters, people who don't identify with either party. And both parties have been fighting for their share of this. In the big
Where's
cities,
Karl
it's
Rove
likely to
from?
be Clinton. In the rural parts of the state, more likely to be
feel like
Republican.
Texas, but I'm not sure.
But this is where the race is going to be settled tonight. And it's going to keep us up, I suspect, very late. If you look at the early vote in North Carolina, Republicans increased their early vote raw numbers in every one of the state's 67 counties except one, Halifax County. And the Democrats saw their absolute early vote total decline in 58 of the 67 counties in the state. So it's going to be a long night. And
So
we're
voter
going to be counting them
suppression,
by the
very effective.
onesies and twosies late into the evening in North Carolina. And potentially the same in Ohio, where
So
we've gotten
disgusting.
conflicting results out of early voting. The Democrats had
Denver,
a fantastic
Karl Rove.
weekend where they bumped up their numbers pretty dramatically in Cuyahoga, especially in Franklin and in Hamilton County, Cincinnati. But again, it's going to be very late in the night, I suspect, before we're going to be able to see the pattern emerge decisively in Ohio.
You know, the other thing we should point out is the governor's race in North Carolina is very tight. We can't call that. It's too close to call. That is Pat McCrory and Roy Cooper. And that was seen as
It's an
another
important
race, Carl,
state race,
where
obviously.
that state really comes to play. Remember the bathroom
And the other thing that
law,
I
the-
read,
the
and I think we talked,
transgender,
I don't know if we talked about it on the air, but
law that said that you had
the
to,
candidate running
go to
against
the
Burr,
bathroom of
she's
your birth
actually pretty
certificate.
progressive. It's
That
not
became
just a
an issue
question
not
of getting rid of a
only
terrible
of
Republican
the
and
governor's
replacing.
race,
It's not a
but the Senate
bi-type
race there
race.
with
It's an
Richard
actual
Burr
pretty decent
and the
candidate.
presidential race.
Indeed.
What's interesting is that this was not
All
a
right.
priority of Pat
I'm
McCrory,
gonna-
the governor.
Back
He
to
was
the phones?
He was a business
Well,
friend.
we got another guest.
I'm going to try and get in touch with Emily Peck.
Executive himself, and so this was not on his agenda. It was forced largely through the state Senate president, a fellow named Phil Berger, put it on the
I thought
agenda of the
Emily Peck was
legislature.
totally
They drove it
unfair
through
to
in an
me.
election year, and it immediately caused the entire Republican brand. in
No,
the state
we've
to
never
be,
had her on the show, so you don't want
engulfed
to.
in
No, I know. I will
I'm
not
gonna freak her
welcome
out.
her with a
McCrory has
context-free
fought his way back
Trump
because
impression.
of the hurricane that hit the East Coast.
I will do a
drew
right-wing
people's
Mandela one
attention
for
to
her.
What was going on? What was the state
She's going to be
doing
at the
to help
Javits
people
Center.
who
I
were
don't know if
flooded
anything's
or
happening
lost
there
their
now,
homes, and McCrory
but we
performed
will.
You like the symbolism of the
dominated
Javits
media,
Center,
made
right?
his quarrel back.
Do I like the
We'll see-
symbolism
we'll
of
see
her
how
being
close
there?
Well, there's just that massive glass ceiling at the
ironically,
Javits
if it were
Center.
not for a
Oh, is that?
It's like literally like the visual representation. Yeah, no, it's good.
closed up the race pretty
All right,
pretty
I'm going to
smart.
give her a call
Carl, we'll
here.
check in just a
Hopefully
bit.
this
Let's
I
bring in
didn't
our panel. Britt Hume, Chris
dial this
Wallace,
incorrectly.
Tucker Carlson, Monica
That would
Crowley,
stink.
Guy Benson,
All right, let's turn this
and
down.
Nikki Const.
And we'll see. She is a reporter with the Huffington Post. I don't know if she's located
I don't know
in
if
New
she's
York.
there. Oh, she's smart, right? No, Mickey Const?
Yes,
Const?
she was a Bernie surrogate. I don't know if she was an official one.
Oh, really?
No, if we.
This is Emily.
Emily, hi, it's Sam Cedar from the Majority Report. We're live. Welcome to the program.
Hi, good to be here.
So you're at the Javits Center, where
Yep.
where the Clinton campaign is either going to have a big party or a a small, sad party?
Well, it's a very, very big venue, so and people seem pretty optimistic that it's going to be a big party. Outside the Javits Center, for about running the length of about 8 blocks, are just people just gathered at a block party, just getting ready to celebrate.
So how many people are inside there now?
I don't have an official count, but it would be safe to say in the hundreds, thousands. I'm not sure, to be honest.
In the 100,000s inside the Javits Center?
No. In the hundreds. It's a very, very big venue. Have you been here?
I mean, I haven't for a party. I've been there, I think, for probably, I don't know, the handyman.
This is
conference
awkward.
or something.
This is Michael. He sort of has memory issues, Sam.
Yeah, no, I've been there. I've been to the Javits Center, but it was like undoubtedly some type of, I don't know, go around and see about water filters or something like that.
Right. There are a lot of people here. It's still kind of filling up. They have the media kind of corralled off from the proper party, but we're hoping that'll change as the evening progresses.
Are you guys getting access to any campaign officials? Are they coming out and saying looking great, and they're just holding a thumb up and really not giving you anything?
It's really segregated between media and staffers and donors running around, and then there's this huge block party outside.
So basically, you're just with the other reporters. Are they hearing anything? Are you hearing anything? Or are you all just there to just wait for the big celebration?
Yeah, it's just a waiting game at this point.
So where were you earlier today? Were you just resting up and anticipating this, or have you been on the trail at all? Give us a sense of what you've been doing.
Yeah, we've just been talking to people, keeping an eye on Twitter, keeping an eye on what's going on, getting a sense, talking to voters and other women who are really excited about this day.
Were you on the trail over this campaign?
I was not on the trail.
And so just give me your sense of, when they start to plan this type of thing, do you have a sense of what the contingency is? When do they, I assume they go forward assuming everything's going to be fine, but at one point do they say oh.
You mean the Clinton people?
Yeah. Or are they just full on, we're going to have a party tonight?
No, I'm hearing that Clinton herself has written, 2 speeches, one for winning, one for losing. And, she's going to have a gathering either way, right?
Right.
So, I think they're optimistic that it's going to go their way. I just saw a report that Florida looks like it's got more votes for Clinton right now.
Uh-huh.
And I believe if she wins Florida, that's a pretty good chance she's got a lock on the whole thing.
It's tough, although I'm looking at CNN right now, and it says 49.8% for Trump, 47% for Clinton, with 47% in. And Trump won West Virginia. That's not a big deal.
That was totally expected.
I know. I'm teasing.
I think we're okay.
I guess the other question I had in terms of when they plan something like this, do they have? I'm trying to think of what. I guess so you guys are just basically corralled and sequestered and just waiting on what's going to happen as people pile in. There's no hostility towards the media, right? You're not getting anybody coming over and calling you people Nazis or whatever it is.
USA. The Hillary supporters are doing that, I would assume.
No one has chanted USA at us. It's very professional and well.
Not even
here.
Huma Abedin? I heard she was doing that earlier.
More fun to be at a Trump gathering because of the chaos that you normally would expect at one of those things. This is very organized. All the staffers are friendly. It's very nice.
And
no
give me a sense of the other reporters who are there. Is there are there hundreds? Are there 10? Are they from across the globe? What's the scene?
Oh yeah, there were guys behind us from Israel. There are people here from France. It's literally we saw Snapchat has a table here. Just basically every media outlet, not just in the country but in the world, is here right now. waiting.
Well, good luck. Have they said? Have they given you any timing or no? They don't care about you guys. They just put you in a pen and basically say, "We'll see you later."
They don't care about us at all. But I mean, I don't think they know what the timing is, right?
Right. I mean,
oh, trust
We'll
me,
have to
they
see.
know. They know. They
Totally-
know.
oh, right. Totally
they
right.
totally know.
Right.
They
Totally.
knew it. They knew it, and they knew it, and it was sad.
All right. Well, maybe we'll check back in with you as the night progresses. I imagine it's going to be at one point tonight. It's going to be a complete madhouse there. Well, and just
I hope so.
in terms
check
of
back in.
in terms of like the are there people in the streets, or are they just lining the sidewalks outside the Javits Center?
There are people in the streets for at least 10 blocks back from the Javits Center gathered. It's pretty impressive. It's an amazing crowd.
So they've cut off the streets there.
Yeah.
Wow.
Streets are cordoned off around the Javits Center. Mhm.
Crazy. All right.
Helicopters flying, the whole deal. Everything. It's all happening.
Well, I mean, we'll see about that. But Emily Peck, thank you so much for your time today. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you. Have a good night.
You too.
Bye-bye.
Happening is a relative term. It's not exactly a water filtration convention.
Let's see.
As Romney, roughly the same.
But it's also 2% less of the total electorate than it was 2 years ago.
Wallace is always the one who's always like, let me bust your bubble here a little bit.
And they need to do better if they're going to succeed long term. But the whole year has been dominated by the idea that there's not a single Hispanic voter who will even, shake the hands with Donald Trump. He's so horrible. If he's getting the same number as Romney, I'm not saying that's a great number. I am saying that, there are other factors that we haven't taken into account. It's not
losing
just
by
identity
30
politics.
plus points. It's not a good performance.
I'm not saying it is, but it's much
Guy who
better
just
than
got a
you
new
would
show
expect
on the
if
network.
You believe the analysis, which has been wrong, if this is true.
Now you feel how they felt on the debate stage.
Right.
So is that like the
Mr.
news table and the other one's like the
Secretary
pundit table?
Yeah, one is the kids' table. Tucker Carlson just got it handed to him where he said, like, if Donald Trump is not underperforming Mitt Romney, maybe there's just a ceiling where just people just don't pay attention regardless of who they are.
I have to say, though, I think if anybody is able to say, just leave it on the field, I really don't actually care. It's Tucker Carlson.
But here's the bottom line. I'll bring this down just a little bit. I think, and this is off the top of my head, I think Mitt Romney got something like 19% of the Latino vote in 2012. Is that right?
I'm going to double check that. I think it was a touch more.
And I think the people were anticipating that Trump would just underperform it by 2 or 3 points. I mean,
Hola, me gusto.
Okay, Romney received 27% of the Hispanic vote in 2012, and I mean, I guess it's possible. I mean, with African Americans, put down that the TV there. With African Americans, I mean, Donald Trump gets polls around what is it, like 3% or something? I have no idea.
Like 40%
Very
to
low.
50 to 60. I mean, you're going to see big surprises.
But
I think there are polls where he's literally been at zero.
But it's interesting that Tucker Carlson's like, look on the bright side. There is at least 25% of the Latino vote that you could say anything about them and to them, and they'll still vote for the Republican.
I would assume that a significant portion of that is still just Cuban alone, which is its own block, a distinct block of the Hispanic vote.
Yeah, but you would imagine that those people are getting older, and they're not. You're not. If that was the case, then you would see a drop. But maybe I don't know.
Who let the dogs out? Who?
North Carolina with 10% in, Trump in the lead. But again, roll of votes come in first. New Hampshire with 1% in, Clinton in the lead. None of this is helpful in any way, but it is a key race alert. What? Kelly has actually forgotten that to actually say something and be heard, you need to be on the microphone. That's one of the.
It's not important. I was saying it's not helpful at all in any way. I just wish this would all stop.
Well, it will.
I don't know.
Let me check and see what's going on with the Votecaster. I don't have much faith in that thing. I mean, according to the Votecaster, and we'll see. I mean, They have Clinton, 300,000 votes ahead of Donald Trump.
And how is that measured? That's just people who read
I
Slate?
have no idea. I think it's just people who read Slate.
Seems scientific.
Iowa, more votes, but underperforming Obama's turnout. Nevada, the same. Trump is overperforming Romney's turnout. New Hampshire seems to be basically tied. Ohio, Clinton ahead, but not by much, and underperforming Obama's turnout at this point. But, with obviously all the votes aren't. I don't know. I don't know what these estimated votes are.
We don't have anything clear yet.
No, this is.
I mean, Vermont, Kentucky, and West Virginia. That's what's clear.
West Virginia's tough.
West Virginia. Yeah.
Wait, who's this? She's at Kelly Ayotte. So let's hear this.
That things will turn out well for them here in the state, looking at turnout numbers. So this is still a nail-biter of a race. Of course, there are just 4 electoral votes at stake here in the state, but both sides on this White House run have taken it very seriously, with appearances from both of the major candidates in the last 48 hours. Hillary Clinton here on Sunday, Donald Trump here on Monday. Major surrogates also making appearances here, like President Barack Obama, Joe Biden, both vice presidential nominees as well. This race is all about getting the turnout, of course, and what they need is what happened back in February with 22% loss by Hillary Clinton to Bernie Sanders. She wants those Sanders voters to turn up for her today. We're just waiting to see how the numbers turn out on that. And Donald Trump, who got his first big win back in February in the primary season, needs those voters to come out as well. Another thing to watch here, the Senate race. The Republican incumbent Senator Kelly Ayotte facing a very tough challenge from the Democratic governor here, Maggie Hassan. Both women have strong name recognition, strong resumes.
All right, this is
strong
more or less
this is
what
all
we're saying.
Michigas. We just do it slightly more entertainingly.
We just have more stuttering and a little more ahs and ums.
But I have heard that she does I mean, I don't want to acknowledge this, but this reporter does a good right-wing Mandela impression.
I was going to say, she.
Oh, you were on that too.
I saw that coming. Let me call into the. Let me see where we are on the schedule.
Do we have any? I think we might be due for a John update.
That would be good. Let's let me try. I don't know. Let me see if I can get Taibbi on the line in about 5 or 10 minutes. Let's do a.
You want me to email him? Let him know you're about to call.
I was going to.
He's probably listening.
I was going to call into the call-in system for a minute, see if we can pick up a phone call, see who we have on the line.
Thank you for calling in the Majority Report.
Oh.
The host will be with you shortly.
That is Kyle. That he's got his own. That's the voice he put on there. Kyle has a very mechanical sounding voice, as you can see. You're calling from a 612 area code. Who is this, and where are you calling from?
Yeah, hi. This is Avery. I'm calling from Minnesota.
How's it going, Avery? What's on your mind?
Good. Well, I just wanted to point out another sort of irony about the Javits Center. The New York Times in 2015 mentioned that Donald Trump helped persuade the city to build the Javits Center on the former Penn Central rail line, and Trump earned $833,000 because he happened to have the purchase option on the land. And he offered to waive the fee if they would name it after his father, Donald Trump. So, anyways, just thought it was one of those little bizarre things. Anyways, thanks a bunch, guys, and let's hope this thing goes the right way.
Appreciate the call. I wonder if that's why they did it there. I wonder if they did that specifically to just to mess with Trump. That would be great.
That would be incredible. If they are working at that level of intricacy just to fuck with him, even when it doesn't really matter anymore, that would make me like them so much more.
All right, you're calling from a 713 area code. Who's this, and where are you calling from?
Hey, it's Elias from Houston.
What's happening, Elias? Are you guys you gonna Texas turning blue or what?
I wish. I just wanted to tell you, for a little change of pace, I listened to the Mark Levin podcast today.
I understand.
That guy, whatever else you say about him, he has a great voice.
He seems like he's really shitting his pants because he knows that he's gonna, Hillary's gonna win. At least that's the impression I got.
he always comes off as if he's defecating himself. So, I mean, it's hard to know whether that's indicative of anything. But apparently Frank Luntz has already called the race for Hillary Clinton. I don't. That does nothing for me. But
I have to say, for the first time in this night, I'm actually a little scared.
Really?
After Frank Luntz called it for Hillary Clinton.
Yeah, you got to be worried about that.
Yeah, I'm a little wary of that.
I was just going to suggest that you should pick up Mark Levin's habit of shutting down your callers immediately.
Yeah.
Shut up!
You're a disgrace.
Goodbye. Get off my phone.
You're
That's what
ruining
he
this
does.
country.
That's the way he does it.
You are a cock. Get off of our lines.
Rick, I'm a racist. Hear me out. I nonchalantly told a gun nut I was a proud black man, and I enjoy plowing his wife while he watched and proceeded to call me racist. Marty. Waited in line for 40 minutes surrounded by elderly women that kept asking me over and over if I was old enough to vote. I wish I voted early. Clinton better win. My mom's benefits depend on it. Badass Society. Bad Idea Society. I remember getting an ad on your channel for a fake university, Prager, where a dark-haired girl talks about how her McDonald's job prepared her for the world and that she wasn't a special snowflake who needs a selfish trigger warnings. I couldn't believe Michael wasn't doing shtick.
It is great. What you do is you abuse someone so much economically and emotionally that they no longer articulate even their own emotional needs, let alone economic. It's really quite great.
Con Kid 1, can I get a 2-for-1 chauffeur for recently becoming a member and voting Clinton while waiting for the show to broadcast? Here, I'll give you one of those. Adam. Hi, Sam. I'm making calls to support Hillary from Oregon. I never thought I'd say this, but I really feel volunteering support for Clinton is like trying to save the world.
Cuck the vote.
His slogan should have been, can't use Twitter, can't use the launch codes. You know what? I think that Obama said something to that effect.
He did say something to that effect.
British Joe, do you guys have an exit poll which predicts college votes popular vote? No. Oh, I don't think so. Lawn Chair Media. On voting third party, I voted Clinton in Texas, but for Congress, I did vote Green. Paul Blair came in second a long time. Congressman Sam Johnson in 2014. I want to build on that support. The Democrat on the ballot was a newcomer that filled his campaign website with rhetoric about working with the Republicans. Are you kidding me? You're going to make a splash running slightly to the left of the incumbent with your delusions? Pathetic.
You know what actually surprised me, Sam, was this morning I did Ari's show on Sirius, and we paused for a minute. He had on the guy Patrick Murphy, who I guess that looks like a real stretch against but very center right Democrat. And Ari asked him what his sort of main issues were, and he basically said inequality and the climate crisis in Florida. It was kind of shocking. It's a good barometer of the party if even a guy like him is talking like that.
Let's see. I'm at a friend's apartment on the 34th floor with a balcony. I need to tell you to tell me to stay away. Oh, yeah, no.
What are you reading, man?
I'm just getting my family sending me nervous texts. People are freaking out.
Not good.
Why no YouTube or Facebook Live? We are. Oh, that was a while ago. Michael's reaction of voting Green was exactly mine. Thoughts on the future of the WFP? I vote out of Connecticut. I voted for them and hopeful. Don't know much about what they do outside of these cross-listed candidates. Maybe they do more in New York. Anyway, I got to go now. Thanks for answering my question on Mara. Dan Stark. What's John's Twitter? Milo. Due to the time difference, Fred, formerly from Conn College, between Seoul and the Gowanus Canal, I'm usually unable to IM, but yay for special days. I miss being able to chime in on daily. Question, how likely is it Clinton wins big, but that voters end up supporting her to send an FU to Trump and end up voting GOP into the Senate? There's a chance of that. Totally endorse doing a show on the absurdity of South Korean politics as of late. Ad hominem strawman. Bill Mitchell blocked me on Twitter, and it ruined my life.
Bill Mitchell's not the... We never had Bill Mitchell on, right?
Jeff, good assessment from the start. No. Can we follow that up with the Ken? I mean, honestly, to have that guy on would be just...
No, you know what? Because I thought... Do you remember that really bizarre guy from Hawaii?
Malcolm Out Loud.
No, I don't even remember Malcolm Out Loud. There's a guy from Hawaii who had this weird thing about he's the one who created data versus nada.
Oh, I don't
Do you
remember.
that guy?
You know, sometimes
that was so
what
weird,
happens is
man.
we get, I get millions of emails from public relations things saying like, Bill Stevenson is an expert in the field of, whatever.
Bill
it is.
Stevens is an ex-Marine and the best pool builder in the country. He'll tell us why our government is destroying us.
Right, exactly. And once every 6 months I go, F it.
Maybe we should actually do that maybe once every 3 months. It's pretty funny sometimes.
It is pretty funny, but Scotty Bukaki. You see what's going on for Fox right now? The Five's advice to candidates if they lose. Bigly MR fan. I think Ronald Reagan's magic underwear is too tight. I suggest he go up a size to encourage more blood flow to his brain. Let's go to the phones. You're calling from an 847 number. Who's this? Where are you calling from?
Hi, this is Marky Mark.
Hello, Marky Mark.
From Illinois.
Okay.
Just a goofy question. What do you think the chances are Utah going to Hillary because of Democrats voting for Evan McMullin instead of Hillary?
I don't think it's likely it's going to go Hillary. I don't think he seems to be getting enough votes that it's pulling from Trump. I don't know. If he dropped out of the race, I'm not convinced that a certain percentage of them wouldn't vote for Clinton. So I don't know. I mean, I think it's possible, but I think it's unlikely.
I mean, Hillary voters voting actually for Evan McMullin to kind of enemy of your enemy is your friend kind of thing.
I don't think there's been a concerted effort enough to give people that message.
I think they should have done that.
But it would have been. I think it would have backfired if the Clinton campaign did that.
Oh no, not the campaign. Not the campaign. That would have been a bit much.
No.
All right. Appreciate the call. Got to jump.
All right.
All right. I'm going to call.
But wouldn't you say that a guy like Evan McMullin and what he represents has a much better chance than the libertarians in sort of challenging the Republican Party?
All right. We're going to give Matt Taibbi a call. He's standing by. I'm not exactly sure where he is. I think he is somewhere in Trumpville.
Standing by.
Standing by.
I mean, it's a little self-explanatory, Sam.
Hello.
Matt, Sam Cedar, we're live on the Majority Report. How are you?
Hey, Sam. How's it going?
Where are you?
I'm home now.
Oh, you are? Where were you?
I was outside the Trump Tower, but there wasn't much going on except a bunch of cops waiting for stuff to happen. So I decided to go home. But where are you?
I'm in Brooklyn, sitting in my office, just looking at TVs. What's amazing to me is that you can basically do what is effectively a cable news program with all the information that's available to you right now by just not saying anything for an extended period of time.
It's a tremendous point.
That's right. That's right. Well, I mean, they haven't been saying anything at all for weeks and weeks and weeks. So it's it's good. It's finally coming to a close, right? I guess the first concrete information is coming in, I guess, about Florida. So
yeah, I mean, it's still unclear to me. It seems like that anything is real as of yet, except for West Virginia, which is really not terribly shocking. So, did you see
Right.
do you see the video of people booing Donald Trump as he was going to his polling place? Have you ever seen anything like that?
I did, yeah. No, but if it was going to happen at all, wouldn't it be this election season?
Yeah. I thought that was.
I'm actually, I'd be kind of surprised if something completely crazy and insane doesn't happen between now and about 2 a.m. Wouldn't you? I mean.
Well, you mean like somebody has a heart attack, or there's a fake assassination attempt? I mean, like what? Like,
yeah, exactly. Or like a satellite crashing into a polling center in Texas, or I don't know, something crazy. I mean, it has to have some kind of shocker ending this election season, doesn't it?
I mean, yeah, but it doesn't necessarily have to happen tonight. I mean, my speculation is that he's not going to concede. I think that it's almost impossible for me to imagine that he's going to concede. Like, it just seems to be completely, first of all, from a media perspective, right? I mean, if you don't look at this as anything else other than like a PR stunt, how can you concede until like tomorrow at like 6 p.m. Eastern time?
Right. Well, there's not going to be any concrete impact of him not conceding unless there's some planned insurrection going on nationwide, right? So
No, it doesn't matter. You don't need him to concede for there to be a winner. But everybody's going to cover it. I mean, the only other thing I anticipate is that she could go out. She could be waiting to announce her acceptance. I mean, assuming she wins, and I think there's a very good chance of that. And he refuses to concede, and then he does it like 5 minutes into her speech just to see if they cut over to him.
Yeah, that could happen. That would be very similar to what he did during the convention, right? Remember when Ted Cruz started to give his, you should be free to vote your conscience kind of speech, and Trump entered the arena about 5 minutes into his speech to try to get the cameras to turn to him.
And it worked.
Remember that?
It worked.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But won't work this time. So. Yeah,
probably not. So wait, have you been on the trail?
I haven't, not for a couple of 3 weeks or so. I only did that one last feature, and then I kind of begged off because I have election fatigue. Don't you?
Oh my
At
God!
This point?
Oh my God! Yeah. I mean, I was ready for this to end.
I'm ready to drink bleach rather than think about this ever again. I feel like I don't know.
Well, let me. I mean, just did you have any? Was there any evolution of your ideas about what was going on over the course of this campaign?
Well, yeah, I guess so. I think there was a moment, I guess, when in February or right before Trump won where he sealed up the nomination, where I thought there was a possibility that he might be able to win the general election, just because he was a little bit less unhinged on the trail, and he was really hitting this economic privation note in his stump speeches. And I thought, if he stuck to that and he stuck with the corruption of the two-party system theme that he was really hitting hard during the primary phase, then I thought this election season would be interesting. And then the general election started, and all he wanted to talk about was emails and crooked Hillary. And I don't know, the whole thing, it became less interesting to me. I don't know how you feel about it, but
I distinctly remember a press conference he gave after winning. Maybe it was in February or March. Instead of having a rally, he did it down at like Mar-a-Lago, and he was as rational and calm as he was in the entire campaign. Not since then, not before then. And I was like, whoa, this could be a little bit hairy.
Right.
I mean, from my perspective, aside from having wanted to have a different nominee, my disappointment was just in the fact that they really let the Republicans off the hook, I think, in terms of I think there was really... It makes me very, very concerned that the Clinton administration thinks that they can make a deal with Paul Ryan, and I'm worried that they will. Not that they're wrong, but that they will, because I don't think that the deal will be very good.
What kind of a deal do you think they're going to make?
Well, they're going to try and do that tax repatriation. I mean, the $2 trillion. They're going to bring that back, and maybe they'll do corporate tax.
That's going to be a permanent thing, right? Isn't it?
I think that they want to drop the rate, and I think that they'll drop the rate even further one time if they get like some type of infrastructure. If you contribute some to an infrastructure bank or something to that effect, and then they may do corporate taxes across the board, which in and of itself is not, I don't know that it's like that, like a huge travesty. It just depends on what they get back for it. And my guess is they're going to get nothing for it. And so, and that's the problem.
Well, but the whole idea of them getting something for it assumes that they want anything. You know what I'm saying?
Well, yes. Yeah, I agree.
I mean, to me, the whole problem with the Donald Trump campaign is that he set the bar so low for people in terms of their expectations of what a politician should be. That, now the idea of criticizing, Hillary Clinton for something like greenlighting a tax repatriation scheme will sound ridiculous.
Yeah.
To most people on the Democratic side, and it'll be a long time before anybody defines a political problem as anything other than keeping this kind of sexist, disgusting creature out of the White House. I don't know.
I mean, even like you could see it on, you could see it like even from a Bill Maher the other day saying like Mitt Romney wasn't that bad. I really overdid it. I mean, that is like this is just made Paul Ryan's the fact that he has a plan reasonable. Never mind what it actually says. Just he's offering a plan. I mean, the bar has just been blown away, and I don't feel like the Clinton campaign in any way wanted to or did sort of hold Republicans' feet to the fire on their proposals in any fashion. I mean, that was it was one of the most issue-free campaigns, I think, in the general election. They didn't even have the sort of fig leaves that they usually have.
No, not at all. And I don't think we're going to have it going forward. I mean, I think the only place you're going to have any kind of issue politics is if there's some kind of repeat of the Sanders challenge, going forward. But would there be in an incumbent year? I doubt it. So we're talking about 8 years from now, probably, before that comes up again. And until then, I just don't see it. I think that we've raised a generation of young voters in this campaign to think about politics in terms of Donald Trump's behavior, as opposed to the hard stuff that they should be thinking about. And they're not going to do it. It's very distressing. It's turned into such a Captain Obvious kind of a political debate. Every single day it's 100 different new features about the iniquity of Donald Trump. It's like, yeah, I mean, we get it. I mean, he's a terrible human being. But how many different times can you say that? I don't know.
I don't know.
Do I sound bitter to you?
I was going to say, I should tell people that the last piece that you wrote, I think yesterday in Rolling Stone, was after this election, turn it off. Let's never follow politics again. I mean, it does sound like you need a vacation.
That's not going to be good for our numbers, Matt. I mean, please, Jesus.
I'm sorry. I'll try to sound a little more upbeat about it.
I mean, I think actually, my sense is what is got me excited is that, I distinctly remember when Obama was elected, that not only had the Obama campaign in the summer of 2008 specifically told their donors, do not fund outside groups. We want all the money. And the donors did that. So you had all these sort of underfunded, anemic outside groups in the, upon the inauguration, essentially, that even in September of 2009, if you were critical of Obama for the bankruptcy bill, you would get, they were already starting to call you a firebagger or a emo prog or whatever, whatever the early version of that was. There's not going to be that this time around, right? I mean, I think there's going to be a huge swath of the Democratic and left coalition that's going to be like, okay, we now want actually something from you. It's not enough that Donald Trump's not with us anymore. Because the fact is, Donald Trump's still going to be around. He's just going to be just as annoying. The press is still going to follow him, right? I mean, there's no reason why they're not going to.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, that's kind of a standing question. What happens to him after tonight? You know, does he create Trump TV, in which case he's going to be a permanent boil on the face of America, or you know, does he not find something high profile to do with himself? Because you know, the logic of covering him for the last 2 years has been entirely dependent upon his status in the polls. We didn't really cover him, no matter how hard he was really trying in the years previous to this election. So I don't know. I don't know how he's going to maintain a high profile role in American politics. I mean, what do you think he's going to do?
I think he'll probably do what Sarah Palin did after
do rallies.
Yeah, I mean, she just went around on tour. I think he'll do one a month, and I think, I mean, whether there's Trump TV or not, I suspect there will be something like that, right? I mean, his son-in-law. He apparently, it sounds like his son-in-law, you know, literally like pets his arm and gives him warm milk every night. And
great kid, great kid. I mean, he's great.
And I think this, you know, I think he's, you know, wants to be a little media mogul, and I don't know that it would work.
Yeah.
But
the thing is, we said the same thing about Sarah Palin after the 2008 election. Everybody thought that she was going to be this colossal force in
but she
American
was
politics.
I mean, she got Ted Cruz elected. I mean, she was for about 2 years, and I think Trump is far more savvy and well known than she is. So I think he's still got like at least 3 or 4 more years of this. I mean, I think it's like, to me, this is like show business. Like in show business, you hit a certain level of like, you know, a Q
rating.
Yeah. And you don't have to do anything, and you can sort of like glide on that for a couple of years. The trajectory goes down, but like you're still going to get work. And I feel like that's what, I mean, on the right, man, this guy, I think he's got the one data set he has is like where all his donations came from.
Right. And he has that significant plurality of Republican voters in a death grip, and so you know he does have an enormous amount of influence in that sense. But it's just I just don't see. I don't see how he's going to be that kind of daily
no.
presence. Yeah,
I think for normal humans, he won't be, you know, he won't be completely messing with our lives. I just think that, like, I don't know, CNN, I mean, all these cable outfits, and, you know, frankly, you know, our YouTube channel has done great because, you know, over the past couple of months, because we have, you know, every day it's like, oh my God.
Not so great that anyone should stop.
No, people should keep supporting it.
Keep watching.
Yeah,
But,
that was a pretty quick interruption there. That's
right,
pretty
exactly.
funny, yeah.
But that proves my point, right? Like, I mean, you know, and for CNN, they're making literally $100 million, maybe more, off of the, you know, that's the delta between where it would normally be if it was like Jeb Bush.
You know what's terrible is that in some ways my only takeaway from this last bit of conversation is I would like to watch the Trump Hindi ad again, please.
Have you heard that Trump Hindi ad?
No, what is that?
I think we're going to need to do this.
We're going to play this.
Thank you.
Yeah,
we'll take a second.
Yeah, the best part about
Matt Taibbi, this is Kelly.
Hi, Kelly.
I just have to say that you sound a little down after being on the Trump campaign trail, and just it's kind of sad.
And frankly, it's a mess, Matt. This is Michael, and it's really sad.
But I have something to say that might cheer you up. That is the truth. When I was getting your picture just now for the show, I saw what your age is as it comes up when you're Googled. And
oh God,
no, you were very youthful. I would have guessed. I had guessed much younger. So good for you.
So good for you.
Oh, well,
you're
thank
old.
you. No, you're
looking very youthful.
Is the ad ready? Because this is just getting brutal.
It's not bad. You're looking very youthful. You've been on the show, and I've listened to you, and you sound very young.
It's all ahead of you, Matt. That's, I think, what she's trying to tell you.
Well, he's very successful.
Well, thank you. But this definitely, this election makes me feel old. That's for sure. I don't know.
All right. Well, listen to this ad. This ad will cheer you up. And now, the one thing you have to understand is that Trump starts it off. He says 3 words. Understand that after the second word, they had to cut and do a jump cut because he couldn't put these 3 words together
before the word soccer.
Can't Get it done.
This is an ad that they put out. Apparently, this is for it's in Hindi and it's for the Hindu
it's just
conservative.
Hindu outreach, because even though actually I think the number is literally Indian Americans on a whole are at like 7% for Trump. He has an idea because he has a friend who's a wealthy Indian entrepreneur in Chicago that Indians love him. So that's the sort of premise.
Abhi ki bar, Trump, Sarkar.
We love the Hindus. We love India.
I'm Donald Trump, and I approve this message.
Come on.
Come on, Matt. Is it really all that bad?
If that can exist in the world, is there not something to hang?
Is there not light?
Now, hold on for a second. Florida right now, it's 48.5%. It's tied. Gary Johnson got 2.1%. That's 87% of the vote in. Oh, wait a second. No, I'm sorry. That was just
What
one.
are
that
you
was
looking at?
one county. That was CNN.
A
Forget
beaky
it.
bar, Sam fucks up car.
Let's do the ad again. Let's play him the ad again because that's worth the price of admission.
Wait. What's your data on Florida? Because the one I'm looking at has it within 4,000.
That was a county. No, that's just they're showing a county. Wait a second. No, Florida is within 4,000 votes.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at.
3.9.
It's like 397 versus 3968, right?
Yeah. With 87% in, is that right? No, is that right? Jeez, oh Pete, that's 87% in. Polls close at 8, so they're wow. How did they get all those votes in 17 minutes?
I don't know.
That's weird. Oh well, I guess there was probably a lot of
the early voting.
Early voting. Wow. Well, I mean, Florida. I mean, people anticipated Florida to be close, but I think they anticipated that she would win, and now it's within 1,700 votes. You got to be kidding me. Well,
I mean, to me, it's extraordinary that he's winning any states at all. You know.
Is it really, Matt? I mean, don't you think he speaks to? I mean, there's a real chunk of the country that you mentioned the legitimate issues that he raised for a minute around economics, and there's a lot of people that are frankly pretty bigoted, right? I mean, it kind of makes sense.
Yeah, I know. I get it. It's just,
it's depressing.
Yeah, it is depressing.
It's depressing. Yeah.
All right, play this again. Play this again. This will make you feel better.
It's not bigoted because he likes Hindus, apparently.
Yeah, I want to hear it again. Let's go.
Here we go.
Abhi ki bar, Trump, Sarkar.
We love the Hindus. We love India.
I'm Donald Trump, and I approve this message.
I love the echo.
What is he saying at the beginning? I don't even.
It translates. It's actually kind of. This is the creepy part of it. Is I think it translates as like Trump government now.
This time, Trump government,
which is basically that was Modi's slogan, who's the Prime Minister of India, and ironic, like Narendra Modi is actually like a Hindu nationalist neo-fascist who did probably preside over the mass killings of Muslims in Gujarat. So, I guess that part of it is less funny.
Yeah. That doesn't sound quite as funny, but
he's finding the right parallels.
Crazy. Wow. Yeah, no, looking at these results now, geez. But Texas is also, there's really not a whole lot of results yet in Texas. Let's see.
Florida is a little bit, I mean, I'm not saying that should be cause for alarm, but there should be some cause for alarm. I mean, I think she seems to be winning in North Carolina, but again, that's only 54% of the vote in. She's up by 6% there. But Florida,
that's pretty good.
I mean, but Florida, you would imagine if there was this Latino surge for her. I mean, remember that now I think we can safely say that dumb poll that came out about Florida where like 28% of Republicans were crossing over. I don't think that's possible now. 88% of precincts reporting, and it is within 30 votes in Florida.
30 votes?
Yes, almost 7 million people have voted, and it seems to be within 30 votes with 88%.
Don't you think
reporting.
the Cuban vote complicates that specifically in Florida?
I mean, there's no reason to expect that it complicates it more than it would have 8 years ago or 16 years ago.
Yeah, wow. Jeez, 3.983. Wow, That's unbelievable how close that is.
It's crazy.
So wait, how does it play out? Is it if he wins?
I mean, Florida is not what it was. You know what I mean? It's not what it was. But if he loses Florida, he's dead in the water. But it's not as crucial to Clinton. But I mean, let's put it this way: you look at this. There's no way Florida's resolved tonight.
Right.
We're now in that zone. I mean, it's conceivable, and you know, we'll get John from San Antonio, who's one of our listeners who's particularly good with math. But it appears to me, if you're at 88% reporting and there are only 40 votes apart out of now what looks like 8 million voters, it seems to me that like unless there's some heavily Republican or heavily Democratic county extant, that it's almost a guaranteed recount if it becomes necessary.
If it's necessary.
Yeah. Oh, wait a second. They've
It
just
could end up
re-upped it.
not necessary, right?
They just re-upped it, and he is now 4,000 votes ahead.
4,000. Really? I don't.
Yeah.
That actually does surprise me. I thought that.
Exit polls had Clinton up by 3 in Florida, Clinton up by 3 in Colorado, Trump up in Iowa by 1, Clinton up by 5 in Wisconsin, Nevada by 1. I mean, so these exit polls are, not terribly.
Have exit polls ever not been useless?
I don't think that I think they've been good for clicking. Now it's 48.4% to 48.5% in Florida.
For Trump.
Yep.
I'm seeing Trump ahead.
Yep. That's what I'm saying.
So what is the nightmare sort of map though? Like because if she loses Florida, she still isn't pretty. I mean, there's still a lot more paths for her.
Well, Trump needs to sweep North Carolina and Ohio.
North Carolina,
first of all, right?
Ohio, and Florida. I mean, obviously, if that actually happens, then that is really bad. But Florida was always the place that he was most likely to tip. I guess also Ohio.
Yeah.
Well, okay, what happens though? So if he wins Florida and Ohio, then what happens?
Then like places like Nevada become very important. North Carolina becomes very important. Michigan, Wisconsin, obviously. Pennsylvania.
Is he really in play in Michigan or Wisconsin? Like,
I mean,
I guess so.
Michigan, it's very tough to tell. I mean, there's been a lot of activity there. She didn't do particularly well in the.
She lost the primary.
The primary, yeah. But who knows? It's scary. Let's just for a moment contemplate Donald Trump becomes president. What do you do, Matt?
Well, there's a long list of countries that my wife and I have explored moving to.
What's
my understanding is that
my
in Hungary,
the Caribbean.
So what is it?
Saint
Kitts? Is that what it is? I think you need like $2.1 million to get in there.
That's right. Yeah. No, I think I'd go a little bit more downscale than that. But yeah.
Trinidad.
Somewhere. Yeah, something like
Nice,
that. Yeah.
nice. I'm into it.
Somewhere
I'll see
away.
you in Port of Spain. I'm going.
And he can't possibly win. I mean, it just doesn't seem. Although, I guess everybody was saying exactly the same things before Brexit happened, and then that happened.
But
so
no,
who knows,
because the polls showed Brexit winning, right? I mean, I felt like Brexit was just like an attitude that it couldn't happen. The betting market said it wasn't going to happen, but the actual polls, I think, Brexit was leading the past couple of weeks, as I recall.
Really?
I think so. I think that was just like a psychological, like, this can't happen. But
I thought it had pulled. I thought they had pulled within a couple of points, but it still was showing behind before the Brexit vote. But
I think it had gotten ahead.
So what's happening? Is your whole family watching? Now you got young kids. Obviously, they're not paying attention.
Yeah, no, they're not watching. No, I'm sure there are some members of my family that are watching. I'm sure there's some members of my family that are voting for Trump. Unfortunately, not in my household, but in my extended family.
Your side or your wife's side?
No, on my mother's side, actually. So
in Mass or something? Or New
Hold on for a second. Let me give you this.
Down south.
That way you can.
Oh, you get breaking news?
No, it's just we're talking about your family. You're just announcing who they're voting for.
Now Trump's up by a point in Florida?
48.6 to 48.4 is what I'm seeing, but 20,000 votes with 89% in.
Not good.
Right.
I mean, it's not good that it's breaking that way.
A Beaky Bar, Florida, Trump car.
What's interesting is I feel like
Sorry.
there's a CNN projection. Marco Rubio has won in Florida. Tammy Duckworth has won in Illinois. The Illinois thing is not surprising. The Marco Rubio thing is...
you think that's surprising?
I don't think it's surprising, but it's 20 minutes after the polls have closed, and you want that. What's that? He was winning by so much, but I mean, you want that call to be a little bit later, I guess, to a certain extent. But I mean, that was we still have Marco Rubio to kick around. But I mean, it seems to me there has been a mass, at least within sort of the circles that we all run in, the people who are listening to this program, Matt, even, you as you've been out on the trail, just a tremendous amount of denial in terms of the ability of Donald Trump to win. I hope that denial is justified. But I haven't heard anybody who's planned for a Donald Trump winning other than to casually say, like, I'm going to leave the country.
Yeah, no, it's funny. I've been talking to people who work in Congress in recent weeks. There's been a lot of people who've called me in like the last month and a half or so, and they're basically what they're doing is they're pitching stories to me about the transition in preparation for trying to keep certain members, certain particularly regressive people out of Hillary's cabinet and her transition team. And so what I'm hearing from people all the time is just, well, she's going to win, that's for sure. And all we have to do is make sure that the right people don't get in government. I haven't heard one person entertain the idea that Trump can actually win. So there is.
No, I'm sorry. I'm just wondering. I mean, is there any thoughts on the top of your head other than get the hell out of the country in terms of what to actually do in that scenario?
I mean, it would just be. I have no idea what to do. It would be, in terms of how to cover it as a political story, it would be an unbelievably difficult thing to do, because where would you begin? I don't even think that they have a plan in terms of what they would do for a transition team. I haven't heard one word from anybody in D.C. about what would happen in the event of a Trump election. Even the people who are like Republicans who work in committees, they're not working on any of those issues. So,
You mean like mental health issues?
No, and like in terms of who would be where, in a transition, who would have to leave Congress to go work in a cabinet. I mean, there's just nobody talking about that stuff. So, it would be an incredible thing if it happened. I think they, like everything else in the Trump campaign, they would probably have to, do it by the seat of their pants, and it would be an amazing thing. So I don't know.
Wow.
I don't know.
Trump is now up by 65,000 in Florida. It is now 48.8 to 48.1 with 91% reporting. So that's a little bit disturbing. Clinton is up by 5% in North Carolina with 56% reporting. Matt, let's just for a moment stay in that bubble of denial. What I know there's a lot of people who are fighting on the economic side about the transition team and who will be in the cabinet and whatnot. Have you heard anybody talking about foreign policy?
No, not really. I mean, most of the people that I'm talking to are talking about, sort of economic issues,
and banks issues,
banks, that kind of stuff. So that's really not my thing. But no, I mean, there's widespread concern that a lot of the more hawkish type of people from the sort of more aggressive wing of the Democratic Party are going to be invited back into this White House. But But I don't know. I mean, I have no idea what the plan is there. I think that there's certainly a lot of concern, that the Bob Rubin crew is going to be, back in power on the economic side. But apart from that, I don't really have any idea of what's going to happen.
All right, South Carolina has gone to Donald Trump, and I'm reading now that the votes that are extant in Florida, supposedly, are in Broward, Dade, and Palm Beach
Oh, are you
County.
kidding me? Are you serious?
Yes.
Oh no, God,
Jesus
this again?
Christ.
And but that should be good.
Unless I mean, don't forget. I mean, I'm not trying to just spin negativity here, but I do think of the current governor and the attorney general of Florida.
God.
Well, so I think we will see.
Look at North Carolina's looks a little closer than I. No, now it's within 90,000 votes or something like that. No.
Florida is now back within. Well, it's within 70,000 votes. I mean, I don't know. Maybe another 5 or 6% of somebody do the math here. Another 5 or 6% of 8 million votes is about 500,000, a little more, about 500,000 votes. So 70,000, but we would expect to see that turn rather quickly. Apparently, what is in the Broward column is early voting. So none of Broward County's votes have been counted yet, and only 50% of Palm Beach is in. But most of outside of Florida is in.
Am I remembering this correctly? I feel like in 2012, Virginia, which everybody had sort of thought would be a comfortable Obama win, for most of the night, because of the same dynamic where the more rural parts of the state were getting reported, it actually looked like Romney might take it for a while. And then at the very end of the evening, Richmond and everything came in, and actually ended up being a very comfortable Obama win.
But this is good for the YouTube numbers.
No, and that's the most important
thing.
Look,
that's the important.
So, Matt, could you buck up a little bit, for Christ's sake?
So here we go. Okay, so Miami-Dade.
Join the majority report for tools to survive in the Trump age.
In Broward, Clinton leads 70% to 29%. 500,000 votes already cast. 600,000. She has 422,000. He has 174,000. And none of the precincts have started to report yet. So none of the votes from Broward are in today in a place where she's 70-30.
That's a good sign.
50% of the votes are in from Palm Beach.
Dade?
From Palm Beach. And she is already, she's up 60-40 there. So if that continues, you're going to see more votes there. In Dade, she is up 64-34% and 80%. So there's still 20% extent. So there's still plenty of votes to come in Florida from areas that are at least very, very heavily Democratic as far as what is typical.
And that is not even counting the sort of double votes that we orchestrated with illegal immigrants.
Of course.
Yeah,
They've yet to, they always count those last. Matt, I appreciate your spending this anxious time for us, with us.
Yeah, I'm sorry I couldn't be more enthusiastic about it. I just can't wait for this all to be over. That's just my overwhelming emotion about all this stuff.
Right, and then we get into the really fun stuff like the total obstruction and the backlog of not only unconfirmed but not even unheard Supreme Court nominees.
Right. Yeah, no, that'll be thrilling. I can't wait. Yeah.
Well, we'll be sure to have you on.
I think you should go to Trinidad regardless for a little trip,
I feel like somebody needs a vacation.
I think I need, I think my vacation plans have to involve downers and sand and swimming.
Did you spend any time with how much exposure did you have to sort of the typical mainstream corporate reporters? Is that, because I feel like Trump overshadowed that for you this time around.
Well, the funny thing was that the dynamic really changed this year in terms of the press corps. The first couple of times I did the campaign in probably like in 2004 and 2008, the traveling press was this huge thing. I mean, when you followed around Kerry or Obama, there were 100 or 130 reporters following around the general election candidate. And, the candidate would come back into the back of the plane, and there would be these off-the-record talks, and you'd talk with the aides and everything. When I did Trump the last time, there were like 6 reporters and 3 camera people on the plane, and we were in a separate plane. And so it's a completely different dynamic. The whole idea of what the press covering the election has been revolutionized this time around, because neither of the candidates talk to the press, and because of that, in addition to the fact that there's so many economic problems in the business, nobody can afford to send their reporters out to get no story, so there's nobody following the candidates around anymore. So it's a very weird thing. I spent a little time with the people who cover Trump, and a little bit of time just following around other candidates like Rubio, but God, it's just been scaled back so much this year, and I wonder what's going to happen next time, because they've set this new tradition that nobody talks to the media. So going forward, it'll just be like a giant pool report.
Yeah,
which is weird, don't you think?
Yeah, I think it's weird. I mean, who knows? Are they going to release taxes next time? Are they going to? I mean, is it going to be sort of necessary that you, I don't know, slam at least 1 or 2, sort of demographic groups per? I can't.
Right.
It's really strange. I mean, we're just. I think we're now in that sort of like the thing that we've always been talking about, like sort of there is some type of tipping point. We just don't know which way it's going to go. But I think like things are.
Maybe it's all simultaneous. I mean, with Bernie and everything else, in some ways things have sort of progressed and opened, and things have gotten significantly worse. And then we have a status quo president if Hillary wins, and we see how it shakes out.
We will see.
I mean, the weird thing is that Bernie obviously is an open door. I mean, you can go sit in his lap and ask him a question if you want, But
sit on my lap, Matt.
Yeah, exactly. But in 2004 when I did this, if you wanted to find out what Kerry's position on anything was, you could just walk to the front of the plane and ask an aide and say, what's the candidate's position on this? And they would come back to you within 5 minutes and say, oh, this is what it is. Now, no matter who the candidate is, whether it's Hillary or Trump, you can't even get an answer on what the position is or what their reaction to something is. So I think that contributes to this whole weirdness in the population where nobody really knows anything, and they don't believe any stories about negative stories about their candidates. There's just this paucity of information out there, so people are kind of filling the vacuum with their own speculations, which is, I think, odd.
Odd, indeed. It will be.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully we'll return to issues someday, but maybe
someday.
We'll see. Matt, thank you so much. I really appreciate it, buddy.
All right. Thanks, Sam. Good luck tonight.
Hang in there. You too.
Thank you, Matt.
Wow. He's a little bit. It seems to be a little under the weather, folks. We have a special call that we going to get to. Hold on for a second. I'm going to call into the.
Thank you for calling in the Majority Report. The host will be with you shortly.
All right, and we're going to give me 1 second, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a special caller on the phone. Hello, where are you calling from? Oh my God! Is it?
Famous Kathy.
Kathy?
Yeah, Kathy. I'm still at the Quicken Loans. Raining clearly.
Oh my God! It's Catherine Harris. She's still stuck in the Quicken Loans vent.
I'm just ready to hold on to the way it's saved. Listen to me. I don't have much time. I have some intel from the great beyond that you have to.
Wait, have you died?
To hear about, Samuel.
Okay.
I did die, and that's what I have to tell you.
Okay, Catherine, just hold on for one. Hold on for 1 second. Let me just catch everybody up. Folks, it's Katherine Harris. The last we spoke to her was, I think, day 3 of the Republican convention. Senator Katherine Harris, who was never really a senator.
Kathy.
Well, okay, Kathy Harris. She was stuck in an air conditioning vent.
Samuel, I was at death's door.
And where are you now? You're still in that air conditioning duct?
I'm still stuck in a pipe hidden beneath the Quicken Loop. Listen to me, Sam. Do not interrupt. I have willed myself to survive. I've been living off of chunks of plaster that fell from the floor above me when Chris Christie was on the stage. And sometimes Marcus sends me through some pipes his Jenny Craig mac and cheese. Now listen to this, is so important.
I'm listening.
I died. But when I saw where I was going, Andrew Breitbart was there, and I turned right around. And I said, Kathy, you are not going to die, because I want to tell you what's been happening. Kelly Ann Conway has been there. She's been dying on a nightly basis. Dr. Ben Carson has been overseeing her death, because what she has been doing, Samuel, is learning how to communicate with the dead. Listen to me.
I'm listening.
Listen, then Ben Carson brings her back to life. Now, as you know, if you've been watching the Ken Burns documentary, The Walking Dead, Ken Burns
I don't think that's
has been documenting what's been going on in Georgia and Atlanta. The walkers, they're dead. They have no cognitive abilities.
It's a TV show.
That is why Georgia is too close to call. And that is why they extended the virus of the walker to Kentucky, West Virginia, South Carolina, Indiana, Tennessee, Oklahoma, Alabama, and Mississippi. The virus has been sprinkled in those areas so that the brain dead come out to vote. Now, they vote Trump. Those who have no neurological capacity whatsoever. That's why what you're seeing in Arkansas and places like that, they have the virus. It was sprinkled onto Duck Dynasty merchandise. It was put into oxycodone and OxyContin pills, NASCAR merchandise, Toby Keith downloads. Listen to me.
Did you put a virus onto a download?
Those places are going Trump because those people have no executive function of the frontal lobe. You can thank Kellyanne Conway for that. She learned how to commune and make détente with those who have no synapses firing.
Kathy,
she has been dying nightly. Did you see the movie Flatliners or whatever it was with Julia Roberts?
No, but Kathy,
that's what's been going on.
Are you on some type of life support? What is Kathy? I have to ask you. What? Wait. No. This doesn't sound. I mean, it does sound like you, but what you're saying seems to be rather.
Listen, I have willed myself to rally. I do not want to die. I don't want to go see where Andrew Breitbart. I'm not going to heaven, Samuel. I know this now.
Oh, so this is you're repenting. Now. You're repenting. Is that what's going on?
I'm having a come to Jesus moment, but unfortunately, I will never meet Jesus because what I did in Florida.
Wow. Well, in some ways, I think...
I still have my kazoo, Samuel. I still have my kazoo from Cleveland, from the Quicken Loans, from the rally.
Well, I mean, I think... so I don't understand. Are you now like in purgatory? Well, I'm not sure exactly.
No, I'm in a pipe.
How's your cell phone still working?
Will you dig the potatoes out of your ears? Listen to me, Samuel.
I'm confused.
I don't have much time.
But I mean, it seems like you've had a lot of time. I mean, you've been in an air conditioning duct
I don't have much time before I get woozy again. I don't have. Listen, when you're living off of lead paint and plaster chunks that fell from Chris Christie from above. He loosened plaster chunks. I'm eating them to survive. And also the Jenny Craig mac and cheese that Marcus brings me. And Marcus said he voted for Idina Menzel. He wrote her in.
But wait a second. I don't know who that is.
On the ballot, he voted for Idina Menzel.
But wait, why doesn't he get you out if he's bringing you mac and cheese? I don't.
He can't. I can't get out. He can't fit in to get me.
So he just shoves mac and cheese down the air conditioning duct?
Yeah, so I can survive, but he can't fit to get me.
And he doesn't know how to go talk to somebody. I feel like he's not holding up his end of the bargain as a friend. I feel like he should be doing more.
No one will help me because I'm repenting for Florida. They don't want me to tell what I did. Listen, Kellyanne Conway and Bill Kristol won't let me out. They won't let me out. Wendy Dang won't let me out. Ivanka told her bestie, Wendy Dang, she will cut you, Sam, just for having this knowledge. Her and the crazy 88.
Well, wait a second. I'm not sure I want to hear it then. All right. Well,
Sam, I'm losing strength. Did you hear what I said about the virus
Yes.
in the States?
Yes. No, I heard that.
What if they sprinkled it onto more Duck Dynasty merchandise and oxycodone in other states?
I don't feel like
I
that.
don't know what's going to happen, Sam.
I feel like the oxycodone could be a problem, but
Samuel.
Duck Dynasty, I don't think people have to worry about anymore. I mean, are they still even on?
The merchandise that the obese buy, who no longer have brain function and capacity. It's happening in Kentucky, West Virginia, South Carolina, Indiana, Tennessee, Oklahoma, Alabama, Mississippi, and Arkansas. It worked, Sam. It worked in those places. They went Trump.
It sounds like you're becoming like an East Coast elitist Democrat.
I'm becoming an expert.
It also sounds like
I'm
you
becoming one of those
are
experts.
very familiar with exactly what states have been called in the election so far.
Yeah.
How are you getting
Marcus
that?
told me.
Oh, okay.
Marcus told me.
Okay.
Oh, my God.
Don't give me attitude, young person. Don't you give me attitude. I'm trying to help you
I
out.
thought maybe you
I'm
died
trying
and
to
found
give you
out
knowledge.
at that point, and maybe you died and came back again.
What is she saying? She's so young I can't hear.
I should say, Florida, your home state, Catherine Harris, 49.1% to 47.8% with 91% in. It's a little bit hairy. And Virginia, with 59% in, Trump has taken a lead. But Virginia classically,
It's
the
West
upstate.
Virginia. It's West Virginia. I'm telling you. And also, don't forget all the prescription painkillers in certain areas of Florida. They've been tainted with the virus of The Walking Dead from the Ken Burns documentary of The Walking Dead. Ken Burns.
Yeah, no, I don't think that was Ken Burns. But Catherine.
It's Ken Burns who's documenting what's going on in Georgia. The Walkers, Sam.
I don't think it's Ken Burns. It's an AMC show. It's like a TV
It's
show.
Ken Burns. It's on AMC. He also did that documentary about the advertising business in the early 60s.
Mad Men? Mad Men.
Yeah, it was called Mad Men. Ken Burns, found footage.
No,
Ken Burns.
John Hamm. John Hamm is an actor. He played the
Yes,
lead in that.
I don't know who that is, Sam. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm just telling you that wherever
Can we send something to
people
you?
have lost brain function, wherever people have lost neurological capacity, they're voting for Donald Trump.
Well, I think there's probably something to that, but I mean, it's just nothing we can do, Catherine. We have to.
No, there is. You must alert the media. Listen to me. I have no nutrition. I've willed myself to survive off of plaster chunks. I've lost all my lovely hair. Now I look
Your
like
hair?
Nate Silver. My hair looks like Nate Silver's hair.
Oh my God! I'm sorry.
It doesn't look
Wow.
as good on me as it looks on him.
Well, no, I understand.
It works for him. It doesn't work for Kathy.
Well done. Yeah, no, of course not. I mean, he's got hair suitable for Nate Silver.
It's not flattering on me, Sam. The Nate Silver, as I call it.
Well,
Or
I
the
mean,
Nate.
I'm going to.
It
We'll
doesn't look.
we'll
good
alert the
on
media.
Kathy.
We'll definitely alert the media. We'll without a doubt. I'm gonna.
Yes, I've lost my hair.
I mean,
Samuel.
arguably, we are the media, so we know. We will never forget you.
You must get in touch with your people at the liberal Jew-run media and tell them about the virus that Kellyanne Conway that she learned about when she died temporarily, and talk to Andrew Breitbart. He always knew how to commune with people who are brain dead.
All right. Well,
He always knew it.
all right. Well, Kathy. Well, we will remember you. We've got to go. Okay, we got to go. Thank you for calling in.
Okay, but Samuel, please use this information.
I mean, I will. Well, still in a.
RNC would push back hard with what
Let's see what we
Richard
got.
is saying. They would say that the RNC
Florida's
had
too close
a
to call.
pretty organized ground game, even though the Trump campaign didn't. The RNC made up for what was lacking in the Trump campaign's on-the-ground effort.
No, I think that's a good point. And the Trump campaign did lack a ground game in a number of states. I mean, that's pretty indisputable. But the point is that, as you just mentioned, the RNC was able to make up for that. But for all the talk of the amazing ground game that we've heard from Hillary Clinton, and I have to say, I grew up hearing the Clintons have a fantastic ground game. Would we not see greater disparity in some of these early results coming in from states like Florida, which that went blue last couple of times? I mean, Florida, this was something that Hillary Clinton, I think,
about
felt
Michigan?
pretty confident. Exactly. And yet, look at the results coming in.
Well, let me make one
look
more-
at the new voter registrants coming in
Let me make
as
one
well.
point on that. So what the Clinton campaign is depending upon is high population counties, which we
Right.
know historically take a longer time to come in because there's more votes to be counted. So Broward County is going to take longer to come in than the Panhandle just
True.
based on population.
True.
So you have to wait for these votes to come in. I guarantee you at 11 o'clock, this map's going to look a lot different.
So you think it's
And
we're
your
gonna get
Mitchell
right down to the
reporting
wire, and then
turnout is
boom,
down
all
in
these are gonna go
Detroit.
blue? Is that what
That's
we're gonna
terrible.
That's what we saw in
Fowler just made the same
2012.
point, though,
Credit
that
if that
Broward
happens, if that
bodes
happens,
well
you're gonna see
for
great- I mean, you're-
Democratic
guys,
results.
Stand by. Joining us now with more, Bill Burton, former Deputy White House Press Secretary for President Obama. Bill, great to see you.
Well, it is
So let's just
amazing
start
that
with
all
Virginia
these
right now.
percentages are moving,
Yeah,
but
to you.
it's been stuck at
Let's just start with
91%
Virginia,
for an
where
extended
right
period
now
of time.
They're saying that Trump is actually running up the score in the rural southwest of that state, and he's performing well in the Commonwealth of Virginia tonight. Now she's still waiting for that vote on Northern Virginia, which tends to be more Democratic. But you tell me whether that's a surprise to Democrats and Hillary Clinton's campaign.
No, not at all. I think that if you look at the geography and the demography of Virginia, of course those votes are going to be for Trump, but the massive migration of people has been to Northern Virginia, Arlington, Fairfax County, those counties in there. That's where the largest share of the vote is. That's where Hillary Clinton and Tim Kaine are running strong, and that's fundamentally why she's going to win the state.
What about
I think
Florida?
that there's a lot more drama to the state, but there's still kind of votes. Florida, I mean, Broward County is barely counted yet. The numbers right now, I think, are predominantly from areas that are strong for Republicans. Not totally, but it's missing a lot of key counties that Democrats do well in. So in Florida, once again, Trump needs to win Florida in order for us to even keep paying attention to this race tonight. And it's not obvious that he's going to.
Well, he's up right now by 100,000 there, according to the latest poll. But you've got a situation where Trump.
That's a little nerve-wracking that he says it's not obvious he's going to win.
Sure.
Well, some haven't been counted, but some have. And it seems, according to our election analysts, that state is very much in flux. And they can't say that, oh, yeah, all the outstanding vote is from Democratic counties, so, you know, it's done, or he's going to go down. They're not saying that at all. They're saying this is a dog race, and that we might be looking at another 2,000, another 2,000 when we had the hanging chads, and the U.S. Supreme Court had to decide what a nightmare that would be. We only have 8 justices. We need 9. But go ahead, Bill.
Well, unfortunately for Donald Trump, he would need to win a lot more than Florida or be tied in Florida for it to even matter for which way Florida goes.
But he hasn't
Hillary
been
Clinton
ruled
comes
out in
into
any
this
of
with
his
a
key
huge
states yet,
advantage.
Bill. He hasn't been ruled out in any not in Florida, not in North Carolina, not in Ohio, not in Pennsylvania, not in Michigan, not in Virginia.
Not yet, but it's early, and they're still counting votes, and the Democratic strongholds have not been counted yet.
All of a sudden, the idea of a right-wing Mandela victory speech feels a little bit less funny.
And Donald Trump has more votes on the board. But even if Hillary Clinton loses there, she's in great shape over the course of the rest of the night.
Hey, real quick, Bill, for Senate race, how do you think it looks right now? And was it poor recruiting with Patrick Murphy and Evan Bayh if they couldn't pull off
Evan Bayh incidentally lost.
Wins?
I can't say I'm sorry about that.
Well, you know what? Patrick Murphy and Evan Bayh ran very good campaigns. Evan Bayh was against a pretty strong tailwind of Mike Pence being at the top of the ticket in Indiana, and in Florida, for Patrick Murphy to have to run against the popular incumbent
Except for he was
Senator Marco
unpopular
Rubio,
in his
who
own
ran
state.
far ahead of where Donald Trump is in the state. It was very difficult. I don't think it was a matter of bad recruiting. I think that Republicans did the best they could in states that are used to electing Republican senators, and that's what you saw happen tonight. But Pence at the top of the ticket in Indiana was a very hard thing to overcome there.
Bill, we appreciate your time tonight.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I don't know what he said. That was exciting. I wanted to find out. More than 150 electoral votes at stake at the top of the hour in just moments from now.
Polls close in 14 more states. Just 3 minutes, 20 seconds from now. Results as they come in. And guess what? It's pretty tight. Hi out there. This is a tight race outside Fox News election headquarters.
Hello.
Hello, Guy Lawson. It's Sam Cedar of the Majority Report. You're on air live. Can you hear me, Guy? Guy?
You're not. Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me? Guy?
Hello.
Guy, can you hear me? That's weird. Let's try this
it's
again.
on my landline.
All right, we'll try again. I'll call you right back. What's going on?
Hi, you've reached 845-87.
Nope, that didn't work out. Let's try it one more time. Maybe I was still connected on the other thing. That's weird. Gonna make two calls simultaneously?
Hello?
Hello, Guy. Can you hear me?
I got you.
Guy, we are live right now. We are watching the returns. Florida's looking a little disturbing. Mila is freaking out. How are things at your house?
The girls are both in their devices and freak free. They're more like worried about angry birds, I think.
I understand. Regardless of if Clinton pulls out Florida, it is pretty amazing that for all this talk about like the ground game and this and that, I'm surprised that the margin is not greater. Like I thought by 8:30 or 9, we would be feeling pretty confident that we would be calling this by 9:30, and I don't feel that right now.
I think that just watching tonight, I was thinking if I was a Republican, I feel like I've got John Kerry. It's like kind of how you felt in 2004. It's a winnable election. Hillary Clinton is a deeply flawed candidate. There's just a million things wrong with the way that she's approached the world, the war in Iraq, Libya, just on and on and on. Just the sort of the Goldman Sachs speeches. She's beatable, but they've got this. They have found the one Republican or one person in the world who can't beat her. So I'm not surprised that it's as close as it is. I never thought that this country was going to, sweep towards her. I mean, when you have a candidate boasting about sexual assault, you kind of hope that the nation will notice.
Yeah, you hope.
And when he, he's an anti-immigrant, bigot, and there's his illegal immigrant wife, plagiarizing Michelle Obama, you would think that people would say, is this the best face forward for the country? But I'll tell you, Sam, I was in Midtown Manhattan today, and I took it upon myself to go visit Trump Tower on Fifth Avenue between 56th and 57th Street, and
I hope you urinated on it. I mean, is that?
Well, no, I was surprised. So I'm a journalist, and that makes me a question asker. And there were all these dump trucks. You could call them dump Trump trucks, but dump trucks along Fifth Avenue and along 56th Street and along is it Madison over there? Anyway, just surrounding the whole building, the Trump Tower was surrounded by dump trucks filled with sand.
What?
Yeah. And so I'm walking around. There was maybe 100 of them, and along Fifth Avenue and along just basically surrounding the building. And so I went up to a cop and I said, hey, I'm a journalist. Do you mind me asking, what's with all the sand trucks? Like, I'm talking about big dump trucks, the kinds like in a snowstorm that drive around and sand the streets. And he said, well, I'm not supposed to tell you, but that's a blast protection zone. This is for blast protection.
Wow.
So, yeah. So I think that the blast protection is for the explosion that's going to come from within the tower.
I was going to say, I mean, if I'm a terrorist, the last thing I want to do is hurt Donald Trump. I
just think when Trump's tiny-fingered ego explodes, it's a peril for everybody in Midtown Manhattan.
There you go. He just lost New York, as in, and let me just say that Chuck Schumer won in the Senate.
Isn't that wonderful?
Yes, that's lovely.
I feel like I can feel the wheels of change grinding there.
Yeah, exactly.
Things for Milo just got a little better.
Yeah, exactly. But we should say in Florida, I just saw this: 16% of Broward County is in.
I know that
equals almost 600,000 or 700,000 votes. Is 16%. So you multiply that, you're talking about millions of votes still extant at a place where she wins at a 70 to 30% click.
Look, I think that the thing is that what the sensible, liberal, educated, open-minded global citizen looks at this thing and thinks that Trump should get no votes, basically, and that this should be over at 7:59.
That's right. That's exactly what I said before I called you. I thought, this will be great. We'll have Guy on at 8:30, 8:45. We'll talk about how this was a crazy election, and thank God we don't have Donald Trump, and now we move forward.
That was kooky.
Right.
But I'll tell you, change is painful, and when a country's trending away from being white, and men are losing their jobs and their power and their ability to command better wages and tell women what to do, it's going to be nasty and ugly. I've been listening to Guns, Germs, and Steel, a book by Jared
Diamond,
and it's really interesting to think about this thing elementally. This is perhaps the most race-related election we've experienced since the 60s. And did you see the Trump signs, the silent majority, coming back out in the recent days?
What do you mean?
Trump's got all these signs up, the silent majority, Trump, the silent majority. And it's a dog whistle, right?
Right.
It's not even a dog whistle. It's like a dog foghorn.
That's like a dog. It's basically like a dog call, but in English, and that people are just saying out loud.
Dog call in English. That's right. It's a person call.
Say dog call.
But so this is really, a spasm of white lament, as you saw in Brexit, and you see in Eastern Europe the rising kind of authoritarianism. The world is getting more complicated. You've got these mass migrations. You've got changes in gender that are really starting to play out, and you've got a moron who has marshaled these forces. But I guess the thing that I can't get my head around is there has to be, if half the country coming on, 45, 46, 47%, they would vote for, the chimpanzee from Every Which Way But Loose.
Right.
For president.
Clyde, I think was his name.
Clyde for president would get 46% in this country. And this is not good for evolution of society. If you think of Guns, Germs, and Steel and Clyde, if you think what happens over large changes over significant periods of time, this is not trending good for America.
Did he write? He wrote Collapse. Was that after or before that one? I think Collapse was after. And
after, I think.
I think I interviewed him for Collapse.
He also wrote The Third Chimpanzee to get the Clyde thing complete.
Oh, did he really? I didn't.
He wrote a book called The Third Chimpanzee.
But he was talking about financialization. When the economy becomes a certain amount financialized, we were a couple of percentage points away. I think 10 years ago. I imagine we're creeping.
Yeah, you get to 10% and 12% up in those numbers when the good number is about 3 or 4% of the financial.
Yeah, and that's when you start to see that type of a collapse. I mean, so yeah, I don't know. Let me put it this way. How many people can you fit in the back of your vehicle and take us to Canada?
Well, we have a third row.
We have literally
we call
tens
it
of thousands of
Cedar
people
row.
who want to
Cedar
propose
row.
marriage to you.
We have the Cedar Row. Saul might have to ride on the roof, a la Mitt Romney.
I understand. He's small.
But he's a tough kid.
Tough kid.
He's a tough kid.
Tough kid, great kid.
He's a great kid.
Tremendous
he's
kid.
I think he's my pick of the Cedar Clan.
Oh, well, there you go. Well,
I think he's everybody else's pick as well.
No, if I appreciate that.
You got Nikki, Mila, and Saul, and then it kind of gets...
There's a drop-off. There's a slight drop-off. I understand.
Sad.
I don't know, man. I think as an un-American, it is, I guess I would say two things. Brexit and referendum in Quebec in 1996 seem very analogous to this, which is you have these shrinking minorities. In Quebec, it was the French Canadians who knew this was their last chance.
Mm-hmm.
And in Britain, you had these white sort of rump little Englanders who knew it was their last chance. And so they just get hysterical and they try to, minimize every kind of risk and every kind of craziness and maximize every kind of fear. And they, one they win, one they lose. It's kind of, but the thing about it is that really concerns me for democracy is that it feels like these are one-time events. Like if Trump wins, everything changes. If Brexit, if that referendum passes, there's no turning back. If the Quebec separatists had won on a basically racist, very Trump-like campaign, there was no going back. So, I guess I don't know that I have faith because I don't, but I think that the American people are going to figure this out.
I don't know, Key. I went back on that.
I don't know.
I think they might make
it'll be
tremendous
10, 15
decisions tonight.
Well, I mean,
what's his path? What's his path if he loses North Carolina and Ohio?
If he loses North Carolina and Ohio, I don't know that there is a path.
Right.
I mean,
and what's her path if she wins Florida? If she loses Florida, there's like 20 paths.
Yes, exactly. There's a multitude of paths, so Florida is by no way a determinant for her. It's pretty determinant for him. I mean, if he loses Florida, there's really not. It's I don't know what the scenario is. I don't know what the scenario is if he loses Florida. But
so with all due respect to you, Sam, okay, go ahead. Sorry, I beg your pardon.
Well, but if he wins, it's not just a question of he's won Florida. She has other paths, but it's also sort of indicative of okay, I mean, it's true. Marco Rubio had a machine there that was getting out the vote, but it's not like that vaunted ground game doesn't seem to be as valuable as one would have believed.
Well, flip it around and say that next time you get a clever Trump candidate instead of a dumb one. So you get a Trump candidate in 2020 who actually will invest in getting out the vote, who will not talk about grabbing women's genitals, but will, demean Latinos and women, but do it in a way that's slightly more subtle. You'll get the actual learned Trump kind of version. But I got to say, if I'm a Republican, if just reverse engineer for a minute, I would just be exasperated right now. I would just think we have the worst candidate in the world, and even he's coming close.
Right. I mean, I guess so. It's tough to make these calculations because it's quite possible that you could get a Jeb Bush in there, and it would be ultimately very similar in some respects. I don't know.
Jeb Bush would not have done these stupid things.
That's right, but he may not have motivated the same people on the right. They would actually be there would be a different kind of split in the Republicans, and maybe we would have heard more about things like that were actual issues. But
aren't you getting from this? There's just a certain amount of monkeys that will vote red, and a certain amount of monkeys that will vote blue.
Without a doubt.
And
Without a doubt.
Just that.
Without a doubt.
The monkeys do this. They pull the. That's the Jared Diamond thing.
Yeah.
The monkeys in this environment with this level of unemployment and financial, whatever it is, all the things, the changing globalization.
I'm one of those
trade.
monkeys. There's no way.
Yeah.
I mean, Donald Trump could have said, like, I'm going to make Sam Cedar, like, a VP, Secretary of State. And I would have been like, probably.
He could have put you in charge of movie ticket sales.
Secretary, how about Secretary of Making Movies Great Again? What about that?
What about Chief Podcast?
What about Chief Podcaster? What about Czar of Podcast? What if I put Mark Maron in Guantanamo Bay? Maybe you'd like that, Sam.
Sam, how'd you like to host CNN, MSNBC, Fox, ABC, NBC, all at the 8 p.m. hour? One simulcast. We'll do it right through Trump TV.
And by the way,
then all of those networks will have to carry
it. You get to personally electrocute Chris Christie after he delivers me my food. That's something you wouldn't be interested in?
Something that on the table.
Think about it.
I'm going to give you...
Everyone's threatening... I think the Chris Christie thing... I've never experienced in my adult life anything like this lock her up bullshit. But... you talk about a guy who takes $1 billion write-down on taxes, like Trump.
Yeah.
And a guy like Chris Christie who shuts down bridges to punish people, and then his underlings get convicted and imprisoned. It's like, I don't want to criminalize politics in this country, but don't we have it like kind of exactly opposite in this scenario? Like, there actually are criminally corrupt people that are, governor of New Jersey and GOP nominee, and it's like, and Hillary's the problem. It's insane to me.
Yeah, it's insane. It is. I mean, the bar's just
makes me love Canada again. Make Canada great again.
He's made Canada great again. Texas, the dream is done. Texas has gone for Donald Trump.
I was there this weekend at a wedding in Austin, and Austin is the Brooklyn of Texas, and so it wasn't so much. But I tell you, you just walk through that airport and you think, it's just hard not to think, and I guess this is a real problem in the country's future. I just think moron, retard, tool, idiot. I just walk.
Is this like some type of like Canadian insult software program? I like that.
I'm just thinking,
retard,
okay, you really
tool?
think that orangutan is the right idea? You really think that for your children? Tell your daughter that.
Yeah, it's.
I will.
It's disturbing right now. I mean,
are you doing Trump? Is this?
It's a
mediocre
it's not me.
Trump. It's Michael.
I'm doing my best.
No, I know. Is Michael doing Trump, or you sound like Mr. What's his name from The Simpsons?
Oh yeah, that's true.
I honestly never watched The Simpsons. So which character from The Simpsons?
The guy that runs the
Mr.
nuclear plant, Mr.
Yeah.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Well, maybe they did that on Trump. Maybe
they must have based it on somebody much more classy.
CNN is starting. They haven't done an official projection yet, but they're.
I wish Ben Carson was the nominee. I have that impression on lock.
That would be good.
Yeah. What's the matter, Guy? Who you calling a retard? I'll cut your face.
Can you give me a little?
93% in, and she still trails by a point, 1.5.
Give you a little what?
They're going to call Florida for him.
No, not quite. I think there's still. He's still
ahead in Virginia too, which is a little disturbing.
But
Virginia,
the
northern Virginia comes in late. But North Carolina is becoming very important for Clinton. I mean, depending on what happens.
I think the libertards and the cocks are very scarce.
Is anyone listening to this? I just wonder aloud.
No, I don't know. It's people may be getting, I think people are getting a little bit nervous, and this is probably why the networks do it this way, is to get.
No, it's why. Did you not see Wolf Blitzer over with the? They've created like this hermetically sealed world because they don't want any commentators or very rarely want commentators to actually provide perspective. They just want to go from station to station to station. It's like this anxiety metronome.
Yeah, exactly.
Like tick, tick,
the anxiety
tick.
metronome. Sounds like a Foucault
article.
I
am. I'm feeling it. I mean, I'm. Like I say, it is now 9:15, and there is no clarity.
If I had to describe Sam's face right now, I would describe it as the anxiety metronome.
This is
Jew
I'm
edition.
I'm a little anxious. I'm a little anxious.
I mean, look, think about it from the perspective of us. We're white, and it's good for the YouTube numbers. So relax, buddy.
Well, exactly. Relax, buddy. And Sam, we've talked about this. If Trump wins, your numbers go through the
They go big league. And by the way, that is a good impression, Key.
That's really
wrong.
No consolation. It would be disturbing. It would be. Let me put it this way: the thing is that under a Trump presidency, like I feel like any gains that have been made over the past 8 years get thrown out the window.
There's none gains, pretty much.
And you get set back another 8 years. And it also...
I think 80.
If not more.
I mean, yeah. It's like dog years.
I think that Trump, 6 months deep, is in a diplomatic dispute recalling the ambassadors to Canada, Argentina.
Justin Trudeau is gay, and Angela Merkel's a 2.
Yeah, and China has got 300 aircraft carriers off the coast of California.
And they should be writing a letter of thank you, but they have the aircraft carriers.
Well, you know who's looking pretty smart these days is Nate Silver, with his
the 72% against. Yep. He always does, though. He's a clever guy.
He seems to pull it out. And Virginia again.
Clever Jew.
Good. But all right. Well, Guy, we'll check in with you again. See, I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see.
I have a feeling we're going to be here for a while.
Deep breath. Nate, the thing about if you follow 538 carefully, as I have pretty carefully, what he's saying is what we're seeing, which is this country's very divided. Clyde the Chimp would get 47% for Democrats and for Republicans, which is an indictment on the education system of this nation.
Yeah.
And the human nature.
Well, thank you, Guy. That was very uplifting.
Man, I'll tell you something. It's been like...
So let's...
Like Guy's like, first of all, you can't come to Canada with me. It's not practical. And secondly, your country's doomed and probably the world by extension. Okay. In a couple of months, I'll come on to write a new book about a gold hunting expedition. And
I'm actually seriously thinking my next book might be about Toronto. So I might be spending
just so that you can spend some time up there. Yeah.
Back.
All right. Well, Guy, it was good talking to you, I guess.
You too, man. Go, Mila, go.
All right. We'll talk to you later.
He's the best. We need him on more often.
Yeah, I know. We need to have him on more often. But this is, I mean, I've been through, this is now the third of these. Last time I was on the phone, 2008. 2012, I think we were on air here, if I'm not mistaken. Is that right? What were we doing?
We actually weren't.
I don't know what we were doing.
No, I remember I was at some party in Brooklyn, but there was no doubt.
2004, of course, Janine and I were in a basically not a show. It was like a party to celebrate the election. That was also rather disturbing.
Let's not talk about 2004 right now.
Let's not do that.
That might actually evoke my anxiety, and one of us needs to not be anxious.
I want to call John from San Antonio. I'm also terrified.
I do not want to hear John from San Antonio's smart number crunching right now. That is not what I need.
I'm not sure I want to hear it. But maybe we should check.
And that pretty much locks in that Donald Trump has won. And then I did a regression on when the world will end. And it looks like in the 3rd year mark of a Trump presidency, we'll actually be in Armageddon and human life will cease to exist on the planet.
All right. Well, let's go to the IMs then. Bunk Steve, we'll get to, we will call John in San Antonio in a couple of minutes. Bunk Steve, just wanted to say I probably put my vote in for Stein today. Frank Enstein, very progressive. I highly agree with his stance on fire. Fire bad. Janice, Hillary just wants to be president. Forget about naive. Well, these are all from a while ago. So, maybe I should take it from the bottom up. I love Sarah Palin. Have you noticed Fox News trying to regain their credibility? It's like them using Brit Hume in a big spot. Jiminy Jersey. Is this thing on? Where's the pizza from Sam? It looks delicious. So I'm not going to give him a free advertisement. It's down in Brooklyn. I beg you, please don't call John. I'm sick to my stomach, and I live in Canada. Neff. Never listened to something. Let's see. A second. Neff. I might be late, but Trump is back on Twitter. Hey, jeez.
Everyone voted. You can't take it away now. Back on Twitter.
Miller, guys, keep your eyes on the stock market futures. It's down 45 points in the past 30 minutes. Yeesh. Moz, get John on. Work drill. Get on the scene guys to Caroline's to cover the House live show, the Chapo Trap House live show. Matt Taibbi easily wins. The most negative guest of the night. His negativity offered nothing.
I think Guy is just sort of stylistically more cheery, but Guy was very negative if you're listening to the substance of what he was saying.
538.
Taibbi was on the trail with Trump for the past however long. Wouldn't you be depressed?
It's like a shattered man.
It's like a small version. Remember what Tony Schwartz said about when he wrote Trump's book for him? When he goes through his book, he said it was literally like, I think it was something to the effect of a void opened up in his life, and he stared into emptiness, and it sent him on a spiritual journey.
Cucks for Trump. According to 538, the Trump spike in Florida is due to the districts in the Panhandle reporting it. So we will see, ladies and gentlemen.
I think honestly,
Shutter Puppy. Where are you seeing
fine.
91% for Florida? Google shows your numbers, but indicated 61%. Now 68%, but that was at 831.
I've noticed percentages being different and having the same number of votes reported, so I'm not sure what's going on there.
Interesting. You know what we got to do? We got to bite the bullet and call John.
Yeah.
We got to buck up, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, you're right.
We got to
take our medicine. And then we got to call Jimmy Dore and offer him an apology.
I don't know, actually.
No, I'm totally kidding. The Jimmy Dore test is going to be in 4 years from now after the horror that's been unleashed on all of us.
4 years of Trump when we finally get universal health care.
Fine. Here's Single Bear.
Hello.
John?
Yeah.
It's Sam Cedar. What the heck is going on?
Fuck.
Okay, well, I mean, this is actually, what I was talking about.
You're the man. You're the
before, man. But I mean, I'm concerned. Obviously. I mean, this morning when I did my numbers in Florida, I had Trump up by 0.3%, and and then I went on the treadmill and I saw the Steve Shales, and I guess he changed my opinion. But, I mean, it looks like, they still haven't gotten a lot in from West Palm Beach and Miami. And so, I mean, those are the heavy Clinton numbers. I'm concerned about, all over, though. I mean, obviously, North Carolina is concerning.
Mm-hmm.
But if you just try to think about what Real Clear Politics did, they went against the grain. They went against all of the other, aggregators, and they picked Trump to win Florida, North Carolina, and Nevada. But that still doesn't give him enough electoral votes to win. So, he can lose all three. Clinton can lose all three of those states.
And what does she have to win, though? She has to win Ohio.
Well, she has to win. She has to win all of her firewall states, which are basically
Pennsylvania,
Colorado, Wisconsin,
Michigan,
Michigan, and Pennsylvania, and New Hampshire. And so I'm most concerned about Pennsylvania and Michigan. I think actually in my numbers this morning, I think she's only up by 1.6 in Pennsylvania, but at 2.3 in Michigan. So I mean, it's going to be tight, and I mean, who really knows? I mean, we're just going to have to wait it out.
Wait a second. I'm sorry. Did you just say who really knows? John, this is not...
John, you are he who really knows.
That's why we called you.
But the Detroit Free Press is calling Michigan for Hillary already. They did that at 9:19.
Really?
What?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, the Detroit Free Press, what numbers do they have? So go ahead, John.
Yeah, I only see 11% reporting, and Trump is up. I mean, I'm on the New York Times website.
Here's this from the Detroit
New York
Free Press.
Times is a pretty questionable source.
65 of 80 precincts analyzed by the Free Press showed Clinton holding a 4 percentage point lead, less than a point behind President Barack Obama's margin of victory in those same precincts 4 years ago.
Allahu Akbar.
Okay, well, that's good. That's good news.
Yeah, it sounds like John's a little bit skeptical.
No, I mean,
I've never heard John be so like, yeah, whatever. You want to go out on a limb, Matt? Sure.
Well, I mean, that could be right. I mean, she's been ahead, and also we haven't had a Republican victory there. I think since '84. It could be '88. But it's hard to say. I mean, I'm concerned about Virginia also. I think that was within 3 points the last time I checked. I think I have the Virginia Board of Elections website here.
76% reporting. 76% reporting, and Trump is up by 2 percentage points.
Yeah, okay, I just refreshed it. It's at 84%, 84.4%, and yeah, Trump is up by, let's see, 39, by 0.5%.
Okay, well, that's a good sign then. That means it's been trending.
I mean, right. I mean, this is, I mean, you talked about this earlier, Sam, about, the rural counties coming in first, and so, when it's a close election, I mean, like it is, and like I expect it to be. But I mean, yeah, I mean, I didn't expect Virginia to be this close, though, at all. And so, I mean, I guess I should have. I guess because I mean, those margins were like 5 and 6 points, and so I don't think that it's going to be that kind of margin. But I mean, who knows for sure? So yeah, it's a little bit concerning, but as long as the firewall holds, then everything's going to be fine. It's just going to be a lot closer than everybody thought, and I guess real clear politics is going to look pretty good. But
Nate Silver,
it's still a toss-up,
Which is the thing that upsets me the most. I am so tired. I just wanted Nate Silver to finally get knocked down a peg.
It looks like forget about it.
No, I know. Another 4 years of people harping on Nate Silver.
It also looks like medical marijuana legalized in Florida. It's not. I don't know if we've seen that specific call, but that's the word I'm getting from my Florida peeps.
Well, you can go to sleep, Jimmy.
So now Jimmy Rifferke can relax. It's all gravy. Well, I mean, I guess certainly if you're going to help Donald Trump be president, I think certainly as much.
I'm going to want to light up a lot.
As much as you can get your hands on, I think is going to probably be called for.
This office is going to start looking like one of those 70s Rasta documentaries.
Let's say that Florida goes for Trump. What's the next 2 or 3 states that we got to look at that is very that are crucial?
Well, every state that's close in Clinton's firewall, which are like I said earlier, I mean, Colorado, Michigan, Wisconsin. Even though I on my numbers they were Wisconsin, I had it 6 points to Clinton. I mean, I didn't think Virginia. I didn't even put up a projection for it. I just thought it was so far 6 or 7 points, and so I mean that's a little bit disturbing, and it makes me think that the demographics are similar to Pennsylvania, And so that makes me think that Pennsylvania is also going to be close. But, what is it right now? It's just 16%, and Clinton's up by 20%. I mean, so, again, another firewall state. I believe, it's been since '88 since a Republican won that. So, I just hope the demographics hold. And it looks, I think, Clinton will win Virginia. I mean, now it's within, like I said, half a point. And, I mean, all these other states are a little early. Clinton's up by, 4.8 in Colorado, which is crucial. Also, I was kind of a little bit bullish on Arizona, which we haven't seen any numbers from. I only had her down 0.6, which is better than just about anybody. I guess I did see some movement in some polls there. I don't know. I mean, I don't get too technical about the polling, but with Sam Wong, yesterday we were talking about rating the pollsters, and what I noticed is that a lot of some of the things that don't have as good of a history, they're more internet polls that came out later. They favored a lot of Democrats, and so the higher rated polls, had it closer. And if you were just aggregating the polls, just averaging them without giving them any reference, they favored a lot of Democrats, and that seems to be kind of going against the grain, especially like in Indiana, where I thought my numbers were like way off. I was like, God, this is like a 6-point win for Young, and now he's up by 12 points.
Wow.
I think that is important. I mean, it's right now it's a complete coin flip. Florida's really disturbing, and it's just going to make things tighter. I mean, Ohio is down by 7, which is also with 44%, actually 7.7. So yeah, I mean, the Michigan call is great. Pennsylvania is at almost 20% now with a 16-point lead, which kind of goes against the grain of the rule theory.
Right.
So
we'll see.
Yeah. I mean,
all right, John.
I'm
Listen. We're gonna check back in with you in a bit. I mean,
okay.
We'll see what's going on. We need to stew in our anxiety. She's now down still 1.5 in Florida with 94% of the vote in. This is starting to look like, certainly the New York Times is saying like a 95% chance now for Trump to win Florida. So the key is going to be
Virginia.
Virginia.
Particular surprise, though. I mean, Florida was something that he always. Ohio and Florida, I always thought were the ones that he had a real crack at.
John, we'll talk to you soon.
Upshot now has Trump winning 53% chance.
At Florida.
The whole thing.
You mean the whole thing?
The whole thing.
Wow. Not good.
So the New York Times live forecast for Michigan is Clinton by 53 is 53% chance of winning. Virginia is going to be the big one. Michigan and Wisconsin. Virginia, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Those are going to be. That's basically it. I mean, again, it comes down to that flower wall, right? I mean, Pennsylvania and. But it's this is hairy.
that I grew up in, one in Pennsylvania and one in Ohio, Belmont County, Ohio, and Washington County, Pennsylvania. This is coal country. This is steel country. This is post-industrial. These are places that used to have a lot of Democrats. That's where Donald Trump can make it all up. If there is a deficiency in Franklin County among the Republicans there, if there is a deficiency in suburban Philadelphia, that's where he's got to score enormously.
But how much of this, Joe, is attributable to the fact that we're talking about 90% of Republicans who backed Donald Trump today? I mean, just after the, Access Hollywood bus incident, it was down to, I think, 83%. And so over the past 3 weeks, 4 weeks, he's managed to get those Republicans back into the fold. And so it comes down to the independents. She's got 90% of the Dems. He's got 90% of the Republicans. So it comes down to those critical independent voters.
Yeah, and what definitely happened is Republicans came home. I mean,
Mike Pence.
They did. And exactly. It said come home, and they heard it. I think the interesting thing is that I came into the night expecting Clinton to have a lead in Florida, hold it, and win it. I also thought that Trump would take a lead in Ohio, hold it, and win it. What could happen tonight, and I wouldn't bet against this, is it flips. It's the opposite of what I thought. I was wrong.
This is interesting.
And then
so we got
Trippy saying Ohio for Clinton. He thinks.
No, and we had talked about this, whether we were going to see. We started the evening, I think, talking about whether we were going
Karl
to
Rove apparently said he was,
a sort of realignment where the Rust Belt was starting to move. Republican,
and now it appears that there is no realignment.
Florida, North Carolina, the southern
and
states,
Georgia. We haven't called Georgia yet.
Yeah, would start moving to the Democratic fold. And what's fascinating so far about the night is we may have all it may materialize the other way. It's all holding.
All right. Dana, I want to talk about the balance of power quickly, and that is this confidence now that the GOP might hold on to the U.S. Senate. Just moments ago, U.S. Senator, a Democrat from West Virginia, Joe Manchin, said he's not committed to staying a Democrat if it's a 50-50 Senate.
Such a scumbag.
He's tired of being in the minority, I suppose. I think that the unsung heroes of this election for the Republicans has been the National Republican Senatorial Committee. They are the ones that have done some excellent
They've been
work.
very aggressive.
They had support for their incumbents early on. They were able to deal with primary challengers
really
very
problematic.
effectively. They spent money early on in those states to shore them up. You look at Rob Portman in Ohio,
if it's 50-50,
considered to have run
and
the
Joe
best
Manchin
race in the entire country, and people will be modeling
he will do that to save
race
his
in the future.
skin in
you
2
also
years.
look at Todd Young, just won in Indiana, and I won $100 from Juan Williams because I called that 6 weeks ago. Ron Johnson up in Wisconsin, not sure if that's going to be able to work out for him, but I do think that the Republicans, because Rubio was able to come back, he ate a little humble pie. The presidential doesn't work out. He ran a great race, and now he will be the Florida senator again.
Chuck Schumer should be fired.
I do think that
John
the
Tester
other thing
should
that
be
the
fired.
NRSC did that the Democrats did not do as well is they focused on, and Carl, I hope maybe
Who
I
would
think
you
that you'll agree
elevate?
with this.
I
They
mean, I
focused
guess
on early
besides the
voting in
obvious,
the states
Warren,
where they had
all that.
big opportunity to do so. So Florida being one of those, perhaps in North Carolina as well for Burr to get him across the finish line.
And we haven't called that race yet.
We may be getting ahead of our skis here, but if we wind up, Carl, tonight with a President Donald Trump and a Senate that remains in the control of the Republicans, which virtually nobody thought was going to happen. They thought that the Republicans were definitely going to lose control. The
These
crowd
people
loves
back
that
here
prospect.
thought so.
They love that prospect.
They thought so.
What does that mean for the Republican Party, which was so averse to Trump, and Trumpism, if you will?
Well, it'll be interesting. First of all, it'll make it easier for him. Dana and I were in an administration that had a Democratic Senate at the beginning of our term, and getting your appointments filled and getting your policies through a little bit more difficult.
And the end, which was all about investigations. Completely.
So it'll make his life easier. But I also think we might see an interesting thing, which is the energy behind
CNN
legislative initiatives.
From Donald Trump's advisors over these past several weeks, they had a path, and at least right now, it looks like they do have a credible path.
They do absolutely have a credible path. And look, if this night ends up being the way that Donald Trump and his advisors think and hope that it will be, boy, I mean, it's going to put the polling industry out of business. It's going to be the voter projection industry out of business because I don't know of one poll that suggested that Donald Trump was going to have this kind of night that he seems to be on track to having. And in fact, we all look at these websites.
I'm going to start asking
I don't
where
need
these
to name
numbers
them,
coming
but
from. Like, which was the theory that was right?
Odds, Hillary Clinton has this percentage
was it
odds
people not
that she's
owning their
gonna win.
support to
And
Trump?
most of them
Is there a
Clinton, the odds
secret?
of her becoming the
Most
president
disturbing
at
to me is
over
this
65%.
right-wing white
Well, I have to just logged on to one of them, and it has Donald Trump at 54%. Now, these are not. This is not science. This is prognostication based on data coming in and polls and the like. But really, we're seeing. First of all, this is not the repudiation of Donald Trump and Trumpism that I think a lot of Republicans in Washington, D.C. and Democrats hoped. But beyond that, we're seeing, as you say, Wolf, a credible path for Donald Trump to the White House. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but it certainly could.
And Jim was talking about the feeling inside the Trump victory party, which, of course, they always call it before we get the results. It's not just there. It's the photo of Donald Trump and Mike Pence watching the returns with the people who have been working on their campaign in the war room is one thing. And then the people who are closest to Donald Trump are watching in a room right now, and they said that the mood has changed completely.
Dana, we have two more projections right now. All right, CNN now projects that Hillary Clinton will carry the state of Connecticut with its 7 electoral votes. Hillary Clinton wins in Connecticut. CNN also projects Donald Trump will win Louisiana with its 8 electoral votes. Another win for Donald Trump in Louisiana. Let's take a look at the Electoral College map, see where it stands with these latest 2 projections. You can see right now Donald Trump's still ahead. He has 136 electoral votes to Hillary Clinton's 104 electoral votes. Remember, 270, that's what's needed to be elected president of the United States. The red states we projected going to Donald Trump. The blue states we projected going to Hillary Clinton. Let's go over to John King to watch what's going on. John, you're studying this at the Magic Wall so closely right now.
Just going through, and you're trying to look. Let's just start down here in Florida. I was just emailing back and forth with a key Democrat and Republicans who know this state very well. The Republican is not a fan of Donald Trump, trust me, who thinks that Donald Trump has enough to hold on here. That doesn't mean he will, but we're up to 95% here now. And so every time we do this, we go back to the bank of what's left out there. And there's still some votes left in these Democratic areas, but 94%. First, let's just go back and do the statewide math. You see right there, 49, go ahead.
I was going to say, I want to get back to Florida in a moment, but let me take a quick break. We're counting down to another round of poll closings right now at the top of the hour.
Got to make that
results
cash.
From 3 more battleground states
Cartels,
that will
militias, terrorist groups. They all need a
Well, no, let's go
What
back.
is this,
I don't need to see
Iowa,
that
in Miami
futuristic
Beach, people are watching CNN.
America in
They're
6
following
months.
the close race unfolding in Florida, very close. That crucial battleground state still too early to call. More votes coming in right after this quick break.
Priority 1. What do the aliens want?
We need to talk to them.
Critics everywhere.
I really don't have much to
Turn
add
off
here.
the audio. Turn down the audio.
I don't know.
I'll do some IMs. I mean, this is it's getting
disturbing.
a little scary. Dunning-Kruger, we've been screaming in the void for months up here in Toronto. Rob Forge foreshadowed all of this. Tim
All
Austin.
right, don't get so cocky, you Canucks.
I'm sorry, Nikki, Mila, I'm on air. I'm getting texts from people that are all just.
I'm getting bombarded with, is this actually happening? Is he going to win? Can I freak out yet?
The New York Times now is saying 53% chance of a Trump win. Bertold Mecht. Gang, I'm sitting out here in Colorado trying to get so high I don't understand what's going on. It's not working. You'll have to try a different coping mechanism. Amcavoy. I'm in Vermont. I'm considering hightailing it for Canada. I've got a Make America Great Again sticker to put on my car to save me from the death squads. Plants on fire. Let's mull this over. Weed is more popular than Hillary in Florida.
That's not terribly surprising.
Well, it lost before.
Hillary's not popular.
Nefart, fingers crossed that the firewalls hold. I mean, it has to be Virginia. It has to be Wisconsin. It has to be Michigan. Contrary to the Detroit Free Press, I'm not quite so convinced. Rube, I love John. What kind of gratuity are you giving him? Kickstarter? Yeah, well, let's work on that.
One step at a time. The world's about to end.
Pride of the proletariat. NPR had Roger Stone call in as part of their election coverage. Sitting in my basement in case Trump wins, unless I do something rash. Spay F, I am so sick right now. A Mazel Tov cocktail. America, whole lot of racist. Flood myths. Is Kelly still alive? Someone please check on her. Also check on Matt. Wilbur. John's got some deets. Right now I'm taking a semester abroad in Montreal, and I feel relatively safe being in Canada. But I have to say I have a large amount of alcohol, and I'm nervous. Is there a serious chance of Trump winning? There's a real chance. Dragon Slayer. Good to see the Majority Report turn first on math when things look bad.
Yeah, we're committed to our core brand proposition, even in times of stress.
Fred. I bet President Trump pardons Chris Christie. Greta, upstate. Carney tweeted he thinks Hillary will take Virginia. This is one time I'm hoping he's right. Matt Marr. Dow futures plunge 500 points, Chris Hayes reports. Let's go to Bill Hemmer Fox. Matt.
This means for us is not that we've called every House race.
Right now, they're at 56% for Clinton. Look what it was for Barack Obama 4 years ago, 68%.
Yeah.
You go back 2008, it was 68%. And right now, she's underperforming among these kind of voters, which is telling us a very interesting story. Come out here to the Southwest, okay? This is Hamilton County, it's the city of Cincinnati. You mentioned Warren County a moment ago. Trump's doing all right, okay? But this is deep, ruby red Republican part of the country. What did Romney do on a percentage basis? He was up about 5 points from where Trump is right now. So you're starting to see, as this vote comes in, a bit of a shift, perhaps in the state. But, you know, I look at this up and down the Ohio River. I mean, that is all red. This is kind of like primary numbers that Trump was doing when he was going head-to-head with John Kasich, the governor there. And I know Stirewalt was talking about Belmont County. Trump's got 2/3 of the vote there right now. Yeah, okay, it's 20,000 vote total, but you know, you start to pick up on these rural areas and you see where his message sticks and where it doesn't. And I think Ohio right now tells us a very interesting story about where this campaign, this election is right now. Quick rough count, about 3.1 million total votes cast or tallied so far. The total 4 years ago was 5 million plus. So you've got some more votes to come in. But based on what we're seeing right now, Ohio looks like a decent state for Donald Trump at the moment.
Yeah,
so Michigan...
it's truly amazing. Let's bring back our panel. Karl Rove, Chris Stirewalt, Joe Trippi, and we had Tucker Carlson. Of course, we got Chris Wallace and Britt Hume still here. I do want to mention, Tucker, right now, Dow futures are down 464 points. As of right now, they don't like uncertainty.
No, they don't.
And this is.
I don't think it's uncertainty. I think it's
shock. I mean,
they
this is, among other
like
things, kind of
the chance. They don't like the
the
chance.
Prognosticators among us who got it wrong, who turned out to. I mean, we don't know the outcome, of course, but this is not what we expected at all. Because we imagined from day one this was all about Trump, and the coverage has been all about Trump. But there's another side to it, and if you're like a voter who is ambivalent about Trump the man, you also have to weigh that against couple of unpopular wars, you know, a financial crisis that seemed to benefit a few and hurt you, a bank bailout that nobody outside.
I certainly don't want to hear Tucker Carlson opine. Let's hear.
A quarter of the vote is in.
Tucker Carlson.
Hillary Clinton has a significant lead there of 276,000 plus.
That's Pennsylvania.
Votes over Donald
Pennsylvania.
Trump. It's 269,000 right now. 20 electoral votes in Pennsylvania. Let's take a look at the Electoral College map to see the all-important Electoral College map. Trump is ahead. He has 136 electoral votes compared to Hillary Clinton's 104. 270 are needed to win the White House. Let's go over to John King over at the Magic Wall. He's taking a look. Donald Trump is doing remarkably well, John, in so many of these states that President Obama carried twice.
And so we'll get to the results in a minute, but first the question people are asking at home, does he have a path now? With what we are seeing, does he have a path? And remember, this is where we started tonight. We had Secretary Clinton at 268 to start tonight. All she needed to do was win one more state if, and it's a big if at this hour, she held all the blues. So let's just go through this where we are right now. Okay? Donald Trump, we had at 204. Well, Donald Trump is leading right now in Florida. Let's see if he can hold on to Florida. That's 29. Donald Trump is leading right now in North Carolina. Let's see if he can hold that. Look where that gets Donald Trump. Let's assume we're not out west yet. This may come down. We could come down to Arizona and Nevada in this race, but let's just say Donald Trump wins Arizona, where he was leading in the late polls. That gets him to 259, Wolf. He's leading in Virginia right now. That would do it. Let's assume Clinton comes back in Virginia and holds that, just for the sake of argument. Michigan would do it. Or if somehow Michigan stayed blue, Wisconsin would get him to 269, New Hampshire could do it under that scenario. So there are now several different paths as we watch this play out. What does it come down to? It comes down to counting to the final vote there. We got a ways to go here still. And it could come down, let's switch maps and see, it could come down to a state that most Democrats and even many Republicans thought months ago was a sure bet. And if you look at this right now, we're up to 80% of the vote. She has closed the gap. In just the last few minutes, she has closed the gap to about 10,000 votes, if you see it right there. So you're looking, number one, if you think about it.
Virginia's very important.
Michigan, Virginia, and then we'll look at Minnesota,
New York
Wisconsin,
Times saying there's a 58% chance that Trump will
win.
win.
So the question is, can Hillary Clinton come back? The answer is yes.
Again, that one's not scientific.
The clock is ticking.
I've seen people
95%
point
in
out.
Loudoun County. 80%
It's the
Fairfax
first
County.
time I've ever appreciated it. Well, actually, in my life.
You remember the Senate race a few years ago. Everybody was stunned that Ed Gillespie, the Republican, was so close to Senator Mark Warner. And Ed Gillespie was leading at times in the night. And then these votes came in, and snap, it changed.
Well, it's not like she was a pick.
That's what's going to happen tonight.
Wasn't a
but we
smart
have to wait
nominee.
to see what happens in the Northern Virginia suburbs.
Well, I'm talking just in terms of
Hillary Clinton
reality.
now,
Wasn't
No, the problem is more people voted for
A
her.
little over 12,000 in there.
I know
So
that.
it-
We've
your-
been saying
the
that
clock
for
is starting
months.
to run
I
at
know,
80%.
but
There's no
So
contradiction
Virginia's
in what I'm
one place
saying.
we'll watch.
But
Trump wins that. Again, he's got to
She
hold
wasn't
these
a good
ones. So let's
choice.
just check on these as we go. Up to
By whom?
79%.
By
Everybody who
the
voted
people
for
who
her.
chose
You're
her,
up to
because
80%,
evidenced by
now
the
you're
fact
talking
that
about a
she's
pretty
not a
good
good
It's a
lead.
weird
choice.
way to put it.
So let's look. 94%
I just think that, yeah.
there.
Okay.
We're still waiting for
I mean,
decent amount.
Donald
Trump's
Only
not
3% of
a
the state
smart
population. I
choice
wanna go over to
either.
Charlotte.
I mean,
No.
This could come
to
down.
an
How many
hour,
votes are still left
2
out
hours
here?
ago,
Yeah,
but
Only
I
at
you wouldn't put it
43%
that way.
here. So
Said
North
that.
Carolina's
Okay.
not
How would you
over.
put it?
But
We
if you're
could put it
Donald
whatever
Trump,
way.
and you're now at just shy of
The-
80%, and you're looking at a
The Democrats are just out of step of where the country
increasingly
into
confident about that.
As
And I said,
manifested
checking
by
with people down
maybe
here,
not making a good choice.
Increasingly, even Democrats believe because of his strength
But,
in these rural
yeah,
areas
not-
up in
not-
the Panhandle,
not in
and
step with the
elsewhere, and because
country
of his
at all.
running very competitive in areas like this, and especially here, Barack Obama won. President
Georgia
Obama,
Farmer.
Senator
Let's
and
not act
President Obama
surprised
won.
that
This
Clinton
was
is
he
not
was
adored by
running
everyone. Her
his
negatives were up to
campaign.
72% when the DNC
Right.
gave her the nomination back in March.
That part is stupid.
The
That part is
DNC
stupid.
did
That
not
part
give her.
is stupid.
Nobody made
Let's move down
a
here to
choice.
Broward
People
County,
went and
75%.
voted.
Again, she's likely to pick up some votes, but is it enough? Miami-Dade is almost done at 94%. So
It's
there are
just-
still some votes in these southeastern counties.
It's hard for
Hate
me to
say
just
this,
not. I'm not
to
just.
say the
I
words
don't
Florida
believe in
and
stupid
lawyers in the same
conspiracy
sentence.
theories
We're gonna
about the
wait for these
DNC, and I'm not even
votes to
talking
come in.
about Bernie.
There's a
But it's just
chance
there
that
was a
some of these
plethora of
states are gonna
people
carry
that would have.
into the morning. If you
I
get
don't know.
into,
That would have been more effective.
are there still other absentee ballots?
They didn't run.
If you're Trump and you're looking at this,
No doubt.
This one is key right now. Can you hold this lead?
There's no
We're gonna
contradiction
watch that as soon as we get up
between
there.
what
And
I'm
then
saying
we'll move
and-
out here. The count's a little slower as you move toward the west.
There's no
We're only up to
implicit
21%
endorsement of
in
conspiracy
Michigan.
theories or
All right,
anything
let's
else.
go bike
Healthy
ride.
lead. Some people look at that and say, wow, the other way to
Have you
look
guys
at
heard
it
anywhere
is
that
what we have
had a
so
long
far.
line waiting for voting? You guys said it was fast, and in Minnesota, it literally took me more time to fill out the ballot than to wait.
It's not surprising in the sense that once you look at where the votes
I've
are
heard
from,
in North
that doesn't
Carolina,
surprise you. The question
long
is what's
lines.
happening in places like this.
Still
And again,
ongoing.
this is going to come down to margins. If Donald Trump is running more competitive in these areas, so 51 to 44, 54 to 46. So you have a Donald Trump running closer in these outside, essentially the counties just outside of Detroit. Let's go down to Wayne County. One of the biggest concerns for the Democrats in this election cycle has been African-American turnout. Wayne
Virginia's
County,
looking
Detroit, we're only at
pretty
11%.
good.
So
She's going to get
if
Virginia, I
Wayne
think.
County ends
I think
the
it's going to be
night
the
48,
same
45,
dynamic as
Donald Trump's gonna win
2012.
Michigan.
See what
Only
happens in
11%,
North
so we'll
Carolina
see
and
how this one
Florida
plays
end
out.
up could being like, you know, these are just could be hanging in the balance. We could literally have another 2000 situation.
Yeah, there it is. You can see
Wow.
Hillary Clinton has now taken a slightly.
Where were
less
you
than
in
2,000
2000,
votes,
Sam?
47.5%,
During the election?
In general, you're in New York or LA?
I was in New York.
Yeah.
This is Prince William County
Janine
Brown
was
because
over
the
my
vote
place
count was
watching
from 16
the
to
election with
26%
Eric
here,
Slovan,
and
who's
we've gone up to
now the
89%.
executive
We were just
producer of
talking
Broad
moments
City.
ago in Fairfax County. We said we were ready for our votes. That's why
I was
that
up until 4 in the
these
morning.
votes
I
have
think
been
Janine had
voted
passed
Virginia.
out.
Again, that's why this state
I think
has
Eric
done
had
this to us
left,
in the
and
last
I was
couple of
taking
cycles.
pictures
You
of
see
my
the
television.
Republican build an early lead, and then you see the Democrat bounce back when these votes come in. Doesn't mean we're done. She has a tiny
2,000 votes.
Tiny lead. So the key here is we know what's still left, right? Loudoun County, she's winning by a healthy margin. We still have 14% of the vote to count. Fairfax County, we're up to 89% now, but she's winning by a lopsided margin here. Let's just check Fairfax City. Up to 86%. Some more votes to be counted. So, but you're looking at the blue is what's out. So then you're saying
Virginia looks pretty good at this point, I think.
And you see 100% here, and 100% here, and 100% here. So if you're the Clinton campaign, you just let out a huge sigh of relief in one state. One state. They're still having.
It's not over with Virginia yet.
It's not over. It's not over yet. But if you study this state, you think this one just started to move your way. And here's one of the places we're going to keep looking. This here. 5% of the state population. This, again, used to be...
Well, she's 5,000 votes ahead now. It just changed, John. Right. So she's got a bigger lead right now.
There she goes.
1,559,000
so Virginia
to 1,559,000.
Probably okay. The big question is going to be now Michigan.
We've seen many races lately. It's very close. Still
Wisconsin,
a swing state that leans
I'm
blue.
hearing some confidence
That's what I was
from
waiting
folks.
for all night long.
In both of those places?
No,
we're
in
not
Wisconsin.
done, but they feel, trust me, just for the fact that is suddenly blue on this
Is that
map,
newspaper
and this
still
sea
calling
of red,
Michigan, Matt?
Makes it feel a little bit better as we count the rest of the votes.
Detroit Free Press still, they haven't retracted that?
You got it. 34% of the vote right now.
I don't think at this point you retract.
Fills in kind of looks almost like a checkerboard.
Until you're really wrong.
So let's look at the areas.
New Hampshire is also going to be very
Hillary
important.
Clinton ahead, 6 points there. Just want to go back and check this. It was 11 points. 11 points 4 years ago. This is your biggest chunk of population in the state, one of the biggest chunks right here, 8% plus. Remember, Donald Trump had a very big rally here the other night. It was supposed to be the close of his campaign. Then he decided to go on to Grand Rapids, Michigan, and at an event. These late campaign stops by Trump, the big criticism has been, does he have the organization? Does he have the nuts and bolts? Does he have the data operation? Does he have the infrastructure? Donald Trump is his own turnout machine to a large degree. The Republican National Committee is mad at me for just saying that. I'm not saying they don't have one, but he is the biggest engine of it. Let's see if he can keep, again, if he doesn't win Manchester, keep it close, and you run it up in the other areas. But I want to say but about New Hampshire because we're nowhere near done here. Hudson, along the Massachusetts border has become much more populated in recent years, people living right along the Massachusetts border. Hudson, Nashua, we have nothing. I just want to go back in time and check. These are areas where President Obama won quite handily. You move over here. This is a Republican area, but more of a swing area. Remember, Mitt Romney has a lot of connections in New Hampshire, so he ran stronger in some of these places than one would expect Donald Trump to accept. Trump has a good organization there from the primaries. I want to come back to 2016 and come over to the Seacoast. This is largely a Democratic area over here by the Seacoast, and we have nothing yet. We have nothing yet.
Well,
So
Trump will not be
take a
conceding
breath
tonight.
on New
Yes, someone
Hampshire,
just IM'd.
except for the fact that at the moment, Donald Trump has a lead, 36% of the vote.
I mean, this close,
Still
Florida,
plenty of time here
won't
as we
they
go through
recount
this
or
one
something, or
in
what
New
does that
Hampshire. But
mean?
let's pull back.
Well, I mean, Florida's not that close at the moment. I mean,
they both
talking
paid place
about
for it, and it was not supposed to be. It was not really supposed to be
112,000.
in
Well,
it was 150 when I wrote down a note.
It's closing now.
And a lot of people didn't believe them.
So it could end up being extremely close. And then remember, there's going to be a ton of provisional ballots.
He's got more than 40,000 vote lead.
Matt Maher, do you think the Comey incident is responsible for any of this? How could it not be?
The question
How
is,
could it
where
not
are we
be?
percentage-wise in Madison, Dane County? This is the University of Wisconsin. This is a big Democratic area. We're only at 23%. This is key as we go forward. You see the lopsided math here at 23%. As we get 50, 75, 100, Hillary Clinton, if she's going to make up Donald Trump's lead at the moment
Tony
in Wisconsin,
Unionopolis,
she needs to do it here.
can't believe it.
Let me pull
Pluger.
up, look again as we come around here. Let's come
Before
over to
putting all the
Milwaukee
blame on
and see what we
Democratic
have
voters
here.
or the candidate, please remember
45%.
factors
She's
such
running up
as
a lead pretty big.
North
This is
Carolina
60,
voter
60,
suppression,
28.
voter
Let's go back
ID
in time and
laws,
look 68 to 32.
all over the
So
country.
it's
Here,
comparable.
let's
It's
listen for a
comparable.
second.
We're at
Turn my mic down, will you?
45% there. The question is, we'll check the math. I'll go and check the math next time I get a chance versus 2012 turnout to see how that's going there. The percentages are about right. The question is, are you getting the turnout you need? We got a big block up here. We have absolutely nothing. We go back and look. This was a Romney area up here, 53, 46, about 2.5% of the state population. So we have a ways to go here as you start to watch. Let's just go back in time and look for your big areas of blue. You see all down in here, right? And so you come back up here, we got nothing. So if there's room here, if it comes in as it did in 2012, there's room here for Hillary Clinton to make it up. But again, if you're in the Trump campaign and you're looking at a 5+ point lead in the state of Wisconsin and you're at 27% of the vote, you start to think that late strategy pulled off. And let's just, since we're in the neighborhood, come over here and see where we are in Michigan. 23%. The idea for comparison is to look where the red is, go back in time. All this is in here is traditionally blue. So you've got some red down here that's traditionally blue, and we're at 47%. in places like that. Not huge population centers, but it matters if you're in a very close race. If you turn some of these small areas, that's how you make the difference. I just want to come back over here again and look. Oakland County.
By the way, we're getting close to the top of the hour. We might be able to make some more projections, but go ahead.
Great. Macomb County, again, this is one of my bellwether counties to look at. It's part of the auto industry. It's General Dynamics. This is where Michael Dukakis took the ride in the tank. It's where Ronald Reagan created the so-called legendary Reagan Democrats. If Donald Trump wins Macomb County, that puts him in good standing to be competitive throughout the state of Virginia. And I'm told to go out and check in on Colorado. 53% of the vote. Colorado vote by mail. They count the vote, and it's competitive out here as well. Again, she's ahead, a little short of 5 points there, or just above 5 points there, excuse me. But Colorado, 53% of the vote in. Clinton leading there. This race in Colorado will be decided here. Arapahoe County here in the Denver suburbs, and then you come over this way. Jefferson County in the Denver suburbs. I just want to go back and check the historical comparison, 51, 50. So running about right there, 53 over here, running a little behind. But this will be decided in the Denver suburbs. Again, we've talked about this potentially as the year of the Latino. They are key in these counties here. I just want to get it to Denver proper. You see she's running it up in Denver. So of all there's a lot of angst at the Clinton campaign headquarters. Colorado, one of the states at the moment, Wolf, that looks like it's filling in the way the Democrats expected it to. But across the Rust Belt, a lot of anxiety in Brooklyn at the moment.
We're only seconds away from the top of the hour.
There's a lot of anxiety in Brooklyn, in particular.
Right
I don't think he was talking about us.
To make a projection.
There's a projection.
And CNN projects Donald Trump will carry the state of Montana and its 3 electoral
Just
votes.
the idea
Another important win for Donald Trump
this guy
in Montana.
be president. I just got off the phone with Mila.
Every electoral vote
when I was her age,
tonight.
I was a little concerned about Richard Nixon winning. I was probably half her age. I was
too
probably
close to
6.
call in several states where the polls have now closed. In Iowa, with its 6 electoral votes, too early to call, no projection there. In Nevada, 6 electoral votes, too early to call, no projection there. Similarly, in Utah, too early to call there, 6 electoral votes.
The campaign people were down the street.
A third-party candidate, a conservative. He's making a push in
backyard.
Utah right now. Too early to call there. Let's update the all-important Electoral College map. Where it stands right now, you can see
I'm
Donald
starting
Trump
to kind of feel it now.
Lead. He has
myself.
139 electoral votes.
I was trying to sort of not have all of us be totally freaked out.
Needed to be elected president of the United States. Let's get another
little
key
bit better
race
with
alert
that.
right now.
Oh, a key race alert.
All right, here's where the votes stand. Let's start in Florida. 95% of the vote is in. Donald Trump still maintains.
She's closing the gap.
105,000 vote lead.
This is going to come down to
Hillary
like
Clinton, 5% of the vote.
She's closing the gap.
29 electoral votes. Trump ahead in Florida. In North Carolina, 81% of the vote is in. Trump maintains an impressive 114,000 vote lead over Hillary Clinton. 15 electoral votes. Trump ahead in North Carolina.
Pennsylvania,
Ohio,
Michigan, Colorado, assuming she wins
Virginia. Almost 400,000 vote lead over Hillary Clinton.
She still has.
I mean, this is the firewall. Kind of
map.
This is the firewall right here.
Virginia,
saying this all night.
83% of the vote is in. Hillary Clinton all of a sudden has taken a lead. 15,456 vote lead over Donald Trump. 83% of the vote is in. 13 electoral votes in Virginia.
Look,
Hillary
folks,
Clinton
let me just say
there.
this.
Let's go to Georgia. Right
it would have been a
now,
lot
in the
more
state of
fun,
Georgia,
I feel
almost
like, in
half
some
of the vote
ways,
is in.
if we
Donald
were
Trump.
wrapping this up at 8:30.
Here, too, he has a very impressive lead.
Maybe this is going to be better, though. If
over Hillary Clinton, 16.
There'll be more payoff if Trump thinks he was going to win and then goes through the pain of getting it pulled away at the last minute. People are tweeting at me that I need to be the one who maintains some positivity. So I will attempt.
Well, let me put it that way.
Hold
on. What's that?
Here's a positive thing to think about. So coming into the night, it seemed like Hillary might just run away with it.
Put the audio down.
Well, that sure ain't happening.
Maybe she knocks out Florida, knocks out North Carolina, and maybe gets Ohio too. And then
I think Fox just called Virginia for Clinton.
In New Hampshire.
Sorry.
Virginia. Senate Majority Leader right now. The Republicans once saw this race as their best opportunity for a Senate pickup. Keep in mind that the map for them this year looks very bad. They have to defend way more seats than the Democrats do. So they liked the seat in Nevada for a GOP pickup. But the polls have tightened, and now this race could go either way. We can't call it right now.
By the way,
I love that
remember,
read
the net
machine.
Gain, Democrats need +5 net gain to take over control. That's 4 plus the White House. And then on the House side, they need +30, which it does not look like they will get. Joining us now from Donald Trump's headquarters tonight is Trump campaign manager Kellyanne Conway.
I can't handle
Kellyanne,
this.
thanks for being here.
You got to turn this off.
Oh,
You
my
need to
God.
get that off.
She looks at it. We'll put it on CNN.
Well, she's not happy because she's reading any actual polls. We could at least tell her.
1,000 votes in nationwide. That's the popular vote.
Anyway, this sends a
He's
message
ahead
to
by
the
more than
Dems that
1,100,000
what I was going to say is it
over
sends a
Hillary
message that
Clinton.
actually
In
something
the
is wrong, and you just can't
all-important
depend
Donald
on
Trump,
scare
once again, he's ahead
Republicans
there
and
with
not.
139
Maybe.
electoral
I mean,
votes to
we
Hillary
should look for the
Clinton,
best positive
104
scenarios here.
electoral votes, 270.
I mean,
I gotta remind
I
you,
mean,
that's the magic number. The magic number needed to
not a
win
just
the
not a
White
great
House.
candidate.
Let's go back over to Jake. Jake, I know you've checked the markets right now. How are they reacting? Well, all of this so far, pretty good news for Donald Trump.
It's great news for Donald Trump so far, and it's an unpredictable race. We're talking about this, how much this really
Let's call it
upends so
Vengeance
much
Pack.
of the
And I'll go to
prediction
Hillary and I'll
industry.
say, congratulations.
But the one thing
It was a
that
hard-fought
markets don't
campaign.
like is
Psych,
uncertainty.
you're going to
And right now
jail.
we've been told that U.S. stock futures are down nearly 500 points. That's 2.7%. Wall Street has consistently during this election season, whenever Trump took the lead or seemed to be doing well, investors have been worried about his unpredictability, his tough talk on global trade deals. The market jitters most obviously in the currency markets.
I don't think it's
with
just
the
a
Mexican
question
peso
of
7% against the U.S. dollar. Obviously, Mr. Trump has talked
It's
about
trade
negotiating tough trade deals.
I think it's just
with
that they're
Mexico,
afraid that he's
talking
going to
about,
start World War
scrapping
II accidentally,
NAFTA,
or
the
three.
free trade agreement.
We don't pervert his
Gold, which
position on
tends to,
TPP that he's
rise when
articulated, and
investors
we
are
also
nervous,
have some
is up
reservations about the
3%
idea
and
of
is up
him
more than
ending the
$1,300
viability of
an
life
ounce.
on
So right
planet
now,
Earth.
with all this news that seems to be excellent for Donald Trump, Wall Street and the markets are very, very jittery.
A lot of jittery people out there right now, Dana.
As you're saying, I mean, she still is.
She has that firewall.
Hillary Clinton headquarters.
Yeah,
Doesn't
fingers
look out
probably
of
bleeding
play.
because there's no more nail to bite. I'm guessing that that's probably what's happening, and I think it's really, really important to point to the state of Virginia because
It's funny. You can see
these
Harwood in the
other
background
battleground
playing with the
states
big
where
the big
candidates
maps.
vote heavily. Okay, no, we expected those to be close.
There has to be
That's
a way
King.
that
That's
this
King,
could work.
right? That's John
Virginia
King.
tonight, even though she has pulled ahead here. In
It's
the
still a
polling,
funny
and
image.
frankly, in some of the modeling, she was ahead by many, many points.
Significantly, yeah.
Significantly,
Absolutely.
and the fact that he is doing so well there tells you about the fervor out there. Whether it is for him, against her, or just against Washington, to me, that is a story that is really encapsulated in the Commonwealth of Virginia.
And let me just say again, we are still waiting for the results from these 4 firewall states. But I don't know what we're going to. I mean, Hillary Clinton needs to hold on to these 4. We still don't know what's going to happen in Michigan, Pennsylvania, Virginia, or New Hampshire. But Donald Trump is competitive in all 4 of them. And it is entirely possible that there is a wave out there that the pollsters and the predictors and all the
Yes,
vote
we get it,
modelers
Jake. What do you think?
did
Why do you
not
think we're
see
still
coming
watching
at
your
all.
show?
The one thing that I will say
Turn
about
that
the
volume
modelers
down
is
for
I
a
was just
second.
talking to
Turn up
somebody who
the
said-
turn up the phone.
Hello?
Hello, Andy. Are you okay?
Hello.
Andy?
How are you?
Are you okay?
How are you?
Are you okay?
You don't try and talk me back in. Don't talk me back in.
Talk you back into
We're
what?
not talking you into anything.
I'm
Andy.
on a ledge.
We feel like you
I'm
for
on
the
the
first
ledge.
time.
Well, it was good of you to call. I mean, I imagine you're quite
I'm
busy
going to
balancing.
jump. Unless you can dissuade me, I'm going to jump from the ledge.
But well, how far up are you?
Oh, God. Nobody even cares if I leap to my death.
Well, wait a second. Are you on a
Horrible.
building, or are you just like out because
No.
you just like from
No,
your
here's what
living
it is.
room windows?
To the kitchen. No, it's from the living room to the kitchen. I have carpet in the living room, and I'm on the carpet. I'm about to go an eighth of a millimeter down to the tile.
Are you going to go? Is this coffee? I mean, are you going in there for cookies, or what's going on?
It's the end of comedy, guys. It's the end of comedy. See, we don't even want to laugh at stuff we would normally laugh at, like the ledge of the living room carpet to the tile.
I mean, this is
Terrible.
terrible.
What's going to happen? Can someone, Michael? Can someone?
What?
You guys have to help me out.
Andy, I'm trying. I'm trying to
Well, what do we
keep
got?
somewhat
What's happening?
elevated here. Everything is crumbling, and I'm trying to keep a little bit of positivity, but it's hard, man. What would you like? Would you like
Well,
to
is
make
it
fun of?
hard
Would you like to
because
make
we-
fun of some Dennis Miller with me?
Is he on Fox News?
No, babe. He's not on Fox News.
He's on Fox News right now?
No, he's not on Fox News right now. No one's on Fox News.
Some guy about 20 minutes ago on Twitter says, I can't even see the trolls sometimes where they're coming from. They're like, now how do you feel?
Why would you feel like, I feel great. I've been advocating against racism and mental illness, meanness, and bullying for months, and it looks like those things will win. So I guess you're right. Sorry for being such an asshole and opposing those things.
Yeah, so I go to the
my bad. I thought it was terrible when a Muslim kid got bullied and beaten up in school, but now I realize I was being a dick.
Right. Like, that's the thing that's
Burr
amazing to
beat
me.
Ross in North Carolina. The Democrats are not going to take back the Senate. I don't think.
I don't think they are. Is that he just got project? Is this the guy?
Yeah.
Who had wanted to have the target over Hillary or something like that?
Yes, that guy. He's also a big fan of your State of Comedy addresses.
With almost 6% of the vote. I mean, that does not bode well for North Carolina, broadly speaking. There's obviously some crossover, but I mean, it doesn't look good. I mean, North Carolina looks like it's going to go Trump.
What do we actually do? What do we actually do if he wins?
I haven't talked to anybody who's contemplated that at all.
I haven't contemplated it.
Clinton is down significantly in Ohio with 72% in.
Well, does she have to win Michigan? Because that's what I've been told online by a reputable source.
Michigan, Colorado, and Pennsylvania. That's
she's going to win Pennsylvania, right?
She's going to win Pennsylvania. Michigan is.
I told you it wasn't in doubt. You heard me. It's going to be easy.
Andy Silva.
Pennsylvania. Unbelievable. Hey, remember they used to say, you comedians are going to have a lot of material now.
Well, I think a lot of those people who Gary Johnson is underperforming where he was. I think broadly across the country.
What did you guys think of Bill Maher coming out with his "We've been too mean to the previous
disgusting
people"?
I think he's
is that the most.
The guy he's talking about is the guy who basically kissed Donald Trump's ring to get the nomination. Just as responsible in many respects.
That day. Remember that day when he took him? He goes, "This is a weird day for me." Mitt Romney had to have Donald Trump. He had to have Donald Trump take his endorsement, and I'm supposed to go, "I'm sorry, Mitt Romney. That was a good day when you accepted a racist endorsement."
This is bad, Andy.
Glenn Beck is on NBC. If anybody wants to put their face in a vat of oil, he's on NBC.
He's on
this
NBC.
This isn't your father's NBC.
Glenn Beck. This is the world. I mean, this is why
it's fucking disgusting.
It is a nightmare to have Donald Trump. Is that you are basically relegated to being on the same side as Glenn Beck. I mean,
right.
And then a whole host of people. It's bad. Bad.
And then ABC has Jonathan Karl. Isn't that guy like a GOP operative of some type? Matthew Dowd. What happened? What happened to our center-right country?
It's bad. I mean, you basically. I mean. The Supreme Court, with the Republicans in the Senate, the Supreme Court is a big problem because, even if Clinton wins at this point, because if Donald Trump wins, I mean, I should say that if Donald Trump comes this close, there's no way the Senate Republicans are going to say, oh, well, the rational thing for me to do is to go along with Hillary Clinton's, right to nominate a judge. I mean, it's a bad Bad situation.
I may have to get into downers, which I never thought I would. Second-alls, maybe, or I don't know.
No, uppers. It's time to fight the revolution, Andy.
Uppers?
Yeah, we got to battle against this.
Oh, okay. I'm looking. Shep Shepman is. What's his name?
I mean, you got to wonder.
Shep
I mean, the only upside is that you look at Karl Rove, and maybe he's just sitting there going like, I might be on the wrong side of this thing. He also may have a problem. I mean, the only person on the Fox panel who looks even remotely excited is Tucker Carlson because he just finally got a job again.
Somebody else took over for him with the bow tie, like Jonathan Martin. I don't understand that. I don't understand any of these people. You mean like now I have to look and Chris Salissa is going to have a little bounce in his step?
Oh God.
Oh my God, guys!
Bad.
Someone, between us, we should be able to figure this out.
Yeah, it's bad. I think we figured it out.
Yeah, that's what.
Okay,
there's
what's the
nothing else
chances?
to add to
What's
that.
the real chances of Michigan right now? Is Michigan our
Michigan is
firewall?
it? Yeah.
And Wisconsin.
Well,
but you think
Wisconsin,
you're banking on Wisconsin?
Yeah, it's really going to come down to Michigan, I think.
Did anybody think Wisconsin was a problem before 3 o'clock
Wisconsin,
today?
there was some question, but it looks like it's going to come down to Michigan. And but look, Florida could end up tightening up enough that it ends up, sort of being protracted. Although it's been stuck at 95%. She's still at around 120 down. I mean, that's not really moving in any type of direction.
What happened to Ohio? What happened to Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young? What happened to Ohio?
Well, that was about National Guard troops like shooting students,
oh, okay.
right? So yeah.
Too soon? Wait, is she winning in? She is 0.7%. Almost a half percentage point up in Tim Kaine's home state. Is this dark? I'm exhibiting dark humor, guys.
Yeah, I know. It's
this is 2000.
We may have to listen to a little bit of John King here, who's just sort of looking like, I don't know how this is going to go. Here, turn on John King. Please don't.
John King is the kid.
Win Nevada, we'll see what happens. But the early prognosis on the night was she wins that, holds everything out here, then she could afford to lose Florida. She could afford to lose North Carolina. But we're in a very different conversation right now. Even if we give her Nevada, Trump is favored here. It's 11. That's 29. That's 15. Now we're in the ballpark. Now we're thinking, let's even leave New Hampshire out of it for a minute. New Hampshire's still in play. We're counting the votes there. But at 259, even if she wins Virginia, Michigan puts Donald Trump over the top. Let's say she comes back and holds on. The Wayne County vote comes in. Wisconsin would put him at 269. Then you've got a congressional district in Maine or state of New Hampshire can put Donald Trump over the top. So we are having a conversation now that it was impossible to have 2 weeks ago. That was just improbable. You were not having a reality-based conversation trying to do this map a couple of weeks ago. The polling told you that was a fool's errand. It is not a fool's errand tonight as we watch
New York
results.
Times has
Does that mean this is
Trump
going to happen? No, we don't know that. We're going to be counting votes
chances
for a
of
long
winning
time.
at 76%.
But it's now conceivable. And one other thing to watch.
What do you mean? You're talking about Nate Silver?
Democrats
or
think
Nate
that
Cohn?
one's gone. We
Nate
haven't counted
Cohn.
many votes out here yet. There was
They
a
had
late
it at
push
like
by
80,
Democrats. Is there anything we can do to
85% for
turn that one
Clinton.
around?
Let's take a look at Iowa.
This morning.
We're beginning to get some votes
90%.
from Iowa right now.
Some Democrats were thinking at the end, do we need to suddenly go back and try to turn something around? Are we going to be in a problem? And it's blue at the moment, but we're only at 13% of the vote. And the votes that are in Iowa City and Des Moines, those are big Democratic areas. So she's up
tightening
59,
up slightly?
60 to 35, up to 13%
Pennsylvania is
right now.
supposedly
But
getting tighter, too.
When I was showing you Michigan, I was saying take a deep breath because all the votes
No.
are coming in from conservative areas. In Iowa, there's no reason for Republicans who think they're going to win the state to panic or Democrats to celebrate because we are very early on and the early votes we're getting.
I think
Polk
my
County,
definition
which is
of
home to
hell
Des Moines, the big Democratic area
is John
Iowa
King
City,
explained to me all the
Collegetown out
horrible
here.
things that
She's
will
running
happen
it
to
up
me
in the
in hell.
Collegetown, but only at 2%. So this again.
This
in
region will get
electoral
tortured.
college chess, you focus on
You
the
will
big
be tortured
ones.
in this
Florida's
area.
29, North Carolina's 15, Michigan 16, Pennsylvania's 20. Every now and then, The little guys come into play. And we may be counting the votes in Iowa, and we may be watching the votes in New Hampshire deep into the night because we have a different race tonight than we thought we had even just days ago.
All right, let's go to the
why are they saying deep into the night? Hey, wait, Wisconsin.
Right now.
Wisconsin tightened
We're
up
up to 95%, and it's close, but you get to the point, what are we at, 140, a little shy of that?
How did Hillary rig this so tight? She rigged it
So you come down there and you think, are they there? Well, Palm Beach County is up to 97%.
It would be funny
if...
if...
more votes here? Not that many more votes
If it wasn't
here.
so sad?
Could be some.
Yeah, if she came out and said the whole thing was rigged.
You're adding up.
He was right. Now I agree with him.
98% now in Broward County, which essentially tells you at the Clinton campaign war room, there's not much here. You might get some, and again, at the size of this gap, if that 2% comes in, it's a decent chunk of votes in a major population center, but it's
you know
not
who
enough.
I really
so you need a little,
didn't like
somewhere
with
these
guys like Andrew Sullivan who told us how much they hated Hillary before they endorsed her.
All of those three counties heavily Democratic. They are almost all in.
Didn't work out too well.
So now you're going through again. Now you're calling. I hate to say this, but now is
David
calling in. Is there anything outside? Who says
against?
100%?
Why is David Frum even on TV?
Let's come up here. Other
Let's
places.
see, Florida.
Tiny,
Hold on for 1 second.
Small counties, but they're at 100%. So the issue now at the Clinton campaign headquarters when it comes to Florida, number one, what's left in any of these small counties, and if the math continues this way, is there anything?
Hold on for 1 second.
You're nowhere near automatic recount land.
Let's
so the question is,
let's go back to Michigan and Wisconsin, see what's happening right now. First
Outside
of
automatic recount in Florida.
48.
Michigan.
If you want to round that up to 45, 50 to 45 if you round that up. Again, so you're looking, just to go back in time.
What is George
There's not much of a surprise up here. Marquette, we'll see where the vote comes in.
Hold
Let's
on
go back
for a
and
second.
check. Let's see where we are right now. 50 to 43. 56. See, you're seeing, just as I was showing you in Wisconsin, you find every now and then you find that one big county, moderate-sized county. It's not huge, but in a close race, you flip a county like that from past races, you're talking about a chunk of votes that matter. Now let's come down here. This race is going to be decided down here. Oakland County, she's leading, but again,
wait, why is she
if
winning
the final
in
third
Iowa?
comes in at that, you're going to make up some votes, but
Did I
not a
miss
lot.
that?
Iowa was lost.
We're
Too
only
many
at
white people.
16% in Wayne County, and this has to be not only the margin. If it's this close, 51 to 43, let's just go back in time and look at that.
In Iowa.
There's no way.
Obama won
if that stays that close,
73%.
we're waiting for inner city Detroit. If inner city Detroit comes in and blows that away, but if you look at this 73 to 26, if Donald Trump at the end of the night is getting over 40% of the vote in Wayne County, well then that's a tough night for Democrats in the state of Michigan. So we got to wait. We're only at 16%. Those votes could be coming from out here, down here, more Republican areas.
We don't know where the votes are coming
this is a
from
question of
in
one.
Michigan.
She better turn that percentage around big time if she wants to win Michigan. And number two, where are the votes? That's not a lot of votes. That's not a lot of votes right now. We're only at 16%. But that's a warning sign. I just
folks,
show you that again because
this doesn't look good at all.
51% for Hillary Clinton in Wayne County.
That's an understatement.
Tells you everything you need to know about Michigan at the moment. Emphasis on at the
Donald
moment.
Trump always said he would get those so-called Reagan Democrats, that
Michigan,
blue-collar voter.
Michigan
so
looks.
This is fascinating, and I'd love we'll pour through the Michigan exit polls as we do.
So Michigan
once that gets higher. Again, you're looking
no.
at that right now. If you're at the Clinton campaign headquarters, you are calling your people out here, and you're asking what went on. And to be clear, I know Dana was sharing some of this reporting the other day as well. Democrats out here have been calling the Clinton campaign for months, not just weeks, but for months, saying you need to tend to the garden. You think you have this one for granted.
Where?
You're just taking this for granted, thinking you're
I
going
guess
to win
in
it. You
Michigan.
better get out here. And the Clinton campaign late did get out there, but there's a.
Where were they before?
If this keeps going this way, one of the criticisms after will be that they took the so-called blue wall, which is these states they've won since 1992, 240, the last 6 presidential elections, 242 electoral votes. They include Wisconsin, they include Michigan, they include Pennsylvania, which looks good for Clinton at the moment. If these stay like this, she's going to have
Trump's anti-trade message, like Bernie Sanders' anti-trade message, seems to have resonated.
Anti-trade message.
Make a key point. Before I do that, I just want to do one thing.
I think they're going to find that
I know the experts
Democratic
on the other side of the room,
voters
and they're right. Primary wounds
did not come
very
out.
rarely carry over to the general election.
They didn't come out
so
to
you
vote?
can lose a state in the primary, or Hillary Clinton won a lot of southern states in the
I just
primaries.
don't
she's
think
not
that
winning tonight.
I think we're going to see that Democratic numbers are
These are
down.
Bernie Sanders states, both of them. And so as we go through this tonight, to your point, I did that because of your point about the trade message.
Yeah, all right.
And you want to go Wisconsin?
Stand by. Let's do Wisconsin in a moment. Got to take a quick break. This presidential race turning out to be a real nail-biter. We're following close contests in multiple battlegrounds right now, including Michigan and Wisconsin. 2 states surprisingly very much at play right now. More results right after this quick break.
Andy,
wow.
It's been a journey to get where I am.
Maybe we'll see you on the other side, buddy.
There were people who
all right, brother.
Sorry, Andy.
All right, we'll talk to you.
I love you guys.
Talk to you soon.
Kept me on
I'll
track.
send you a forwarding address.
Okay.
Through it all, my retirement
I'll see you.
never got left behind. So today,
I don't know what to tell you, folks. I wish this was.
Every Sunday.
I wish we could
Let's talk about your
cheer you up.
today.
And we'll stay here, but this is not a good situation.
Could you just turn the TV down a touch more?
Yeah, turn it down with the ads. I mean, this
I'm
is
just thinking about, like, you know, I don't know, like, you know, like a Mexican or a Muslim kid who's been bullied or beaten up at his school, and this whole thing validates it. You know?
Yep.
I mean, it's just so disgusting.
I mean, it is. You know, we'll see. We'll see what happens in Michigan and whatnot. But Nevada is, of course, very important. But Michigan, Wisconsin.
So okay, so it's still the sort of firewall.
Yeah, but it doesn't. You know, we just saw Michigan. What's happening.
I know.
And
it's not looking.
If she loses Florida, North Carolina, and Ohio, which it looks like she's doing,
right? That's it.
She can still win Nevada, and all she needs to do is lose Wisconsin or Michigan.
Right.
That's right.
Right. I do. I think, though, even, I mean, obviously at this point I could care less in terms of I just want it to work out. But I think the margin, even if she pulls it out, is disturbing enough for the nature of this country right now, which I guess isn't terribly surprising, but it's really bad.
Jesus.
What did you see?
Well, I mean,
she needs both Michigan and Wisconsin,
yeah,
right?
She needs Michigan.
If she doesn't get both of them, she loses. Is that what I'm...
That's my understanding.
Yeah. Ohio's just been projected winner by CNN. Donald Trump.
18 electoral votes. Let's take a look at the Electoral College map to see where it stands now. Big win for Donald Trump in the state of Ohio. Right now, he is
MSNBC projects Virginia for Clinton.
167 electoral votes compared to Hillary Clinton's 109 electoral votes. You need 270 to win the White House. Donald Trump is ahead of Hillary Clinton right now. Jake and Dana. Jake, this is a big win. He needed Ohio. He got Ohio.
Iowa and Ohio always looked like the first states of the Obama states that Donald Trump would be able to pick off. But I didn't know, based on polling and based on how Democrats talked about Ohio and how Hillary Clinton campaigned there. Remember, it was just a few nights ago she was there with Beyonce and Jay-Z campaigning.
Fox just called Colorado for Hillary.
Be able to call Ohio for Donald Trump. I always thought it would fall into his side.
It's Michigan and Wisconsin.
Michigan and Wisconsin.
It is remarkable what we're seeing here, not just Ohio, but all over the country. In Philadelphia, I was just looking, the returns coming in. Hillary Clinton with 81% of the vote in Philadelphia as of right now. That is not really all that good for Philadelphia. She should be doing much, much better in the city of Philadelphia. The margins where she really needs to be driving up the vote for a very strong Democratic performance in those counties, she's not getting that.
Dana, a lot of stunned Democrats out there right now.
That's right. And let's just focus on Ohio for a second, what you just
stunned
projected for Donald
not
Trump as a bellwether. We've all talked
stunned
about the fact that no Republican has won the White House without winning Ohio.
I mean,
but given where
we're
are
looking
tonight,
at
another interesting statistic is that no
Republican-dominated
has
government
ever won Ohio
with a 4-4 Supreme Court.
Richard Nixon in 1960.
That
so there is a
two
very
of the
long
Democratic
of Ohio predicting
Supreme Court
the
members,
no matter where which party he is in. The other point I think is important to make is that
70s?
Donald Trump, we are projecting to win Ohio. No thanks to the sitting Republican governor in Ohio, John Kasich, Donald Trump's former rival for the presidential nomination. John Kasich made it very, very clear, very loudly, that he did not think Trump was the right person for the party, the right person to lead the country, sat out of the convention, even though it was in his home state.
And we should also note, Donald Trump, obviously, all the victories that Donald Trump has this evening, Donald Trump gets the credit for, but we should also note that when there's all this talk about how Hillary Clinton had a ground game and Donald Trump did not, the Republican National Committee has had boots on the ground for years now,
right.
and they have had a great ground game, and Donald Trump has been using that. So
he
it's
was
not
the
as
beneficiary.
it's not as though all these victories that we're seeing came just because
you got a lot of help from
you got a lot of help from the RNC. Absolutely.
All right, we've got another key race alert right now.
Which, of course, John King said completely the opposite a half an hour ago.
All the votes where they stand
which was,
right now.
I don't want to upset the
Michigan,
RNC, but this is really about
vote
Donald Trump and his
in
media.
Michigan, Donald Trump has a 35,000-plus vote lead over Hillary Clinton.
Oh,
16% of the vote is now in the state of Michigan. Donald Trump ahead there.
86% now on New York
42% of the
Times.
vote is in. He's ahead narrowly, 28,000 votes over Hillary Clinton, 10 electoral votes at stake in Wisconsin. In Florida, 95% of the vote is in. Donald Trump has an impressive lead. In Florida, 135,000-plus vote lead over Hillary Clinton. 29 electoral votes are at stake in Florida. In Arizona, more than half of the vote is in. Trump has a lead, more than 33,000 vote lead over Hillary Clinton. 11 electoral votes at stake in the state of Arizona. Let's continue. Let's go to North Carolina. Right now, Donald Trump, he has an impressive lead there with 84% of the vote in, more than 143,000, almost 144,000 vote lead over Hillary Clinton. 15 electoral votes in North Carolina. Almost half of the vote is in Georgia. Very impressive lead for Donald Trump. 347,000 vote lead over Hillary Clinton. He's doing well, very well in Georgia with its 16 electoral votes. In New Hampshire, almost half of the vote is in. Trump is ahead there as well. More than 10,000 vote lead over Hillary Clinton. 4 electoral votes in New Hampshire. Every electoral vote is critically important. In Virginia, 87% of the vote is in. Hillary Clinton has a lead, 55,000 plus vote lead over Donald Trump. She's certainly relieved at this stage. 87% of the vote is in Virginia. 13 electoral votes at stake there. We've got some more results coming in from Colorado. First, 65% of the vote is in. Hillary Clinton has a 92,000 vote lead over Donald Trump in Colorado with its 9 electoral votes. In Iowa, 19% of the vote is now in. Hillary Clinton has a pretty good lead, 54,000 plus vote lead over Donald Trump in Iowa. And in Pennsylvania, more than half of the vote is in. She's got an impressive lead there of more than 167,000 votes in Pennsylvania. So she's doing well, relatively speaking, in Pennsylvania, Iowa, and Colorado. Let's take a look at the Electoral College map to see where things stand. Donald Trump is ahead. He right now, we've projected, he has 167 electoral votes compared to Hillary Clinton's 109 electoral votes. 270 needed to win the White House. Trump ahead right now. Let's go over to John King. You're studying a lot of these battleground states so closely. Let's start in Wisconsin.
You start in Wisconsin right now. It's gotten a little tighter, but 48 to 46. You could round that up to 49 if you want. So you're looking and you're counting the math here. Number one, just in a few places you're looking, you come down to Milwaukee. This is a danger sign for the Clinton campaign in the sense that 17% of the state population, the
Wisconsin is
Democratic-based
looking
center,
bad.
and they're up to 82% of the vote. So more votes to be counted. Most of them, we see 65-30. Most of them, we presume, will go to Secretary Clinton. And it is the big population center, but you're getting close. You're getting close to the end there. So you start to look out here. Out here, you see the Eau Claire area here, only 1% of the vote. This is critical. It's tiny, 1.7% of the population.
Someone
But
in
you're
the
starting to
chat
go back,
says
you're looking
that
for
I'm
where are places
definitely moving
the
to
President
Trinidad.
Obama ran up healthy margins
Where
where you know
is,
there are Democratic votes. Doesn't mean she gets
MSNBC
them,
on this?
but they exist. The question is, does she? We're waiting for the votes to be counted here as you start to go through. Otherwise, you look at this. I just want you to just look at this map for a minute. This is where we are now. Focus on where the red is. And then when you go back 4 years, you see a lot. See this blue? President Obama winning in this part of the state right here. Then you come back in here. See all this red? So you're looking at places like, you start at Winnebago County, 50% for Donald Trump. You move over here.
I look
These are
up on
tiny
Files
counties,
where
but
MSNBC
it adds up. You start to go through them. These were blue 4 years ago, and now you're looking at them at the moment. We're still counting votes. So a lot of these counties, some I just went to, where was I? 10% of the votes there. So that doesn't, those numbers don't mean much. But if you're watching flipping counties within states, you look at that, all that blue down here. Look at all that blue down here 4 years ago. It's a lot of red at the moment. And so 42% statewide counted. We got a ways to go. It's more than competitive, especially at only 42% of the vote. But this is a
he's got a 30,000 vote lead right now.
But this is a tough battle again. And this is.
Should be a 603.
Anyone say a month ago we were going to be counting the votes in Wisconsin late into the night? Number one. And again, the criticism is going to be here that even if she pulls some of these states out, the criticism is going to be that you ignored your friends. These are friendly Democratic states that have been Democratic for quite a long time, and look how close they are tonight. That's not to take anything away from Donald Trump. Donald Trump went into these states.
Let's go to switch to this one.
His economic message in these states.
It's a 50-50 proposition, other than to say this, that Donald Trump had to drop a bunch of these states tonight, had to win. In every state that he's had to win, he's dropped, right? He's dropped it into his column tonight. So he had a tight, narrow path. You know, he had to pull an inside straight. He's on his way to pulling it. Now, so we'll see in Michigan. But you look at these numbers in Michigan, and you look at the cultural similarities, you know, between Michigan and Ohio. You know, I think at this hour, you certainly can't say that, you know, she has an easy ride in the state of Michigan.
Brian, tonight, it's Michigan, Michigan, Michigan at this table.
Lawrence and our specialists, our insiders, thank you. We have another projection. Just as we were going to sneak away to a break, we have another projection, and that is that in the state of Colorado, when all the votes are counted,
Clinton wins Colorado. I mean, it's quite clear, folks, that it's coming down
as
to
we look at the race to 270.
To Michigan.
Here's the bar chart, 168 to 131. Let's see what this looks like in blue and red. It certainly starts a vertical for the Democrats out west. They have a known vertical in California along the Pacific Ocean. But Chris Matthews, listening to those, our colleagues in the other studio, interesting.
Look, there's no other word for it, that this is a surprise. And that, you know, I've been looking at these maps going back to whenever they started making them, and it's beginning to look like a familiar map. It's beginning to look like a map we've gotten used to. And Colorado is more liberal than most of the West, and New Mexico is more Hispanic. And we're going to see that logic continue. I think the patterns that we're looking at, how Northern Virginia, though, is holding strong for Hillary Clinton. And not as strong as they thought, but it's going to be there. The suburbs of Philadelphia have led to be hurt. I think Pennsylvania is strongly going to go for Hillary Clinton. And the fascinating thing is that Michigan, which was
Giuliani,
picked up on
Attorney
the
General.
radar screen of the
Chris
Trump people
Christie,
about 2 weeks ago,
Secretary of
for people
State.
that don't
I mean,
seem
who
to
the
have all
fuck
the
knows?
mechanisms
This
and
really-
apparatus of politics, they
Newt
had good
Gingrich
ears.
would be Secretary of State.
Yeah, and they picked up when I said, you know, we better get out there and spend some time out there as an option to Pennsylvania, because they talked Pennsylvania for months, and they said, well, wait a minute.
I mean, honestly,
we
what
can't
is
do that.
the
So now we're going
approach
to go up this other route.
dealing with this?
I mean, it's almost like the Civil War. You know, Lee, General Lee looking for the place to go up. You know, and unfortunately, it's a lot like the Civil War. And we're going to take the next president to be a unifier, whoever it is. But I think that the fact that Utah, Nicole mentioned, that Evan McMullen could screw the whole thing up by 2 or 3 in the morning with this Zion vote, you know, going back to Utah as an LDS guy and appealing to what we used to call a favorite son sort of election out there. Could screw the thing up, because we do like to believe in this rickety system of ours actually working and it actually producing a president with 270 electoral votes. We haven't had this problem since back when those untied electors were elected back in the 60s, where we actually said, what are they
turn
gonna
that
do?
down. So
I
you'll
do think
recall
this is,
over the past couple of days, Obama was sent to Michigan. New Hampshire, Pennsylvania, and they did their final rally in Pennsylvania. I mean, this is, gives you a sense of what was going on. And obviously, the Trump campaign had the polling to know that Michigan was important. Chris Hayes earlier. Racial polarization not looking like such a mathematical suicidal play for the GOP at the moment.
No.
This is going to be pretty ugly. I put up MSNBC.
Just to say, I think, people sort of gloating about this right now, if they're relitigating a primary, is beyond disgusting.
Well, now we get to test their thesis.
Right. Yeah, let's have a nice test of people's fantasy life. See how it plays out.
Clinton is up 65,000 in Wayne County. Obama won by 380,000 in 2012. Yeah.
Early on, their anchor was the visuals and 33,000 people out in front of Independence Hall, and Michelle Obama and Barack Obama, and all. When Hillary Clinton gave her remarks, she was serious. She was almost tense. She did not at all seem psyched to be looking out at that huge numbers of people. There was no lightness to her, like relief, like, oh, this is over and I've got it. You could see it. I'm not a body language person in terms of dealing with candidates, but I was so different than what I expected to see from her, given the stagecraft of that evening, and in fact, actually, the enthusiasm and excitement of the president himself to then see Hillary Clinton follow him and be workaday, serious, and almost terse.
Well, depending on how this ends up, though, I think the Clinton campaign could end up very, very happy that they decided to do that event in Philadelphia, right? Because it seems like it may shore up Pennsylvania, which they may need.
I'm walking into 30 Rock tonight, and a guy, I'll describe him, short and fat, yelled at me, jackass, and I yelled back something appropriate to him, okay, which I do.
I kind of like Chris Matthews.
A real pal. This I know what, he was ginned up by the Clinton, the Obama thing, the Trump thing. Yeah. And it's been going on now, this anti-media. Could it be that when people are polled by pollsters, they see as the media.
This has been proffered.
They don't give
Matt
an answer
and I were a
that's
little
straight.
drunk.
They just don't even give an answer. They hang up on the person. They think they're part of that world. And this anti-media campaign of Trump's has been vicious, continual, and the heart of every rally. Well, you're there.
Maybe you should have sort of.
It's been like that against Katie Turgeon.
Minimized.
I guess I owe Mike from Miami, Michael from Florida, rather.
Yes, you do. Some apples. New York State apples.
Watching her follow the president is very striking for that reason. I do think that they were flying around this weekend convinced that they were going to win. They were celebrating in the air on that airplane.
Maybe they were celebrating a little bit too.
Language. A couple of things here. We're going to run to a quick break, but I wanted to show you this graphic. 56% of the national vote is in. That's the difference between them. And also down on Rachel's side, the blue graphic down there that doesn't look like the election graphics, that's real. That's the Dow Jones futures. We have watched it fall through the 300, 400 level. It topped 700. It's back in the sixes. That's real. We'll keep an eye on that. Another break for us. We're waiting for over 10 states to close that we are desperately interested in.
Donald Trump versus almost all the experts, and as of right now, it looks like Donald Trump was right.
Yeah, he's doing something amazing right now. As he himself said, he said, don't believe all those polls.
That's right. And let's just talk about the Midwest, upper Midwest, Michigan and Wisconsin. People initially thought when Donald Trump went into Michigan that it was a fool's errand because it was such a safely blue state. Then the numbers started to shrink. I started to hear, I'm sure you did too, from Democrats. There you go. Look at Michigan right now. He's up. Donald Trump is up by 57,420 votes, with just 38% of the vote in. But still, this is a blue state. This is a state that the
really
Clinton campaign should have had in the bank a long time ago. And this is the other thing that is really stunning to Democrats. Wisconsin, I think we can put that up there as well. Wisconsin is a state that has not gone Republican in decades. They didn't spend a lot of time there. Donald Trump did do some trips there, canceled one that he was supposed to do last week, but he did certainly more than Republicans thought that he should have. People thought he was, frankly, bananas to go to Wisconsin as much as he did. Clearly, he wasn't. They knew that there was something possible to take there. He also has been traveling with the Republican National Committee chair, a Wisconsin native who also knows the state. But these are part of the Democrats' reliably blue states. And Donald Trump, as you said so well, is re-scrambling the map clearly with disaffected voters who are so done with Washington, and people likely will see when we get the exit polls who really haven't been out for any candidate, much less a Republican, in years.
We've talked about this for the whole year. Donald Trump having one core message, which is Washington is not working for you. It's a cesspool. It's not protecting your jobs. It's not protecting you from terrorists. It's not protecting you when it comes to illegal immigration. It's not keeping the border safe. Now, there's a whole bunch of other stuff that's been wrapped around that core message. But apparently, to millions and millions of Americans, that message was more important than all the other stuff wrapped around it, even when that
I mean, here's the thing. I mean, turn this down. I mean, this is all just... If you look at what the media has been reporting, the media has not been talking about Donald Trump's trade plans. The media has been talking about the email servers.
Yep.
On and on and on. And so all of this narrative building, there's a lot of BS, I think, involved in this.
No, it was like the Saturday Night Live sketch where, he's sort of on a split screen with Hillary. They did this last week, and he's there, and he basically first he kisses a guy who works for the FBI, then he kisses a Klansman, then he kisses Vladimir Putin, and then Hillary Clinton's there saying, "Did you notice that he just kissed Vladimir Putin?" They go, yeah, okay, but we don't really have enough time to get to that. Back to your emails. And that sort of perfectly distills the whole dynamic.
Wisconsin is not looking good.
This isn't going to happen. He's going to be the president.
New York Times is at 92%. Michael Moore called this.
That is true.
Yeah.
And I thought he was in front of his skis.
Yeah, I thought he was being melodramatic.
Crosscheck won tonight. Well, it's not just Crosscheck. Christie pardoned if Trump wins. I look forward to seeing where Alex Jones's government conspiracy narrative will go from here. I guess that is the one upside. Alex Jones is going to be interesting to see what his story is tomorrow. Huh?
I think that's the least of our worries, whether they have a plan or not.
I mean, it's fucking absurd.
It is pretty absurd. JJ Jukes, President Trump, are you effing kidding me? MSNBC projects Virginia for Clinton. Yes. Jonald, this would be Doug's best time to call in if he wanted to gloat.
Doug.
It's true.
Doug, take... That was literally the only thing someone could have said to make me laugh.
It is true. I will get on the phones, but I will tell you, I'm not going to have a tremendous amount of patience right now. Jonathan, it's the economy, stupid. Shane Thomas, it's been a scary evening thus far. Yes, well, it is. We're basically there. We have reached peak. Yaram, the worst possible candidate won in Puerto Rico. The neocons won big. Sad days ahead for my lovely island. Film Fest guy. Is Kelly falling in love with Matt Taibbi? Eagles fan. How drunk is Michael? Not drunk enough. Falufa.
Yeah.
I hope all my friends who decide to vote third party are happy. Here's your effing protest vote. Well, I mean, look, I don't think, frankly, the third party voting is significant here. I mean, I think there may be some of those people who went on and on about the emails and
who thought the most important interventions of the last several months of this campaign were to constantly be like, wow, like Hillary Clinton campaigned in the Democratic primary.
Baltimore Kenny, this election has been stolen. I don't think it has. If it has, then I think that we have really. I mean, this is rather large steal. That's pretty. The revolution here is here. Susan Sarandon saves the day. Yeah. Atlanta Jeff, yes, I agree. Janeway, still hoping the brown people in the West will save us from the orange man. The problem is the Midwest. We're not going to get through there. Pool Pro, if Trump wins, you can attribute it to the FBI and Comey. I think there's a lot of that. Voter ID, roll Indeed. Valerie, it can happen here. It's very scary. Univision, Citizen, I'm disgusted. Let's go to MSNBC, see what they're talking about Michigan here.
Now you see 67% of the vote.
We've got 65% of the vote in Pennsylvania right now. Hillary Clinton does have a lead right now in Pennsylvania. We also want to look at the other race that's outstanding right now in Pennsylvania, which is the Senate race in Pennsylvania. This has been a really interesting one to watch thus far. Pat Toomey's the Republican incumbent. He's been very cagey about his support for Donald Trump or lack thereof. He waited until just over an hour before polls closed in Pennsylvania before he voted, so he would have to admit publicly that he did in fact vote for Trump. But right now, it's too close to call in Pennsylvania. You see that small lead there on behalf of the Democratic challenger to incumbent Senator Pat Toomey. Katie McGinty was chief of staff to the Democratic governor of Pennsylvania.
Are you guys in real time or hanging this out to keep people
apparently listening? With 64% of the vote in, but this is too close to call. Steve Kornacki is keeping a very close eye on Pennsylvania in terms of where we've got the vote in and what's still to come. Steve?
Yeah, you see the situation right now. Clinton is leading in Pennsylvania. The votes that have been counted, the gap Donald Trump is trying to make up here in the state at this moment is 116,000 votes. Now, is it possible for him to get that? Let's take a look at the big places that are in.
Theoretically, right?
For
the
rural
places should be
pretty much what they are going to squeeze out of Philadelphia. Still a little bit more vote to come in. Remember, they had the big rally there. Now, the target number here, the dream number, I should say, for Democrats here would have been something approaching 490 to 500,000 in terms of the margin. That's what Obama got. He got 492. You see right now, Clinton's lead is sitting there closer to 400,000. They still feel they can win the state at 400,000, but it gets dicier at that point. Here's something that's a bit of a surprise. The suburbs of Philadelphia, we talked so much about college-educated white voters, suburbs of Philadelphia. This is going to be big for Hillary Clinton this year. Well, she's leading in them. You can see it's all blue around here, but let me take you through it. Look at the margin in Bucks, 49-47. That's pretty much unchanged from what we saw 4 years ago. That's not a huge shift to Hillary Clinton. There's a slight shift in Montgomery County. I think this was closer to about 17 points 4 years ago.
Yes, Rowan.
You can see in Chester,
we're there
this
with
one
you.
was a little closer
Tom
4 years ago.
Frackman.
There's been movement here. But again, this is not overall. This is about what Delaware came in at. This is not overall that dramatic a shift. Also, Pittsburgh basically in right now. The reason Donald Trump would still have some life in Pennsylvania, looking at the votes to come in, you see a lot of places that are red. York County running up the score here. You got vote there. You've got vote that's still going to come in Butler County. So there are some red areas left out here. Clinton leading.
All right, Steve Kornacki, did you have a...
Clinton's leading. I look at those county results. I mean, they're still talking about getting 450 out of
Tom Frackman. Now that Trump has won, you need to switch your radio format to an all Ken and Ken format.
That might be the safest course of action.
Kind of plurality coming out of the city, but it's been, as Steve points out, the huge difference is the surbs used to be moderate Republicans.
Tushin Haynes.
They were New York Herald.
He said Bernie or bust because we've known all along Hillary is a bust. Well, guess what?
Do you really want to be gloating about this right now?
I mean, it's
like,
just
honestly
fucking retarded.
It's
I mean, excuse me.
Disgusting.
I don't mean retarded.
It's disgusting. It's
Todd
disgusting.
Whitman, from Jersey, there was this long
I
pattern
apologize.
of well-to-do, in many cases, Republican
Lib Cop.
moderates,
Should I get a bumper sticker that says "Don't blame me, I voted for Hillary," or just a MAGA sticker so I don't end up in an internment camp? Chris Burdick. Ken and Ken will be thrilled. Eddie Finster. Sammy, do you think Obama ripped the Democratic Party apart with TPP? No. Letting his campaign contributors goon squad split? No dapple skulls? No, I don't think that's what it is. I think,
For 4 years ago, so there's more votes for Trump, but the big population
basically what we've said. She was a very flawed candidate.
There's room. No question there's room. The wrong button there. There's room for her to come back without
strategically,
right
they
now.
didn't run.
She's ahead in Pennsylvania. Take a look.
Made
She's
mistakes,
ahead by
it seems to me.
less
I mean,
than 100,000 votes in Pennsylvania with 66% of the vote counted.
The way the rest of this night is
they
going,
should have tried to tie Donald Trump around the Republicans.
if we were talking about this in our
The primary, you know, I said I think she's going to have a trouble if she runs on her
where the Trump campaign told us would be
on
the
her
we're not done.
resume
We're not done here, but this
and
one
makes
has
it
been blue. She has
personal
consistently
in that personal
throughout the night.
territory.
So you look at where we're talking about here, and this is, you know, so she has to come out of Philadelphia County.
But
with about
you know, I
400,000.
thought I was wrong.
She's got 400,000.
That
prefer 440.
she was going to win. Looks very difficult right now.
So you can win Pennsylvania with that in a presidential election.
AP calls Florida for Trump.
It looks so lopsided, but that's almost the minimum. She's at 82%. You know, you come back here again. You go back 4 years ago, 85%. And so I just want to see. It's at
Dennis
below 1%,
Millerdahl.
so there's not much of a drain from
Johnson's
the
getting around
third-party
4%
candidates
in
there
Michigan.
at all. That's okay. She would like that to be stronger. The question
Shiz
is, how she
Garjlay,
got
Sam, are you
this
worried
up?
about your stocks and other
When you match
investments?
This up right now, this one looks, if you're a Democrat, this one looks right. If
Pennsylvania.
You will. Yeah, it looks right.
No.
If you look, 57%
The fact that I
Montgomery
didn't
County,
sort of immediately
57%
jump in with a
Montgomery County.
Jew
The president
voice
was
for that
49
and a
in Bucks
quip
County.
is
Hillary Clinton, the third
disturbing.
party
It's a
candidate,
good thing
strong
I'm in
a little bit there.
cash.
Yeah, exactly.
I've got $500
I'll
in my
buy
pocket.
real
and,
estate.
Tomorrow I'll buy.
Chester County.
This has to be a
winning
Russian
this.
hack
Actually,
job,
this
right?
is significant. If she holds this, it's only 32%
I don't think
of the
so.
vote. This is where Melania Trump went to give her speech. Berwyn, Pennsylvania is here. It used to be Republican.
Tacky
It's
on
turning
the
Democratic.
tacky. It's 4 a.m. here. I
Mitt
just
Romney
got
won
up
it
to pee,
just
and now I'm
barely,
seeing this. What
4
is
years ago.
happening?
So when you look at
Nothing good.
Pennsylvania, if there's a place they are reasonably optimistic about in the Clinton campaign.
You had one
it's
job, America, and you're
Pennsylvania,
making a
but
mess
we're
of
only
it, says
up to
Diane.
67% of the vote. So you
Yeah,
start
it's
looking
true.
out here again.
All right.
The central part of the state.
So drain the
is gonna
swamp
be
means
for
total
Trump.
Republican
But
control
that's
of government.
50 to
Yep.
44. He's holding her own in a place like that, but we're at 100% here.
I'm a lefty.
94% here. I'm trying
Goodbye
to see if there are
Social
places
Security.
out here
Goodbye
where
health care.
even
Hello,
if it's
Dark
hundreds at a
Ages.
time, if there are a lot more votes for Trump to make up, and you see, well, there are some small ones, but it's tiny here. You're looking at the votes.
You can
right
just
here.
screen it to show us so the outstanding vote
it's Pac-Man.
that's still out there. We have this new feature.
Might as well.
Sure.
Back. I just touched.
Hello, David.
Hi, David.
It's not looking good.
Yeah, no, we know.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if you guys are following what's going on, but it's really not looking good.
No, it's
What do you think? What else do you think? We're like having a movie marathon in here?
I would not blame you if you decided to just watch a movie. Yeah.
No, it's a disaster. I mean, it's a total disaster.
Would you call this an unmitigated disaster, or are we not
Yeah,
there yet?
no, I would say.
You would, okay.
I mean, it's clear that the Democrats will not retake the Senate. They, I mean, I think. Look, we're not there. Hope springs eternal, but I guess there's a 90-something% chance, according to the New York Times now, that Trump is going to win. We're looking at a Supreme Court that will be lost for several generations. I mean, without a doubt, right? And not just, 5-4. We're probably looking at 6-3, 7-2.
Right.
Is very possible over the course of the next 4 or plus more years. There's every reason to believe. Paul Ryan said a month ago that he was going to pass his budget, and they will repeal the Medicaid thing. They will block grant that. Literally millions of people will lose health insurance. You will see cuts to Social Security. I mean, we're going to see increase in military spending. You're going to have maybe Rudy Giuliani as the Attorney General, Newt Gingrich as Secretary of State.
Can you imagine?
This is a disaster.
Barron Trump running White House IT security.
Somebody just IM me and said, "Is this going to heighten the contradictions?" It will, but there will be no route.
There's
no path.
There is no left to exploit that opportunity right now.
There's no path. There's no path to exploit. Unless people are literally willing to march on Washington with weapons against the most heavily armed third of the country. Honestly, I mean, like the idea, like this heighten the contradiction. Yes, it will heighten the contradiction, and just in the same way that, I mean, people living in oppressive regimes can see that there's a difference between them and the people who are oppressing them. Yeah. I'm not saying that's going to be the dynamic, but many people are going to suffer.
And we were talking about that, Sam, and we were in the room kind of thinking, day to day here in Massachusetts, for a lot of people, things aren't going to change drastically in the short term, although Trump will be able to make changes that will, as you mentioned, have multi-generational effect. But this is also going to disproportionately affect, I would argue, Trump's own supporters and base in many ways.
I mean, perhaps. I suppose, but I don't know that's necessarily true. I mean, Trump's. I don't know. If the perception is that Trump's base are people who rely on Medicaid, but I don't think there's any data to support that. Trump's base is not necessarily full of women. I mean, my daughter, very well, when she is a grown woman, may not have the right to choose an abortion in 3/4 of the states of this country. The opportunity for people to get redress in courts for things like poisoning the water. I mean, forget about it. I mean, the Supreme Court is going to be lost for generations. I mean, we're talking 20, 30, 40 years.
Right.
I mean, if it becomes a 6-3 court, which seems to me very likely, if Donald Trump wins.
Yeah.
Then, those three, two more people who are put on, they're going to be in their 40s. They'll be there for 40. I mean, it's just going to be. I mean, this is a real disaster, and even worse than when it was under George Bush. This is a far more virulent conservative, movement, conservative, racist, nativist party. I mean, people forget George Bush wanted to push for immigration reform.
This makes the Bushes and the Romneys look like,
but it's not. But look, the Bushes and the Romneys were the ones who sort of like, plowed the field, germinated the field. And provided the nutrients for the soil to grow all this, because it was to their electoral advantage. But them as individuals, I mean, this is an unmitigated disaster.
Fox and AP call Ron Johnson the winner in Wisconsin,
and that is just un-effing believable.
Wow. California and Hawaii have officially gone to Hillary, Idaho to Trump with the 11 o'clock. But, that doesn't change anything. I think everybody who had any clue had that going that way in their now.
My son might have to blow up underneath President Donald Trump.
That's right, Ben.
If
Can
Russ,
you imagine, how old is Ben's son, your daughter is she 12 now?
I have an 11-year-old daughter and a 3-year-old son. My daughter is, my daughter is aware of everything Donald Trump has said, right? And this country just elected him president. I mean, what is the message to an 11-year-old girl who hears that Donald Trump says these things about women, who has a friend in school who is worried, a Muslim friend who's worried that her family is going to have to leave the country, that this guy could get elected president? I mean, it's stunning.
Yeah. And Ben, I mean, how old are your kids now?
5-3. So all they will know is, like me, all I knew was Ronald Reagan growing up.
Yeah.
But I would love for them to know Ronald Reagan compared to all they will know is Donald Trump for the next 4 years.
Yeah. It is a disaster. I mean, Sam, how close to just saying it's done are you, Sam?
I mean, look, if Russ Feingold just lost Wisconsin, if Russ Feingold loses in Wisconsin, Hillary Clinton is not going to win Wisconsin.
Yeah, and she is behind.
And if she's losing Ohio and Wisconsin, I think it's highly unlikely she's going to win Michigan, and that's it.
Yeah,
that's it.
Yeah. So what's going to be to blame here? Who failed here? What's the Wednesday morning quarterbacking going to be?
I mean, I don't think it's just one thing. I think you could range it from the media's harping on emails. I think James Comey, what he did was unconscionable. For the last 2 weeks of a campaign, to say that, to imply that she could be, facing indictment, that there's, new evidence. I mean, it's just absurd. I think she's a very flawed candidate. I think flawed in a myriad of ways. And I think, strategically, they're not tying Trump to the Republican Party and basically leaving one front in that war completely fallow so that the Republicans didn't need to separate themselves from Donald Trump. The idea that Paul Ryan could have skated by without having to say a word about Donald Trump for the past 3 months is just absurd. It's just absurd. And it was a huge tactical mistake. And there was a tremendous amount of hubris. I mean, look, I was overconfident. I thought there was, somewhere between 0 and 15% chance of this happening. And I think there's a blame to go around. I mean, the one thing I can say is that in terms of voting, I don't think there's no evidence that at least the people who were talking about voting for, a third party have in any way influenced this outcome. I think
no, if
to a certain
anything,
extent,
they've helped Hillary Clinton. I mean, there's states where the margin for Hillary Clinton is quite a bit smaller than the vote for Gary Johnson, and you could argue that, if anything, that has helped Hillary Clinton.
Right. And, I think people keeping up, ridiculous narratives about whether she's sick
I think those narratives matter.
And emails, I think, hurt because the people less inclined to vote for Clinton, those people who may have voted for Obama, had this notion that she was, some type of demon seed.
There are people that spent the last several months of this whole election cycle relitigating nonsense, conspiracy theories, and garbage from a done primary in a swirl of emotional toxicity, delusion, fantasy, and conspiracy theories and misogyny. And, I don't think that that's the prime cause of it, but I do think that the performance is totally pathetic and disgusting.
I think what's being underestimated, Sam, also, it's real. Sometimes people like to get cute and say, stocks do better under Democrats and employment does better under Democrats, and all that stuff is true. But at a sort of more systemic level, I mean, the Nikkei is crashing. It's down nearly 5% right now as we speak, and it's just descending into the bowels of the Japanese economy as the Trump win seems more and more likely. Dow futures are down nearly 700 points, meaning tomorrow could be the worst day for the American stock market. I guess the Brexit day, although we recovered from that within the 10 days that followed, this is already becoming sort of a real thing with real world implications.
I mean, look, all that shit will recover. I mean, honestly, that is
in 4 to 8 years, maybe.
No, all that stuff will recover. I mean, honestly, the Nikkei, who gives a shit? I mean,
no, I don't
what's
care
going to
about
happen
anything,
is
but I'm just telling
what's
you about
going to
the
happen
impact
is
this is having instantly.
Right. Well, but in 2 weeks, Donald Trump will calm the markets by putting some longtime Republican in there who is, I don't know who it's going to be, who's going to basically just run the economy on the same trajectory that it's been. All that'll be fine. The real suffering is going to be everybody but those people.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
And so, this doomsday scenario. No, what we're going to get is a virulent form of republicanism.
And Sam, sorry to interrupt. North Carolina has gone to Trump officially now.
Well, I mean, it seems to me to be pretty much over.
Yeah.
I mean, it really is a disaster.
It is, yeah.
It's looking like
the trumpeters are going to feel vindicated as if they were somehow right about something, and that is going to be.
Well, they were right
prepare
insofar
yourself
as
for
their
that.
candidate won.
I'm sorry, what was that, Sam?
They were right insofar as their candidate won.
Yes, they were certainly right about that. 190, 186 Clinton over Trump right now, but without North Carolina, Hillary Clinton needs Wisconsin and Michigan, just has to have them. And the path is narrowing, as they say.
No, yeah. All right, man.
Okay, Sam, thanks. We'll talk to you soon.
All right, bye.
We just called it. That says to me that their projections were off and their voter data file was wrong, and people came out to vote and vote for Donald Trump that they didn't think were going to.
That's right. And look, when we begin to see the exit polls about the demographics and how these votes turned out the way they did, we'll see what really made this happen. But just in my experience being in North Carolina, Hillary Clinton had trouble with millennials. We saw the voting that showed that she was having trouble with the African-American vote. And clearly, as we are seeing in other states, even those that are traditionally blue, never mind the purple North Carolina, he has really boosted the white vote, particularly among white working-class voters. North Carolina, as you said, it's really a swing state. Went for President Obama in 2008, for Mitt Romney in 2012. Donald Trump is keeping it red.
One thing that we're going to also need to look at as we all come and analyze the night, or after it passes, is the effect of the third-party candidates. Yeah. Gary Johnson, the Libertarian, Jill Stein, the Green Party candidate, Evan McMullin, the Independent candidate. What role did they play? What votes would have gone to Trump or Clinton, but instead went to them? That was always one of the wild cards that pollsters were talking about, that there were so many undecided voters and third-party voters that made this race unpredictable. Turns out that might have had a bigger effect than we thought, in addition to the Trump effect.
Let's go over to John King. John, let's get back to Michigan and Wisconsin. These two states potentially could make the difference who's going to be the next president of the United States.
And at the moment, they're leaning in favor of Donald Trump. We got some more votes to count. 60% in Wisconsin, 49 to 46. You start to look at that lead. That's a 3-point lead. That's a healthy lead in a battleground state. The question is what's left. And it's get a little bit redundant this time of the night because we're waiting for this to come in. And so we're waiting. And so here's, this is what the Clinton War Room tells you. They say they're concerned, not panicked, because they think there are a lot more votes here. But we're up to 60% of the vote here. Yes, she's winning Dane County, overwhelmingly so. The question is, can you keep that margin when the other 40% comes in? And actually, they probably need to lift it up a little bit to pull that math off. Where else are you looking for Democratic votes? You want to come down here to Rock County, 3% of the state population, but you're up to 94. Again, a place that she's winning not by as much as she is Dane County, but you're looking in the Democratic areas. And so just as we talked about Wayne County, Michigan, we're going to talk about Milwaukee County, Wisconsin, but it's at 87%, Wolf. And so, we don't know what's out. We'll have our people call and see which precincts are out, what can possibly be left. But even if you get a big boost in the final votes here, you're starting to look at a situation where there are still, as we go through some of these rural areas, where Donald Trump is winning and winning healthy. I know they're small, but again, if you're winning by that margin and you only got 61% of the vote, well, then you're guaranteed you're going to add a couple hundred or 1,000 to your count. You move over here, you're going to add a couple hundred or 1,000 to your count. And so if you're going through these and you're looking at it, you're looking at Donald Trump and you're saying we keep focusing on, are there enough votes left for Hillary Clinton? Well, in Wisconsin, there are a lot of votes left to be counted. Again, we're only at 60%, and a lot of those votes are in Republican areas. And I'm going to do this all night just to show you what is happening to the map. Because, this is number 8 for me in a presidential race. And you look at a state like this that has just been lock-solid blue. Nobody thinks the Republican. Republicans always say we're going to go there. Even Mitt Romney with his running mate, Paul Ryan, from Wisconsin, couldn't win it 4 years ago, right? But look at all this blue. Just look at all the blue. And that's 4 years ago. And look at all that red. That's small-town America. That's blue-collar America. And right now, Donald Trump is winning. I want to come back because you can see this even here.
I have nothing to add to this.
We haven't called Pennsylvania. It's relatively close. There are people in the Trump war room who think they can still pull out Pennsylvania. Let me show you why. Number one, we're up to 94% in Philadelphia, right? Now, again, we still have to count and see what comes left. That number could jump quite substantially. But she needed 430, 450,000 is what they would like, even though she's at, 420 there? That's 420,000 votes right there. That's a pretty healthy lead out of Philadelphia. But Donald Trump is keeping it close-ish in the suburban areas.
I may take some phone calls.
Erie County.
Right? We made more of a change in 14. We're maybe making a change in 16. The president had a tremendous bond with this candidate for president of the Democratic Party. I've never seen a closer bond. She's my candidate. He's my president. Let's get together. We're going to do this. Well, it's not working tonight, so clearly. It's certainly not clear yet who's going to win. But I do think there's tremendous response to that wrong direction number, that people keep trying to find the president they want, and they keep hoping. The Bernie crowd, this guy Bernie wasn't going to be president, but it was pushing that button.
Oh, why the fuck would he not be president?
Was pushing that button.
51 to 44. Go back 4 years
what
ago.
a douche.
It's
just incredible.
That's not quite as bad as you look through there.
The Bernie crowd.
Screen, Pennsylvania.
The Bernie crowd was all there.
Vote remains.
Even that point or two in those blue-collar counties, she has to, because
I think they'll find that every Bernie voter showed up to vote.
Republican. In the places that are Democratic, the Democrats have to run it up, and she's not running it up. So let's go back and look. Absurd. Let's just take this back. Let's just put it at around 80% there. That's 81%. So you're looking at the places that have not reached 81% of the vote counted. And so,
I'm going to take some calls. Understand, folks, people are going to be in a short leash tonight.
Please don't.
Calling from a 207 area code. Who's this? Hold on. Who's this?
Hey, my man. Calling from a 207. Hey, brother. You there?
Yeah.
Holy shit. Sammy.
Jimmy, reefer cake. Yes.
Hey, brother. Oh, shit, man. Well, Florida, they legalized medical marijuana, man. That was awesome. I'm glad.
Yeah.
You know?
I guess it's the little things. It's a pretty little thing.
No. It's not little.
Yeah, it is.
What else, dude?
Jimmy,
come on. Don't be an asshole right now. Come on.
Yeah.
I'm not going to be an asshole. I want to say to you guys, I voted for Hillary.
Well,
holy shit. I don't know. I don't want to get all down, though, right? Let's just get up and get this shit done. Remember, there's shit we can get done, all right?
Like what?
Don't be sad.
Like what? What can we get done?
Legalize it. All right. Oh, okay. Listen here. Here in Maine, Paul LePage, right? All right. He's like Trump, right? He's worse. He's a devil. He's nuts. He's evil. He's racist. All right, man. So look when I went in to vote today, I saw fucking on my vote that after 2 fucking terms of LePage, looks like Maine might have got our shit together. I looked on my ballot. I had legalized marijuana. I had minimum wage.
Jimmy.
I had ranked choice voting. Ranked choice voting was on my ballot.
I gotta go.
Because of LePage. But listen, man, you guys, we're going to be all right. And I voted for Hillary.
All right.
Don't fucking blame this on me, all right, guys?
No, we're not blaming you, Jimmy.
But we'll probably take a break from your songs for a couple of years.
No, we're not blaming on you. Calling from a 248 area code. Who's this?
Hey, Sam. It's Justin. I'm from Michigan.
Hi, Justin. What happened in Michigan, man?
I can't tell you because I voted for Hillary. Me and my sister, we both voted for Hillary. So I can't tell you. I'm disappointed. I'm really disappointed. I'm really disappointed.
Yeah, it's a nightmare.
I really don't feel good right now. I don't feel good.
No, I think there's a lot of people who are sharing your feelings, but hang in there. I'm going to try and say something positive to everybody, and so I don't know if I'm going to get through it because we have, I think, a lot of callers. But Warren and Bernie Sanders now are going to basically be
the leaders of the
Democratic Party.
Yep.
So that's my...
And you know what? They're fucking sellouts, because I read an email once, and Hillary said that there was a press release that was going to be bad about Bernie.
You're stepping on my one positive thing.
I'm sorry.
All right. So that's your positive moment. I'm going to go through everybody and do this if I can. Appreciate the call. You calling from a 602 area code. Who's this?
Hi, Sam. This is Frank. I'm a Latino gentleman down here in Phoenix, Arizona, and I'm kind of, having some anxiety. And I just wanted to say, you and Janine Garofalo got me through the Bush administration. I lived in Portland, Oregon at the time, and I'm a really big fan. And this is just terrible. I don't know what to do. I mean, we're close here in Arizona, but being Hispanic and it just seems to me that there were a lot of closet white, I don't mean to say white, but, closet voters who didn't want to tell the posters they were going to vote for Trump, and it seems like they're voting for Trump. And it's just, I've got two kids. I've got a daughter who's in college and a son who's getting ready to go to college, and this is just frightening.
Yeah.
We are dependent on our student loans and Pell Grants, and it's just very, very upsetting. I've had a couple of shots of vodka, and I live paycheck to paycheck, man. I'm working class here, and it's been a struggle to get going. And finally, the Obama economy has caught up to us, and I'm in a good place right now. And honestly, I work in the healthcare industry, and one of the only reasons I was able to get my job was because of the Affordable Care Act. The Medicaid expansion, so I, processed health insurance claims, and I was able to get a job that way, and it's been good. And I took my kids and my wife. We went out and voted, and it's just, it's very upsetting. It just seems to me that we have, normalized racism. We've normalized, what you said about the Supreme Court for 40 years. For 40 years, it's very frightening. I don't know. I don't know really what to do. I lived in a blue state during the Bush administration, and that was tough. We made it, but it was tough. I mean, I really don't know what to do. I mean, it's very, very upsetting. And I just, and I'm sorry. I can't help but think that the FBI had something to do with this.
Yeah.
I mean, how are you going to release a letter the Sunday before election night, when during the Sunday in the afternoon when everybody's watching the NFL and nobody's paying attention?
Yeah.
This is something akin to a coup, and it's upsetting. It really is, and I don't know what to do. I mean, Canada, really?
I mean,
can working class people move to Canada?
I think the irony is that I think when James Comey did that, and did it under pressure, I think, from Republicans or whatever, responding to pressure, I don't think any of them thought that it would throw the election. I think they all thought this is going to set us up quite nicely for investigations. This is the way that we're going to hamper a Clinton administration. And so in many respects, they will, they will suffer that too. Now, with all this said, Michigan still very close, very, very close. But 50%, 45% to go. Wisconsin now scares me.
Yes. Ron Johnson winning is very, very scary.
Yeah. Well, look, all I can tell you is hang in there. Tell your kids that it's going to be okay. I
mean, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Our press is complicit. it's just upsetting. I mean, we really are that stupid, aren't we?
Yeah. I mean, look, there's a decent amount of frustration out there, but there's 20% of people in the middle who I think responded to the cues they were given by the signifiers in this country. I mean, look, just by virtue of the fact you listen to this program, you are in, I don't know, the top 5, 10, 12 percentile, maybe 4 percentile, I don't know, of people who pay attention to politics in some manner. And this election was undoubtedly decided by, the middle 10%, I think is what it's probably going to come down to. And that middle 10%, when they hear the media relentlessly beating a certain drum, will respond to it. Now, that's not to say that the politicians don't have a responsibility of making the case or approaching things differently, but the idea that much time was spent on the emails was pretty bad. And the idea, frankly, that I don't really blame. I really do think, like, in terms of voting, many people, like Jimmy Ruffuke calling in, saying that they voted for Clinton, but there's a lot of blame to go around.
I'm sorry, Sam. I again, and also I also blame the left. Okay, I'm sorry. When you've got this guy Jordan on Young Turks going daily on the WikiLeaks, no. When you've got Jimmy Dore going, no. I'm sorry. It just
I can tell you something. I perceive those people as part of the media, and they can say they're not part of the corporate media. That's all well and good, but the fact is, they are part of a very dumb element of the media, and one that was not focused on either legitimate journalism in some instances or smart advocacy for the left. I mean, the email stuff from the server and all that is just a bunch of bullshit. Period. It was always a bunch of bullshit. The WikiLeaks stuff was basically just an asset. That's all it was. It was a very helpful asset for the left. And there was no criminal activity in there. All that bullshit about the Clinton Foundation. I mean, there's no doubt in my mind that the Clintons are, and I've said this, have a sort of a pathology when it comes to sort of like a greed for money. And they swim in these circles. But the bottom line is this is the candidate that the Democrats voted for. It wasn't rigged or fixed by the DNC. If Bernie Sanders had been given the question about Flint, Michigan, in the Michigan debate, Bernie Sanders would not have won the primary. And so I mean, all that stuff. I agree with you, but look, now's a good time to vent. Maybe, knock on wood, things will change, but it doesn't look very good right now.
Well, I'll tell you this, Sam. You got a Hispanic neoliberal out here in Arizona who loves you guys. I love you and Michael and the two behind there. I thank you for what you do.
Hang in there.
And you have a good night, and we'll bye-bye.
Bye. Will you just run the numbers on winning New Hampshire, winning
270 to win is down, by the way. I was just trying to make a map, and it looks like the database is down.
Yeah, I bet. Losing Wisconsin, winning Michigan, winning Nevada. What? Who is that?
in their own numbers. But if you look at it,
emerge victorious tonight. We do know, as you said, that Donald Trump believes in revenge. It's one of his sort of core beliefs. He's stated it often. You hit me, I hit you back. Here's Paul Ryan talking to his supporters in Janesville with his fingers crossed.
I am so eager to get back to work for you, to get on with fixing our country's problems. We have so much potential in this country, so much potential. And if we can just tap it, that's what's ahead of us. You know, by some accounts, I've just been sitting there watching the polls. By some accounts, this could be a really good night for America. This could be a good night for us. Fingers crossed.
Should things break in Republicans' way the rest of the night, they have a very realistic possibility tomorrow of controlling all three, both the House, the Senate, and the White House. And the question would then become, who's in the driver's seat on policy? What does the Trump administration look like? Is it a version of Paul Ryanism? Of course, a person who supported free trade deals, including the TPP in the past, Mike Pence, who voted for NAFTA. Is it Trumpism? Is it something in between? Is it something out of left field? Remarkably, we sit here tonight with not a very good idea at all of what that looks like.
Chris Hayes at our news desk tonight. Thank you. I would just say, can we just put up that bug that we had up there just a moment ago, the Dow bug that we had? One of the things that Chris was reporting on earlier, which you've been keeping an eye on, over the course of really the end of this campaign,
I could honestly give a shit, with all due respect to the
48
Dow.
to 46, this is going to be key.
Or the Nikkei.
We still have absolutely nothing from Nashua. Just
All
shy
right,
of
let me
7%
go
of the state
some more calls. Calling from a 518 area code. Who's this?
Yes. Hi there. This is Kiernan Rodriguez.
Hi, Kiernan. What's going on?
Yeah, so pretty much I wanted to basically point out saying that considering with this U.S. election really being bad, what do you think the odds of Clinton either possibly winning Michigan or Wisconsin?
What do I think the odds of her winning Michigan or Wisconsin are?
Yeah.
Well, I think the odds of her winning Michigan are slim, and Wisconsin less than slim.
Oh, wow. Yeah, because I just really do think, due to the level of knowledge that we still carry, it's very low to very almost little, because I don't really think, with this election even being right, it comes down to the point of, who really wants to support more to being dumber and more to being okay, we're kind of there, but no, we're going to continue to basically, think of bad things to basically promote for, basically for the whole nation.
Yeah, bad stuff. I appreciate the call. We got to take some other ones. Got a lot of people to buck up, but hang in there. Calling from a 551 area code. Who's this?
Hi, Sam. It's A Square.
Hey, Square. How are you?
I am speechless, frightened and speechless. And I was at the rally last night, and it just gives you a sense of the possible. And although I did hear the campaign workers talk about how concerned they were about Ohio. I mean, they basically knew that Ohio was lost, Pennsylvania was going to be tough, but it's not this. I mean, the whole blue wall crumble do you think this was also the Bradley effect? A lot of these folks that were being polled said, yeah, I'm voting for Hillary, but in reality they were planning to vote for Trump. I mean, I haven't seen all the numbers and the breakdown of the demographic, and so I don't know if the turnout for the Dems were that down, or it's just unbelievable.
I mean, it simply appears to me that Democratic turnout was down.
Okay.
I mean, that's the only thing I can.
That's the simplest.
But I don't know. But we'll see. I mean, we'll have a better notion. Yeah. I don't know. It's too early to speculate on that. But
I was going to call earlier to gloat a little bit, Michael, because I had heard last night that they picked the Javits Center for that exact same reason that caller mentioned earlier. So
right.
It's just going to be very, very better.
I'm so
for them
sorry.
to be standing there.
It's horrible. It's really disgusting.
It's just It's just horrible. The vitriol, the hate against her, it's just heartbreaking. Sam, I am very sorry because I know you have a daughter, and I've talked to these young girls. You don't know what it is to live in a world where you cannot make choices about your reproductive rights. It's horrible. It's horrible. I just hope that you guys are still going to be around to help us get through this, just like we did through the Bush years.
We will be, right? We're
yeah.
not going anywhere, I think. I guess I think Sam's like, actually, no. We're going to go farm.
I got to check the Nikkei.
We got...
Where is Kelly? Hi, Kelly.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, Matt. You guys, thank you so much, and
thank you so much.
And we'll just try to hang in there.
All right, thanks. You too.
Thank you so
Thanks
much.
for the call.
Okay.
I think "Gotta Check the Nikkei" is a good new line for something.
Calling from an 804 area code. Who's this?
Hi, my name is Vic, and I'm in Virginia.
Hi, Vic.
And got up early this morning, voted around 6 o'clock just so I could get it over with, vote for Hillary. And I'm just curious. So I have two things, actually. I'm curious what you guys think about the polling, how pretty much everyone was wrong. Even on the conservative side, just everyone. Got it wrong.
I don't know. I think my guess is, I don't know. I don't know if it's just that the model was wrong, of that people just had the wrong notion of who was going to turn out. I don't know. I mean, it doesn't seem like, I'm looking at all these things. It doesn't appear to me to be like people voted for Gary Johnson or people voted for Jill Stein. I think it is just that in some respects, it appears, particularly when you look at Ross going down in North Carolina and Feingold going down in Wisconsin, it appears that that maybe the Democratic vote was just depressed. And in some instances, look, Wisconsin, we were talking about the voter ID in coming out of Milwaukee. North Carolina, another place where Ross underperformed. It seems the polls. You had a lot of voter suppression. It's quite possible that those were the will end up making the difference. But I don't know. We need to wait and see. We need to get more data.
I have one more thing. I'm curious. I know I've seen on the news a lot about how they talk about the Trump supporters being violent and stuff like that. If they get in office and they start doing things like just cutting rights, stop and frisk, just reversing everything that they want to do, I don't see that sitting well with people.
Well, and
just, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't see that people just saying, "Okay, you voted for it, we'll take it."
Yeah. I just all the fights that that those on the left are going to be fighting are going to be very, very localized. Yeah. All right. Appreciate the call. Hang in there.
Thanks.
I've been trying to do that thing where
I don't think we're doing a good job of bucking people up at all.
I was trying to do that thing where you get one good news thing per call.
No.
414. Who's this? Where are you calling from?
Hey, this is Dave. I'm calling from Milwaukee. I was, IMing you guys earlier. I was pretty pleased at what I saw. I had some students, high school students, got their, registration forms, their IDs, their electric bills, all, ready to go and go out there and vote, and they all did. Still, it's shocking. and it feels a lot like 2010 here. And just knowing how it's been here for the past 6 years, it's terrifying to know that that's going to be nationwide. And but really appreciate you guys being here. And it certainly makes me feel a lot better just being able to hear you guys. So always.
All right. Well,
I love you guys. Thank you.
Thanks. I appreciate the call.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, he cheered us up.
Yeah, I feel like some of these callers are cheering us up. We're not succeeding in cheering anyone up.
Let's go to you calling from a 204 area code. Who's this?
Hi, Sam. It's Arthur calling from Winnipeg.
Hello, Arthur. How are you?
Hi, Sam. It's Arthur. Well, Sam, I'm kind of at a loss. So I had to talk to my girlfriend for a while. I was trying to buck her up. Has Trump won?
I think it's pretty close.
We're in the zone.
Okay, it appears if Wisconsin or Michigan go, that he very well could win with 272 about that electoral votes.
Okay, so let me ask you a question then. So we don't know for sure, do we?
No, we don't.
Right?
Sure, we don't know for sure. No, we're not going to know for sure.
Okay.
For a bit.
Okay, well, listen, all I can tell you guys, this is a long time. I voted NDP all my life, okay?
Mhm.
That's the Social Democratic Party here in Canada. And we've lost so many elections over and over. All I can tell you guys, I have a bit of bronchitis, I'm sorry. All I can tell you guys is don't give up and fight on. Buck up. You've got lots of solidarity all around the world. Rely on yourselves, love each other, and go forward, because this madness can't last forever. You know who Mike Malloy is. Mike Malloy talked about, he said, maybe they should just let the Republicans run everything, and once it's such a disaster, they'll never vote
Well, we'll
Republican
test that
again.
theory.
You know?
Yeah,
We'll test
Mike
that
and I watched
fucking
that
theory.
happen during the Bush years, but I hope that's the case. But sometimes things can get broken and they can't get repaired for a long time. But Arthur, I do appreciate your words
let
of
me leave
support.
this with you just real quickly, Sam. Sam, just real quickly. I spent 30 years in the Canadian Navy, and we were always can-do in the Navy. You guys will make this. You'll make it through, and things will get better. Buck up, and I'll continue listening. All the best, you guys. Buck
All
up.
right, thanks.
We'll do this, okay?
Yep.
All right.
I get the feeling that Arthur just doesn't want our the property values to rise too quickly in Canada with all the influx of the people headed north. Calling from a 215 area code. Well, 215 area code. Who's this? $215? Why do I feel is it up? 215? Huh. Is it me? Let me try that again. Stay on there, 215.
Thank you for calling in the Majority Report. The host will be with you shortly.
Oh my God. We have 44 people on hold. I can't find where. Oh my God. I'm not going to get to all the callers, I don't think, unless we just stay up until just roll this in. Maybe we just don't stop doing the show until, oh Jesus, I don't know when. Wow, this is unbelievable. I've never seen this. Michael, come here and check this out. I got to tell Kyle that we got to limit. We have 44 people on hold. 44 people. Hang in there, folks.
There you go. It's a harbinger of good things to come to the majority.
There you go. Right. The good thing is we're going to 7 days a week. Yeah, you're calling from a 571 area code. Who's this?
Hey, Sam. This is Caldwell from Virginia.
Hey, Caldwell.
I'm actually glad I got through. You just said that you had 47 callers in line.
Yeah, you were up there. If you listen, the 266 caller, I know you've called in before, so I'm probably not going to get to you. I'm sorry. You've been holding for a while. Go ahead.
I just have 3 questions. So the first one, I'm watching the New York Times' popular vote, and has Clinton ahead by a little bit, a point and change about. I'm wondering if that is going to piss people off if Clinton ends up winning the popular, but
it's very
losing
possible.
The Electoral College.
It's very possible that will happen. I mean, the numbers in California are going to be extraordinary, I think. It's very possible. I mean, a 272 win, I would say it's probably even likely.
All right.
Is it going to piss people off? Yeah. It's not going to be. It's not going to piss people off as much. I think it's no consolation. I think the problems are all going to be there. But
So you think they're still going to feel like they have a mandate, even though they lost the popular vote?
I don't
worry
think.
about that.
Listen,
they're
the whole
gonna
mandate
just take
thing,
it.
like I
They'll
said
just take
with
it.
Michael Schur earlier in the program tonight, that concept of mandate is just bunk. The Republicans are going to do what they're going to do. The media is always going to say that the Republicans have a mandate, and they're going to take it even if they don't. It doesn't matter. Mandate, no
That's
mandate,
fair.
they're going to do it. Who's going to stop them? People have to understand, this is just simply about power. It's just about power, and it's about resources and power. And you're going to have no Democrats with any type of staff. The Republicans are going to be incredibly draconian when it comes to cutting staffs, I bet, particularly of Democrats. They've done this before. And you're not going to have resources. You're not going to have power. I mean, it's mandate's not going to mean anything. I mean, I don't know exactly what the answer is for this in the short time, but
my more interesting question is, given the whole Brexit situation over in England, right?
Yeah.
Well, Great Britain, I suppose. And let's say Trump wins here, just assume that. Do you feel like this is more of a global trend, like the world is trending to the right, or is it just a blip?
I mean, look, we're still in the wake of a big financial crisis in many respects, and I think to a certain extent, people are responding to that, and they they look for scapegoats. So I don't know. I mean, I don't know. We need to. I don't know if I'm ready to absorb all this quite yet. But
yeah, I'm pretty sure nobody is.
Yeah, exactly.
And then my last question, just real quick, is everybody's freaking out. Trump is terrible, all that stuff. I agree. Don't get me wrong. don't get me wrong. But what are the actual repercussions? You went over this a little bit earlier. The Supreme Court's obvious. That's boned.
I mean,
but,
the short term,
what else?
that's the most obvious.
I mean, are you a white guy?
I mean, yeah.
Exactly.
My life personally, probably not going to change too much. I get that. I understand. But
well, I mean, your retirement
the US
age will
isn't
go
only
up.
white guys.
Your retirement age
I
will
do
go
have
up.
empathy.
Your retirement age will go up. I mean, I think broadly speaking, government's role in society is going to be diminished. You as a white guy, if you ever are part of any type of class action suit, or you get sickened by a drug, and which is very likely, I would imagine, the regulatory system in our country is going to be further degraded. I mean, the list is extensive. It's extensive, and I can't go through it all right now. I have a feeling we'll have time.
I got you.
But it's
all right,
it's
man.
Be
I'm not trying to keep you on the phone, especially if you have that amount of callers.
Yeah.
I just want to finish it by saying, like, I did vote for Bernie in the primaries, but I did also vote for HRC in the general. So I'm pretty sure the Bernie voters did turn out.
I think so too. I appreciate the call.
I don't think it's about Bernie voters.
I don't either. I mean, I think there's a lot of there's a lot of blame to go around, but I don't think there's no evidence that it's Bernie voters. You call him from a 412 area code. 412.
Yes,
hello?
Yes, 412.
412? Who's this?
Yeah, 412 area code.
Hello?
Hello, yes.
Yes.
You're on the air.
Hello?
Who is this?
412 537.
Hi, I am from the 412. I'm also the wonderful Kelly's sister.
Oh, you're Kelly's sister. Hello, Kelly's sister.
Yes.
Should have known.
I can't say enough good things about putting her on the show.
Well, I agree. I'm glad to hear that. That would be awkward if it was not good things.
We cut Kelly's microphone. This is her sister.
You guys have kept me sane through this whole process, which is saying a lot.
Well, I think the trade-off is that we've driven your sister crazy. So,
and now we're all insane.
No, yes, definitely insane now. Yes, we are all there. The first thing I want to say is, what the fuck?
Right. Agree.
Check.
The second thing I want to get into, I know was brought up to Sam's attention before, was your daughter, who is 11, yes?
Yep.
Yeah?
Yep.
Okay. So I teach middle school, which is like 11 to 14-ish. And I think the thing that is upsetting me the most about this election is what you had brought up before, is that, like, what these kids are thinking. I've been teaching for 11 years, and this is this is my third election with them, with teaching, and this is the first time I've ever actually told the kids who I'm voting for, because it would have made me look like such an idiot if I didn't.
Yeah.
But I really, like, and after he made the ridiculous comments with Billy Bush came out, like, I had to talk to my students about that. And the fact that now that's our president, it's going to be our president, like, I don't know, like, what do I do?
I mean, I think, I'm not sure. I mean, I honestly think that, maybe it was, I don't know if there is a book that I feel like I should have read. I don't know what book that would have been, just as a hedge, in this situation. Like, I'm trying to think of, like, what I'm going to tell my daughter. And, frankly, for me and, where my family is situated, both, sort of geographically, and socioeconomically and racially, I could say to my daughter, like, we'll be fine. And,
right.
Even though, beyond that, she's a girl, she's heard what Donald Trump has said. She knows that it's wrong what he said. And he's been rewarded for it. He's intimidated people. He's done everything basically that you express to a child is not the way to behave. And, this is pretty rudimentary stuff. Yeah. But, with a child, you start with the basics, right? You don't say, you really need to have a vision of economics that is more egalitarian, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, no, you just simply say, you don't be racist. You don't be prejudiced. You don't be offensive. You don't, girls have as much... opportunity to say things and do things as boys. These are the basics that you tell your kids, and they're of course aware of what Donald Trump has done. And on the most basic level, he's done the opposite of all those things. And
all those,
the
absolutely
presidency is I don't know, the functional equivalent. My 3-year-old son, he knows Donald Trump is bad, Hillary Clinton is good. I'm not as worried about that. But basically, for an 11-year-old, the presidency is like Superman or, Superwoman.
Mm-hmm.
It's that's, and the idea that we would choose someone like that to be the president, I was just checking with my wife to make sure that she's gone to bed because I am just nervous about.
And that's also my thing is because what do I tell this is the first for middle schoolers, this is the first election or they're conscious. I mean, they know about presidents. Exactly. That they're conscious, what's going on. And I teach a pretty liberal school. So it's been them bashing on Trump, which is mostly them parroting what their parents say. But I've also talked to them about issues, but for them to this be the first the first election that they see, I have no words, and that's what, and I've told them that. I have no words.
I think the the thing you tell them is that they that people got to stay and fight and protect the most vulnerable in our society. I mean, that's the only thing that I can think in terms of my daughter. I mean, I look at what I texted her, a while ago was just do you articulate it in the context of a purpose? I mean, and that's slim pickings, but I don't know what the other answer is. It's I
mean, there is none. And these kids are going to grow up. I mean, God forbid there's another re-election. I can't even. But if this is how they grow up, what are they going to be thinking? Because, I mean, how are other countries going to even see us after this? And, when I studied abroad, I studied abroad during the George W. era, and they were not a fan. And I just think of this youth going anywhere in Europe and Trump's our president.
Well,
I just,
it's not like Europe is got a lot to brag about in terms of the way that they handle things. So, but Kelly's sister, thank you for calling in.
412.
Appreciate it.
Bye, Caitlin.
Sup.
I miss you, and don't call in like a libertarian next time. But
I'll talk to you soon,
okay? Okay. Love you. Bye.
Not trying to be a libertarian. Love the show. Love you, Kelly. Bye.
Bye.
It's weird. You love Matt Taibbi. You love the
I didn't say that I loved Matt Taibbi.
Well, you said I love you guys too.
Yeah, I do love them.
The good liars who you've never met.
That's why I said that.
You didn't even say that to your sister, though.
Yes, I just
literally just said that.
I just said that.
Play the tape back.
I just didn't say it to Matt Taibbi. I just said that he looks
she said,
young.
Don't be sad, Matt.
He looks younger than he is. I've never noticed it on the Google.
All right, listener Robert wants a shofar, so we'll just it's a bit of a call to arms, ladies and gentlemen.
Shofar of resistance. So let's change formats. Let's make this an entertainment variety show.
Well, before we start our regularly scheduled programming, we always need to start the show.
Yeah.
This is the way we'll be starting all of our shows.
Mind Fury is doing a fantastic job. It's great.
Well, I mean, the upside is we won't have to hear Michael's butchered Hillary Clinton impression.
That is literally the only upside that I think anybody could find. But actually, I was going to debut it next week, and it wasn't bad. I was workshopping it.
Clinton still down in New Hampshire by 1 point, 75% of the vote. In Maine, she is up. Thank you, Jimmy Reefer Cake.
Wisconsin's not getting closer from what I've seen.
I just think that if Russ Feingold lost by 7 points, that is
a blowout.
Koch brothers money in that state. I don't know what else to tell you. I mean,
is it true that Hillary hasn't been in Wisconsin since the primary?
It's possible. That's pretty amazing. It is pretty amazing. I mean, what I find really shocking is the enormous amount of data that they had access to. And,
I don't know what the fuck they were doing.
The enormous amount of data and the idea that they could not see this coming is pretty stunning. Calling from a 714 area code. Who's this?
Hi, this is Amanda calling from California.
Hi, Amanda.
I just spent the last 4 years abroad, and I came home the day before the RNC. And
great timing, Amanda.
Not good.
Yeah, I came from Bangladesh, which is, not exactly a place that Trump would probably love. What do you do? Do you stay? Do you go? I
don't see.
I know you don't have the answer. I
think all the reasons why one would be upset about a Trump victory are reasons for one to stay in this country in some way. I mean, to fight against it. On the other hand, I don't know. I mean, what was your? Were you having fun abroad?
I was. I did the Peace Corps for a bit, and then I worked at an all-women's university in Bangladesh with these great women who maybe someday might want to come get their masters or live in the U.S. and maybe not. Who knows? But to know people and to see people from all different backgrounds and then to come back to this country and people are speaking and it scares me. And I don't know where the best good is to be done. I don't know if there's even an answer. I don't know if it's running away to leave again. I know people joke about it, but for me, it's a real option, and
right.
I don't know. Sorry, I'm a little.
No, I think everybody is feeling the same thing. I mean, whatever sense of purpose I think that you got in working in those environments, there's probably going to be a lot of opportunity to do that in this country. It's just a weird, very weird dynamic where I think the vast majority of people listening to this program, to the extent that we do that, are going to be working against, very broadly speaking, a big tide and a big, the power of this country. The federal government, every single branch, will be dominated by Republicans.
Yeah.
And that's, the reality. I mean, somebody, I think, just IM'd me and said, what about 2018 in terms of taking back the Senate? I mean, I don't want to be bleak here, but there were something like, 25 seats Republicans had up to Democrats had, I don't know, half a dozen, 10. And it's flipped in 2018. It's an off-year election where Democrats bring out less people. I mean, so...
yeah.
I mean...
Yeah, we're not great at...
No, I mean, it's the Senate is going to get more in favor of the Republicans. The House will, too, probably in 2018. And it's going to be a pretty bleak 4 years. Now, with that said, let me give some ray of hope. You're going to have Elizabeth Warren and Bernie Sanders, who are going to be the leaders of the Democratic Party. I mean, who else is going to do that?
And on that bright note, can you send me some information about Bangladesh? Maybe like podcasting opportunities there, or other avenues to pursue.
But with Warren and Sanders as the strength of the Democratic Party, and I think maybe it emboldens a couple of other people who have been less vocal than they might have been otherwise. They're maybe the Democratic Party.
Maybe we'll clean house. Because I think in some ways at this point isn't even just it's not like about these settling these stupid petty scores, but there needs to be a rethink of the party and who they run, and I mean that has to be part of the process.
I just think that there's no person.
No, it's not about a person. No.
There's not. It's just simply a matter of power, and there is no one else who has a base of power in the Democratic Party now.
Right.
I mean, there's nobody out there who can raise the money that Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren can.
Not at all.
The Clinton and exile people,
they're done.
That era is obviously very, very much over. And so all that's going to spread to the wind. And so I don't know. You don't have to make a decision in the next 24 hours. They probably won't close the borders for at least a couple of weeks.
Another drink.
Yes, I think that's a good idea.
We'll be okay.
Hang in there.
Well, thanks so much. You too.
Get out of here and have real drinks.
Are we going to do this tomorrow?
Are we going to...
What do you mean, tomorrow?
Are we going to, maybe take a...
You mean later today?
Take a breather later today?
Incidentally, the immigration... the Canadian immigration website is down. We're going to see, look. (713) Calling from a 713 area code. Who's this? 713? 713. I try and call back in. Yeah, I mean, I guess at one point we're going to have to move on from this. I mean, specifically just doing this show tonight. We're now on our...
Thank you for calling in the Majority Report. The host will be with you shortly.
I have to find where 40 people on hold.
This is like...
Matt's in a state of shock. I mean, I think we all are to a certain extent.
Hello?
713. Who's this?
Hello.
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 Hi. My name is Jack.
Jack?
I'm from Texas, but I am currently living in New York City.
Okay.
God, I'm a college student. How fucked am I?
Jack, I don't know. I mean, it's... Look, you're young. And when I was in college, our motto at the beginning of every year was, it's best to get behind early so you have more time to catch up. And so if you're going to deal with this in your life, you probably want it around now. There's nothing like being in your 20s, dealing with a right-wing, government. It gives you a lot of opportunity for rebellion, which is a good stuff for, and it'll be a very creative time. I mean, frankly, I would rather be, well, I don't know about that. But let me just say this,
What were you gonna
even if
say?
I don't believe it. I would rather be in my 20s than at my age for something like this. Because,
Right.
it's going to be, it's your future. But
Right.
with that said, I don't know. It might be a little bit easier for me to deal with.
Well, let me ask you this: where should we go from here? In terms of, because as you said, Hillary Clinton and that branch of the Democratic Party is basically dust in the wind at this point.
Right.
Obviously we have Senator Warren and Senator Sanders. How do we bring this back towards the side of sanity?
Well, I mean, I think, it starts with an aggressive, proactive agenda. And, Sanders and Warren, I think, are going to provide one. And so, hopefully that resonates with people and people become more engaged in it. There's, I'm not going to lie, the net is going to be a lot more broad-based suffering. And, I think that's where things will head. But, I think everybody's just got to, take some deep breaths and just, tomorrow the sun will rise and, it's get to work time. I mean,
right.
The reasons why people wage this fight have not changed. They've just increased. Hang in there, and it'll be a creative time for people at your age.
For sure. Before you let me go, I just want to thank you a ton. I started off this election cycle on the Republican Party. When I was an 8th grader, I was thanks to my parents, I was frankly a right-wing nut job, and you guys have really been influential on bringing me to the side of sanity.
Cock.
Yeah,
Wow.
cock. There you go.
There you go. He says, "There you go."
Seriously,
That's
thank
great.
you a lot. Sorry.
No, thank you. I appreciate it. That's very nice, and
Thank you.
I'm glad.
it's,
hang in there, and hang in there.
All right.
Thanks for calling.
Take care, you guys. Thank
All
you
right.
so much for taking my call.
Trump has sneaked back ahead in Pennsylvania.
I mean, this is it really is a massive failure on behalf of the Clinton campaign and pollsters broadly speaking. I mean, I yeah, New York Times has Trump at 95% to take the presidency. I don't know what to tell you, folks. I mean, it is really stunning, and really stunning. I mean, there's going to be, seeing, already pieces about how did the Clinton campaign not focus on swing states, and yeah, that is I don't understand. Fox has projected Wisconsin for Trump. I mean, I think it's basically. Hold on, let's go 516. Who's this?
Hold on. Hey, Sam, it's Jeremy. John Clayton.
Jeremy, are you calling into another radio show while you're on hold with us?
Sorry, Tom. Get back to you later.
Yeah, I was just talking to my sister about, I want to blame people for this, and I don't know who to blame. Hold on, let's go. You guys with me?
Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm thinking, also who, the sad parts about this, and I don't want to get you down, just thinking about Obama has to sit there while he gets inaugurated, and this guy who was chief birther, and then people like Khizr Khan proving basically that the country didn't want them, I guess. But Jimmy Dore and Jordan Chariton, those are the guys I feel like I want to blame right now because they're easy to blame.
Well, I mean, I think, look, I don't think that those two guys are responsible for this. I mean, I think, look, I think people acted stupidly and irrationally, and I imagine they're going to wake up one of these days and realize, I probably made a mistake, and certainly the net value of what they did was definitely negative.
Right.
And not just because they had an audience who may or may not have even listened to them and voted that way, although I think certainly they did, must have some, but I don't think it was huge numbers. But I think, the way this works in my mind is that when this constant stream of stuff from people who are considered part, and, I don't think that most people who from the outside would have a sense of where these guys are in any type of, I don't say food chain, but the galaxy or the solar system or whatever it is of progressive activism and whatnot. But it gives license, obviously, to others, who have bigger platforms. To say the same thing if the people, on the left are saying that as well in some respects. Look, there were legitimate critiques of Clinton. I don't believe that, at the end of the day, that's what, what led to this, those legitimate critiques. In some respects, I wish it was, but I just don't think that those are being made. I think the Clinton campaign screwed up. I think, by allowing, folks like Paul Ryan to skate through in this situation, that gave license. Paul Ryan was able to enable Donald Trump, and it gave license to a whole set of Republicans. This idea that somehow Hillary Clinton was going to be the signifier to Republican suburban voters, as opposed to Paul Ryan. I'm sorry, that's just not the case. You got to force Paul Ryan to take a position on it. And
absolutely, media failed and stuff like that. Completely, I agree. How do you think? I have a feeling there's a lot of establishment Republicans, sane Republicans, that work in government that are just as freaked out as anybody else.
I totally agree with you. They're all going to see an opportunity here, though. It's just a question of if I think we're in big trouble if we're looking to establishment Republicans to.
They're all going to.
We've already seen how they're going to react.
Circle around the wagons, the ones who to try to get back in his good graces if it's at all possible.
They'll take full advantage.
And all of the ones and all the rest of them, Ryan and McConnell are ready to do what they want to do all along, which is have this guy sign their horrific budgets, and that's the plan.
Last thing, do you really think those cabinet positions that got leaked out, or do you think those are for real? Because that is scary as shit. Okay.
I find it hard to believe. That Donald Trump is going to get into the presidency, and maybe he will let Kellyanne Conway tell him he should appoint somebody different. But I don't know. I find that hard to believe. But, I don't know, man.
Yeah.
I don't want to talk about that right now.
I got the feeling.
All right, I'll talk to you later.
Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate the call.
All right, bye.
Bye. All right, let's take a musical break so that Team Majority Report can musical break. Let's play something. That's a good time. All right, so here's what we're going to do, folks. We're going to stick around for another 10, 15 minutes. We will be back tomorrow at noon. We just got to spend the night reinforcing the doors, adding steel and lead to the walls.
Fortifying ourselves.
Tomorrow we're going to take calls, probably the whole show. Look, you know, maybe we should have started a little bit later, anticipating something perhaps like this. Frankly, I thought the evening was going to end relatively early. In many respects, I think a lot of this is over. And I know, obviously, people are really depressed with good reason. I mean, you know, it's not, I think it's probably a healthy reaction. I think if you're not depressed, there's something wrong with you. You know, so everybody's just got to take a breath. Give it, give it 12 hours, 14 hours. And, then we just start talking about what's next. If you've been, drinking heavily, just realize that you're going to have a tendency to feel more depressed. It's going to be exacerbated by the alcohol. Just keep that in mind. Maybe a good time to shut it down. Drink a little water.
Drink a lot of water.
Just tell yourself that this has been a bad nightmare. Wake up tomorrow, then deal with it. We'll take a couple more calls. I'm sorry, obviously, we're not going to get to all the calls here. I've got literally 36 some odd calls in the queue. I'm not going to get to those. I'm trying to take the ones that have been holding for the longest. Kelly wants to say something. Yes, but it would be best to do it in the microphone. Yes? What? Dead air.
Well, I was just going to say that if you are drunk or not and you're upset and you don't have anyone to talk to, then you can call the National Suicide Hotline, even if you're not going to be thinking that darkly. And that's,
All right, let's go to 267. Calling on a 267. Who's this?
Sam?
Yes?
Hi, this is Staniel Blorch, formerly of Philadelphia, currently residing in the Finger Lakes region of New York. Am I too close to the phone?
No, you're doing
Can you hear
great.
me?
Yes?
All right. I just wanted to say I am a 45-year-old gay white male with dual Canadian United States citizenship, and even if we lose, I am not leaving. I'm staying. So stop with the sad sack nonsense, buck up, drink some water, and realize that, in the words of Scarlett O'Hara, tomorrow is another day. We're going to figure out how we're going to fight back. Look at Google. Call your congressional representative. Raise hell when something that you don't like is being proposed in Congress, and raise your voice and fight back. Don't shrink. Don't get sad. get angry and fight for what you believe in. Did you get all that?
I did. Well said. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
One other thing.
Yep.
Is there another word for synonym? Because I am still trying to figure that out. I tweeted you guys, and nobody tweeted me back.
Another word for what?
Synonym.
Synonym, the word for words that mean the same thing.
Oh, I see. It's a very clever tweet. It's a clever question.
No, not really that clever, because you didn't even see the tweet if you didn't notice it.
I saw the
But seriously,
tweet and
guys.
I didn't look it up, but not that off of the top of my head.
Well, I thought to myself, I thought of a
I don't even
Scarlett
feel like
O'Hara
going to
quote.
Merriam-Webster's.com right now, okay?
Appreciate the call. We'll work on it. We'll work on the synonym.
Thank you, Sam.
All right. I actually thought originally he said, is there an opposite word for cinnamon? And I thought that was odd. Calling from a 201 area code. Who's this?
Hey, what's up, Sam? It's Max from New York.
How's it going?
It's not going too well, man. So I just want to make this quick. I'm in my first year at CUNY Law. I don't know if you're familiar. Pretty big public interest law firm.
What is it?
I'm a biracial. What was that? I'm sorry.
CUNY Law?
Yeah.
Okay.
In Long Island City.
Yep.
So I'm a biracial kid. I got a shaved head. I feel like it makes me look cute. The girls agree a little bit, I guess. I got a beard. And I'm thinking, like, they're going to bring stop and frisk back. And I'm going to get hands put on me on the 7 train with my con law book in my book bag. And that's some kind of irony that, like, I can barely even process right now, man. Like, I'm kind of freaking out.
Well, I mean, the only thing I can tell you, and it's of limited, I guess it's limited in terms of what it mitigates. But I mean, look, I think, frankly, places like New York are just going to get more liberal. I mean, I think I think the odds of Bill de Blasio getting reelected.
They just shot up.
They just shot up about 25%.
No doubt.
I think.
Can I make one more point? All these people that I see on my timeline and that have been calling in so happy about weed, like, do they realize that it's still federally illegal? And if you're right, and Chris Christie or his equivalent is put in as AG, he sends the DA in to roll, and they put their boot on whoever's neck that they want.
Yep.
So it doesn't matter what they're doing.
Doesn't matter if Colorado had legalized it. It's going to put that dead in its tracks. They don't understand that.
And something. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you're right. I mean, people just don't seem to understand, like, some basic dynamics of government. It doesn't matter if it's been legalized in any state. Because if the federal government says we're now going to re-instruct, because there's been nothing changed statutorily on a federal level. It's just a question of prosecutorial discretion. And it's just been literally the Obama administration saying to the U.S. attorneys, you have other priorities. So if a state have legalized it, we just don't want you to enforce federal laws there because it's just not worth it. But if you're Chris Christie, and you've already said, like, that's going to end, or, I'm sure Giuliani, because, look, there's money to be made there by cracking down.
It's the perfect pretext for whatever they want to do criminal justice-wise, right? Weed is the perfect pretext for it, the search for it, because it's illegal. And then, like you said, there's so much money in the incarceration, and oh, Jesus Christ, man. Like, that's like, I'm not sad right now. Like, I'm angry, and like, it's amazing the ignorance that I'm seeing from people that think that they know what the hell they're talking about.
Yeah. Well,
and then one last thing. I'm very sorry. Like, something that would be completely, off the table in a normal world, right? Which would be a nationwide stop and frisk. It's illegal, right? But who's going to bring the case to a Peter Thiel and John Roberts run court that, that's who you go to when these things are instituted. Like, people they don't understand that, and that's why I love Jimmy Dore, and he's hilarious. But when he doesn't understand that.
Yeah.
And it's not going to be him that's getting hands put on him. It's going to be me, and it's going to be all the kids, because I go to a very diverse law school. It's going to be all those kids. I don't know. I'm sorry for taking up all your time, man.
No, man. Listen,
You're 100%
I'm sorry.
right.
I think, like I've said, me as a more or less middle-aged white guy living in Brooklyn, not going to fundamentally alter my day-to-day experience in this country. I mean, it's going to impact my daughter a lot more. And so, I'm sorry. I mean, I think to a large extent, the country and my generation in many respects, has failed yours. And, sorry to dump this shit in your lap on behalf of my generation.
Nah, not you, man.
But
I know you did a year of law school, and I know you know how busy I am. I make the time every day to listen to your show.
Wow.
I listen to the first hour every day, and I try to catch the fun half too.
Wow.
I love your show, man. Thank
I
you
appreciate
so much.
it. All right, well, hang in there. And,
have a good night, man.
And know that of all the places, New York is going to be is going to be a better place for you, I guess, than other places. Is Michael throwing up? Is he vomiting? Literally vomiting? Calling from a 414 area code.
Hey, what's going on, Sam? It's Ben from just outside Milwaukee.
Hello, Ben. What happened?
Oh, man. I couldn't tell you. I voted Hillary. Was a Bernie supporter in the primaries. Didn't really seem like the attitude here was so anti-establishment that we had to vote for someone who is quite literally the most unqualified person we could have ever picked.
Shocking. All right, what's on your mind? We got to go quick.
I'm just wondering if you think it's whether or not the fact that people are voting for Trump is because they're just trying to send a message to the establishment, or what their point is. Because again, this is like the most unqualified person we've ever had. And the issues that people have with Clinton are somewhat well founded. However, in my opinion, I mean they're not even close to outweighing any of Trump's quote unquote shortfalls.
Yeah, I mean I don't know. I really don't know what was in the minds of those people. I mean, I think it's hard to know whether or not they were simply voting against Hillary Clinton or for Donald Trump. It's hard to know. And I imagine the cross section of people who voted for Trump probably went, both those things are true.
Yeah.
And it's also just, I think I'm watching like a clip of like an insert on CNN of like some people partying about Trump right now. And,
right.
It's,
yep.
I don't know. Looks like maybe the country's just become dumb. I don't know.
Yeah. I was gonna go on to that. I mean, how have we gotten to this point where people just can't see the obvious misinformation?
I mean, look, there was a bad campaign run by the Clinton campaign. I mean, there was
right
to this day, and I said this many times, and I just thought like, okay, the Trump was bad enough, and I think they probably thought that too. But
yeah,
I didn't have $200, $500, $600 million at my disposal to take a survey. But if anybody can tell me in 2 sentences what the proactive agenda of Hillary Clinton was, I I'd be curious to hear it. But all right, I got to jump. Appreciate the call. Folks, listen, so everybody in here has been in here for at least 6 or 7 hours at this point on air. And what's that? 9? You've been on here for 9 hours?
Oh, whatever.
Well, 6 or 9 hours. And so people have got to go home and get their rest. I mean, we will see you tomorrow morning. We will be here. We will be here on Thursday. We will be here on Friday. Then we will be here on Monday. And then the following Tuesday.
Jesus.
And Wednesday. I'm not going to go through all the days that we'll be here, but you get the idea. Hang in there. Tomorrow we start coming up with Plan B. So hang in there, and tomorrow we start with Plan B. I don't know what to tell you, but hang in there.
It might take all the strength I got to get to where I want, but I know somehow I'm gonna get there. I wasn't looking when I just got caught between the truth and the lie bar, but finding out won't make me feel any better. Yeah, I know the clock is ticking, but the meds are gonna kick in, and my pilot light shining bright. I guess somewhere the choice was made for the option where you don't get paid, for the road that bends before it finally breaks you. I guess